Every night he had the same dream, or rather a monstrous dream that was called a nightmare. After all, he had a zombie apocalypse. This is a nightmare in which everyone who has ever lived in this world plunged into the answer they had no choice. And in this terrible dream, he had to do everything to save this world from these zombies and return everything as it was before. He got some kind of quest where he had to destroy all the zombies on Earth, and then he would receive a reward that would return everything as it was. He understood that he was a hunter who lives to destroy all the zombies and then return the whole world. He didn't know what he needed to start seeing. There was no time to tell more and all this nonsense you needed to punish the zombie. He pressed his special button, which he had prepared for this maneuver, because then he makes an incredible jump. With this, he was able to blow up a huge number of houses in the city so that zombies could no longer exist. There are a huge number of these creatures to die for, with the huge rubble of these houses under which it was impossible to get out. After that, he decided to do everything himself and jumped along with these chains to convince these zombies that they could at least do something. With their help, he descended like a real warrior who didn't care where he was, because for him the main goal was to win. He had to fight against these zombies with chains, and he smashed their heads with these heavy iron threads. He could have dealt with absolutely everyone if there had been more of him. There were much more zombies. Therefore, it was very difficult for him. The passion in his eyes indicated that he had to do all this in order to finish off the zombies. He didn't care how many zombies were in front of him, because his main goal was to win so that all people would remain healthy on Earth. He was able to cut them with the help of his chain because it was very sharp and heavy, and the zombies did not expect this. It was hard for him to fight because there were more zombies than him, and he had to understand that even one zombie could change everything. And since the guy was very strong, he was able to throw him away with just one kick and throw him away. He could smash the heads of these creatures with a chain, and he didn't care how long he needed to fight because he was ready to do it endlessly. The zombies ran to kill him, but he had no choice because he had to understand that if he lost, it would be the end of the world. He had some kind of superpower with which he activated a huge ball near him so that these zombies could not approach. His target was completely covered in blood due to the fact that he was killing zombies with her, and there were a lot of them, so the target was covered in blood. He was glad that he was finally able to cope with these zombies. After all, I was there quite a lot, and he was alone. He was very angry because he didn't want to waste his time saving the world. He just wanted to lie at home and enjoy life. He felt something and realized that this clearly would not lead to good things, because now he was in a city with zombies. He definitely didn't expect this, and now he will have to show absolutely all the skills that he was able to learn in such a short time. He began to worry very much because he saw that something was wrong with the world, as always, because he had known these zombies for a long time. The ground began to crack on its own, and something was clearly wrong, so he began to worry even more. This zombie was just incredibly big, and he wanted to finish him off for what he did to his little zombies. Unfortunately, they killed him and announced that the quest was a failure due to the fact that he could not defeat all the monsters that he was supposed to kill with just one move. Fortunately, it was just his dream, but the anger in his eyes continued to boil, and he was very angry that he could not defeat everyone. The guy came to the psychotherapist's office because he wanted to discuss with him this dream that needed to be talked through. And for him, this is very important. He said that he recorded yesterday's nightmare, and she replied that she was very sorry because level 99 was already strong enough. The guy was sitting there. He was very sad because he couldn't get through his nightmare, because if he could do it, he wouldn't have any problems. He knew that he had nightmares for no reason 2 years ago, and the death of defenseless people was repeated again and again. He was very scared to go to bed because he understood that as soon as he woke up, he would think that he had been killed. His fear was very great, and his life was completely destroyed due to the fact that he did not control his emotions at night. Unfortunately, he was dying physically and mentally, but he couldn't do anything about it. The guy was very scared, and he even hid in the room so as not to see anyone. It was a very terrible nightmare for him. He understood that now he had to turn to a psychotherapist, and she was really shocked that such a person came to her for the first time. The guy was very exhausted and looked very bad, and the girl then started asking him what his nightmares were about. As soon as he heard that the conversation would turn to this zombie, he was very afraid to say anything about it. Even when he spoke to the zombies, his teeth were eating and his tongue was rising, trying with all his might to hide what he was saying. From that day on, he began to have conversations with this doctor, and he spent a lot of money on it to save himself from such horror. The girl even tried to save him with the help of hypnosis, but everything went down the drain due to the fact that he had very strong problems. They also used very strong drugs to save him, but even with them, there were bad results. He screamed because his nightmares did not stop at all, and every day he was shown that he was dying from zombies. The doctor tried to ask him about the nightmares because she understood that the whole problem was in them. She said that if these nightmares were the same, then he needed to take this, and she gave him a special diary. The guy asked what it was, and she replied that if his dreams were repeated, then he needed to write them down in detail so that she could study them fully. Because of this, he began to worry very much because the doctor would completely study his psyche and everything that he sees in his dreams. She said that first they need to figure out where they can't get to and they need to try to remember as much as possible and then write everything down. She gave him a pen. But for him, it was like a death sentence because he understood that for him to rewrite what he saw a second time would be horror. After that, he decided to try going to different places to see where the zombies wouldn't let him in. He decided to go to the warehouse because there could be a lot of useful weapons there. He understood that this was at least some chance for him to save himself against them. After that, he realized what he needed to do as the doctor told him, and he needed to focus on it. He ran to the warehouse to go into it and pick up weapons there in order to fight back these impudent zombies. He went into the warehouse and saw that there really was a weapon that would give him a lot of things. He took the weapon to kill the lands because he wanted to destroy them as quickly as possible because they made him very nervous. The guy killed the first zombie in order to feel this taste because he knew that if he did not defeat the zombies, then they would defeat him. He felt an incredible sense of power after he was able to deal with this zombie and realized that he had the body of a killer inside him. The guy felt that he was finally able to do it, and now he really has a great chance. Fortunately, after he killed the zombie, his nightmares began to change, but the doctor herself was at the limit and also did not understand why he was going to act in a dream only alone and 100 times. The guy said that unfortunately they know as well as he does that the people who were in his world can be terrible zombies. The girl understood that since this is a real world, she is sure that there are good people there with whom she can communicate and kill zombies together. The guy said that good people don't want to get involved in this anymore, and he felt that he had to deal with it all alone. He drank the drink to feel relief because I understand that he was really very tired of having such problems. He knew that even if it was just a dream, he saw only one person who could give him at least some benefit in this world. He got angry because he realized that he didn't have enough strength to protect those. If people continue to see things like this, they are definitely going crazy. The girl felt that most likely these dreams were very realistic and this guy was already starting to have problems with his head. Therefore, it was necessary to act. She also understood that the shock from the loss of her comrades seemed to be great too, so she put down her textbook to talk to him. She told him that it was time to go for lunch and that he needed to go and get at least a few soups. The guy was very surprised that they stopped looking into this case so quickly. The girl told him that she would save him and was sure that she could really do it small. They all went outside to go have lunch. And the weather in his city was just perfect. So he had to enjoy life. They went specifically to her cafe, which was not the best, and he asked if professionals work there because he saw an inscription that said so, but the girl told him not to pay attention. He decided to enjoy the soup because he was already very tired of all this and he would like to just get rid of them. The girl asked for a delicious forest because she really liked him here and she wanted to do everything to make this guy smile at least somehow. He said that he really liked this soup but also did not understand why they came here. While he was eating, he heard someone who was very dissatisfied with what he saw in front of him. The man began to ask the seller what he was doing here because he wanted to count his money as quickly as possible because he was in a hurry. The man shouted to him to listen to him because he immediately needed to eat because otherwise he would be late. The old man didn't say anything to him at all because he felt what they feared most was awakening inside him. At first, he was an ordinary person with ordinary saliva coming from him. Everything was fine with him. But then his eyes began to bleed and his teeth became much larger. And he only wanted one thing. The man felt some kind of bad situation here and realized that he immediately needed to escape from here in order to stay alive. The man got angry and said why is he laughing at him because he should have served him immediately, although the man himself saw that something was not so good with him. The guy felt this fear and his cheeks went down because he understood that most likely his dream had become a reality. He hoped that this wasn't all for real because if it was really true, he wouldn't be able to stand it. His feelings did not leave the fear that continued to be completely distributed throughout his body, and he felt that there would clearly be problems with her. The girl asked what happened to him. Her aunt was a psychiatrist and should have understood what was going on in her patient's head. The man shouted that at this rate he would miss the bus and he immediately needed to do everything to eat as soon as possible. But the salesman attacked him like real zombies because he didn't care about this fat man and wanted to kill him. The zombie attacked the man and continued to rape him because he wanted to enjoy his flesh. The guy turned around and was shocked by what he saw because he realized that his dream had become the reality of what he was most afraid of. Everything was completely covered in blood, and no one saw anything because the man was torn into small pieces. After this, a small amount of blood began to spill, and through it one could see at least a small piece of the world. But although he understood that it was a dream and reality was reality, he had to understand that there could still be cases when it would all become one. He was scared because his nightmare had become a reality. and now he had virtually no choice but to escape from here. Then he found out that it was a completely unusual dream, and he heard screams as a man asked for help, but he could not stand up for himself. He watched all this and understood that it would completely destroy his psyche, and this cruel nightmare would become a reality. The zombie continued to kill the huge man, and he was scared to see all this because he had been watching this video for several months. The person whom the zombie attacked began to move on his own, which means that he himself was already infected, and now there will be problems. The guy felt very great fear, but he had no choice but to fight or run away from these monsters. This fat man lay on the floor and realized that now he too would have to hunt for these people because he had become a zombie. After the first zombie was able to properly feed on that person, he realized that he needed more. He turned and saw that the guy was there, so it was a great chance to feast on a new victim. He remembered those monsters that were in his dream and felt that now exactly the same was waiting for him in real life. He was very scared because he understood that the dream he saw every day had become a reality, and now he could actually die. The zombie continued to kill that man, and he was very scared because he couldn't even concentrate properly to escape from there. The man continued to twitch his finger because something strange had clearly taken possession of him, and he did not feel entirely good. The psychologist and him began to worry very much because they understood that now exactly the same fate could take them, and therefore they needed to escape from there immediately. He hoped that it was just a dream and he could defeat him despite the fact that he was very afraid of all this, and he even heard people asking for help outside the window. Not only people but also animals died there, but instead he stood and watched all this time as they died. Zombies beat people very hard, and they didn't care what they felt because they just wanted to eat their flesh because it was very tasty. And people were trying to escape, but he felt like it was a nightmare and he just needed to wake up because it couldn't exist basically. He feels that this is just, and the girl who was his psychologist began to worry even more. After all, she understood that what he said was tired and now true. He heard about how someone asked for help because his mother was dying right before his eyes from zombies. He had a very great fear, but he tried to restrain himself and not run away like an industry creature because he felt that no one except him could help. After that, he was able to relax at least a little, and his shock went away a little, and thanks to this he was able to learn control again. But this was not for long due to the fact that he took and pulled his jeans so hard as not to give away all his emotions that still ran through his body. The guy felt that if this continues you will definitely not survive and will die without any options because it is very scary when zombies attack you. The zombie continued to kill this man, and he felt that this could truly be the end of his very life. The zombie simply could not be stopped because he wanted to enjoy the flesh of this man. After all, he was very fat and fleshy. He felt that this was just a real nightmare and he had to forget all this in order to stay strong and feel adequate. He turned around very sternly because he knew that he could overcome his fear and he just needed to believe in it. The weather was really very scary because the sun rose and all the zombies felt very strong pain. After the sun came, the zombies screamed in pain because they hate the sun and always go hunting only when it is dark. The guy understood that now he would have to do something in order to survive, but his fear could not come up with anything for him. After that, he decided to use the methods of instinct and take everything that was at hand in order to somehow protect himself. That is why he took a bowl of soup to throw it at the zombie so that he would not relax. Thanks to his strength, he was able to break this zombie's head, because with the help of such a technique, he wanted to end his terrible dream which turned into reality. But the zombies didn't care what he did because these were zombies who could withstand any blow except for having their heads cut off. The guy felt that this was not enough. Therefore, he had to work with all his might to kill this zombie and finally survive. Then he realized that these zombies do not die so easily, and so he decided to run away and left the girl alone, although it was not at all like a man. In fact, he ran away in order to take a mop which he could notice because he wanted to fight with it. With his foot, he managed to break this mop because he wanted to take a stick in order to fight with the sharp end. He thought what would happen now. After all this way, he has a much better chance of defeating these zombies. The zombie decided to pounce on him to sit on his head, and the guy thought what he should do in such a situation because he had not yet prepared the attack at all. He still relied on his instincts and therefore decided to start fighting in the moment, but it was clear from them that he was not at all ready for this battle. The zombie was already very close and wanted to swallow his head as if it were his usual dinner. But the guy was calmly able to dodge this zombie who just flew by and couldn't grab anything in his huge teeth. The zombie was very angry at what he did to him, and so he decided to take revenge on him for not letting him eat. The guy felt that he had a lot of strength with which he now needed to correctly distribute his energy. He grabbed a stick to strike back at the zombie that almost ate his head. He realized that now he would have to kill himself like a real killer in order to prove that he was indeed a real person. The killer decided to definitely end this matter because he didn't like this zombie who always wanted to feast on him. With this, he was able to stick a stick right into this zombie's head to completely deprive him of any chance of staying alive. The zombie felt very strong pain and could not attack him anymore due to the fact that the guy hit the right spot. After that, zombie lay there feeling like he had been killed. He was in great pain, but he did not show his appearance due to the fact that he was simply lying dead. The guy was glad that he was finally able to finish off this zombie who was not allowing him passage. It really pissed him off a lot. Then he could understand that most likely because of countless nightmares this all really turned into reality. He realized that now he needed to think sensibly because thanks to this he would be able to continue existing normally. The girl was very scared. After all, she understood that this was truly terrible what she could now see in her life. The guy asked if she was hurt, and the girl said that that's not the point at all because he was just able to kill a person so that it was just a crime. The guy understood that he had no other choice because they could have killed her and so he needed to do it. He understood that if he did not do this then he would have to stop with the present and then he would be the same dead. The guy asked, doesn't she see what's going on here because it was just a zombie apocalypse as he saw it. The guy said that they are just walking corpses. But in other words, they are zombies, and therefore he had no other choice but to finish off this zombie. That's why he stuck a mop stick into it, in order to somehow stay alive and understand that this could be very dangerous. After that, the girl asked what zombies are and what's going on in his head because now it's normal life and everything is fine. Then he realized that what he had written down in the notebook had become really real for him. He felt that this was definitely not good. The girl understood that it was all because of this notebook and now she could really do very bad things to them that he needed to deal with. That is why he decided to burn this notebook so that this would not happen again because he did not want to see this. The girl was very scared because she knew that this notebook would bring a lot of problems and she needed to finish it as soon as possible. He understood that there was an explosion and if it had been a dream then this definitely would not have happened in reality. The girl and the guy watched and then how it all started to burn just from some small notebook that brought a lot of problems. The girl was shocked by what was happening with this. She didn't think that it was not real and they were really in some kind of horror. The guy realized that he had no doubts and his dreams had become real, and now he would have to deal with it all himself. He understood that if his dreams were real, then this city would soon be turned into a zombie apocalyptic place. The guy felt that if he didn't do something about it, his city would truly never be the same again, and it would be terrible. This will be the same lair for dead people who very soon will be able to take over the whole world if they can grow. He didn't want zombies to take over his city, and he tried to do everything to save it. There really were a lot of zombies, but he was greatly influenced by his complexes from fighting them. Therefore, it was necessary to throw them out. The guy did not want this to be reality, and therefore he hoped that this would not happen because he felt that he could not defeat it. But the problem was that this could affect not only him but the whole world. Therefore, you need to be prepared for any circumstances. Unfortunately, these zombies could spread to different cities around the world, and therefore it could end very badly for everyone. After all, despite the fact that they were only in Japan, this could have developed directly into America, where he actually was thanks to his words. He knew that the 99 nightmares had ended with the destruction of all humanity. Therefore, he would have to do everything to save the world. He knew that the zombies endlessly stopped stronger. After all, they were able to improve themselves thanks to the various objects with which they killed. People were very afraid of these zombies because they were truly inadequate and needed to be feared because they would not be ready to just give up. He knew that human civilization would simply die if he didn't do anything about it because it was on the 100th level he himself was able to lose when all the zombies took over the world. He knew that only one future awaited him. But this is a one-sided game. Therefore, he immediately needs to deal with this so that people remain intact. He understood that it was very ugly for him to do this, but he still watched as his city burned down. The guy felt that this was all without any hope of saving this world because he was trying to survive all the time. The problem was not that. Suddenly a very strange sound came to him, but he did not react at all because he needed to figure out what was happening outside the window. The guy tried to fully understand all the problems and did not pay attention at all to the fact that he received this notification. The guy turned around because he understood that he couldn't hide all the time and needed to sort out at least something in his life. What he saw next surprised him very much because he had never seen anything like this before, even in his dreams. The fact that he was able to notice simply put him in a stupor, and he did not know how to react to it because this is really what gives him at least some hope that life will remain. A quest was displayed to him that he is the great guardian and he must protect the professor for 180 minutes because he will gain a skill. He felt that he now had a new quest called clearing the zombies. With his help, he had a small chance of becoming a better person. He remembered what he had before, and in his dreams he had such quests so that he could save the world. He knew that this word appeared in his nightmares more than once, and it was very difficult for him to cope with it because it really did not give him peace. He couldn't understand what it was because he knew that this quest was not just some kind of task but something more. He tried to understand and ran his hand over it. The guy was confident that he could defeat these zombies because he saw this thing in his dreams, but now he couldn't believe it. He also noticed that his task was the same. He needed to do everything to kill all the zombies in order to stay alive. But to do this, he first needed to complete the first class, with the help of which he would have at least a small chance of staying alive. He felt fear and had no other choice in order to stay alive and leave humanity to continue to exist. And he had to come to terms with what was happening and had to act further in order for at least someone to survive. He understood that he needed to calm down, but he knows what will happen in 99 nightmares. Therefore, he just needed to remember what happened in order to be fully prepared. Well, he also knew that asking why wouldn't help. Therefore, he had to pull himself together in order to stay sane and deal with the zombies. He was shown a quest that he had to protect the professor, and with the help of this quest, he could get at least the first achievements that would give him at least some rewards. He understood that there would be a skill there, and with the help of this skill, he could become much stronger and then kill the zombies that were here illegally. And the sign began to blink in front of him because it was necessary for him to choose one of the two. Because he couldn't just look at it for so long. There was a choice there and he had to make it. There were two options from which he had to choose yes in order to save the world. He knew that he would have to choose a quest that he had never succeeded in, but now he has no other choice if he wants to save the world. The guy had a very strange feeling and he was thinking about what he should do because he knew he would fail this quest. Unfortunately, he knew that this choice could change the future and therefore he had to choose what his heart told him. The girl started asking if everything was okay with him because the video showed that he was somehow unhealthy and started doing some strange things. Although now I had to think about how to save myself. She asked, is he okay? He said that he was just worried and now everything is fine with him. After all, he knows what he will do next. He understood that only he could see this window with the quest, and the girl was glad that he finally felt good. After all, she thought that he would simply go crazy with this zombie apocalypse. In my arms, I understood that after the zombie apocalypse began, unfortunately, he would also be one of them, and from the picture it was clear that she had already become one. The guy felt fear because he understood that this was really true because he really didn't write something down in this notebook then. It was very difficult for him to realize this because the feeling did not leave him that one of the best people who helped him would also be on the other side. In that notebook, he wrote down absolutely not everything he saw, and what he saw with this girl upset him very much. Unfortunately, she was once attacked by a zombie, and the girl was also unable to fight him off because the zombie was able to hit him right in the shoulder. The girl lay there and began to bleed because she was bitten by a zombie. And everyone knows that if you are bitten by a zombie, you become the same. After that, she began to rise up to become one of them because then she would somehow be able to continue her existence. The girl also became a zombie, and this was really a problem because she was the only one who was well versed in this topic with him. It was very difficult for him to realize that a loved one had become a zombie because she could have helped him a lot in this world. The guy was trying to think about how to save the professor. After all, just such a quest was right before his eyes. He got angry and knew that if he didn't pull himself together and be angry with these zombies, then he definitely wouldn't see victory. But suddenly something exploded behind him, and he was shocked by what was happening. He decided to look at what it was and saw someone's foot that was drinking very close to him. It was a huge number of zombies who came to kill him because they wanted all the zombies in this world. The guy felt very strongly that now he would have problems, and that's why he was now saving himself due to the fact that there was no other choice. The guy told the girl to run away immediately because he understood that it was very dangerous for her and everything had to be done to keep her alive. That is why he ran from this restaurant with her, because he knew that the zombies would follow them. Therefore, he had to save himself. But unfortunately, the whole city was already completely filled with these zombies, and therefore he had no other choice but to come to terms with what was happening. The zombies were able to notice that they had new prey, and they were really very interested in this. They decided to attack them because they saw that two very fresh carcasses were moving at incredible speed. and they liked this very much because they loved to kill. The girl felt a lot of problems because she understood that she was unlikely to be able to escape from these zombies because there were much more of them than they had imagined. Still, she took this book with her, although they had previously tried to throw it into the fire so that the gas station would burn completely. They fled to a special bunker to escape because this was their only chance to stay alive. They saw that in this bunker there was little chance of finding ammunition with which they could fight back. He ended up in the same bunker where the last time he took the weapon with the help of it he fought against these zombies. After that, he began to close the door in order to save himself. This girl from the zombies all understood that they had no other chance. Fortunately, he was able to close this door completely in order to escape from them. At least he cannot, that these doors will not be able to withstand such a large number. He closed this door with a latch so that the zombies could not get to him because he understood that they could cause a lot of problems. He and the girl were able to hide it themselves, hoping that the zombies wouldn't be able to get them because he understood that if the girl got infected now they would die. He felt very strong fear because I understand that if this really happens then he will have no other choice but to finish her off. He looked at his sneakers and realized that he would have to find new equipment so that the zombies could not kill him. The girl was walking right behind him and the guy was very worried about this because he understood that if he didn't do it himself the zombies would kill him. He began to open something to get new objects because with their help he could protect himself and also save this girl, unlike what was in his dreams. The girl did not understand what was happening and watched as he began to open a cabinet. She was very worried because she didn't know what he was doing. The girl started asking him what was going on there because she didn't understand why he was trying for so long to open something. Then she saw him and was really shocked by how he looked because he was practically some kind of zombie hunter and killer. The guy looked stunning and he was ready to do everything to make these zombies pay for being born into this world in the first place. The guy told her to get ready because they would encounter them until they got to his house and they would have to work very hard to get there. The girl didn't understand what was happening and why he thought it was really true because she was making it sound like it was just some kind of nightmare. The guy had no other choice and he began to open the door, and even if he didn't do it they could die here because they simply wouldn't have food. He was able to open this door and did not understand that now he would have very difficult battles against these zombies that were simply unbearable. The guy went out into the street to clear the road because he knew that the girl would not be able to stand up for herself and he would have to fight for both. The zombies really were just terrible and he felt a very strong fear because he saw that there were many more of them than he had ever imagined. He had only one option how to kill them, and so he took this goal in order to blow off their heads. The guy looked like a killer who wanted to finish what he started because he knew that it all appeared because of him, because of his stupid dreams. A quest appeared to him that he had to complete immediately in order to somehow save this world. He didn't open his eyes because he knew that I would do it myself. He would be even more afraid, and there was already a lot of fear due to the fact that he saw it every day and it put pressure on his psyche. He opened his eyes and was ready to fight these zombies because he knew that he had no other choice because the girl was completely without protection. He had to remember those same monsters in his dreams who attacked him without any concessions. Now it's happening exactly the same as in his dreams, and so he had to come to terms with it because otherwise he would be a very weak fighter that no one needs. The guy spilled and his gaze indicated that he was now ready to disassemble their heads. With the help of this chain, he made himself a good weapon with which he wanted to deal with these zombies once and now. He went into battle and it was quite hard to understand that now you will have to do it again. True, in real life, he was unstoppable and he killed zombie after zombie so that they would no longer appear before his eyes because he himself was very comfortable watching all this. The girl did not believe that this was true, and she looked at her patient who was simply a hero and saved their lives. She understood that what he said became true and he was quite small but simply clairvoyant. This chain was very powerful and with its help he was already able to cut off the heads of a large number of zombies. He had no time for a break and he killed one after another in order to stay alive because there is only one winner. The zombies could not give him anything because he was very strong and infected in his thoughts which he had accumulated for all the dreams he saw. The opponents could not do anything and died one after another because the guy did everything very competently in order to save lives. He decided to make one very strong attack so that these zombies would actually remember who he was from his dreams. That is why he went into battle with the enemy with this huge piece of metal that was broken into links. The guy wound this powerful chain around his hand to control every piece of his metal that would give him a chance to survive. He gritted his teeth because he felt that this battle could be his last, and it was not even his first. He screamed at the top of his voice because those creatures had been tormenting him for 100 days and he could no longer tolerate it. A new day had arrived, and he understood that now he would have another mission that he would have to complete in order to stay alive together with his doctor. He had this chain with which he was able to calmly kill all the monsters that were in his way. He took it and twisted it because he turns out to kill everyone because some still managed to hide from him. Then they came out and he had no choice but to fight against them with all his might as if he were a warrior. He understood that most likely because he had experienced this with her, it would be much easier for him to continue fighting because he knew how everything worked here. The zombies continued to kill him. After all, I didn't want to finish with him as quickly as possible because he really pissed them off and made them nervous. The guy wanted to get to his house because he knew that there was a key to staying alive. He got angry with them and was ready to kill them because he had already gone through this in his dreams. He promoted his goal with the help of which he was able to blow off their heads before, and with the help of this tactic he could really achieve success. He didn't understand, but for some reason he learned very well how to hit with a chain. Although for him it was an almost impossible mission. The girl watched all this and she understood that he was really some kind of genius who could already stand up for himself and who wanted to give his life for a reason. The girl needed to help him somehow, but she didn't even know how because she didn't yet understand what a zombie was. The girl began to remember the moment when she asked him then why he used chains as a weapon. The guy didn't even know what to answer her because he understood that it really looked somehow stupid. But suddenly she was able to understand why it was still used because with the help of them he could kill these zombies as if they meant nothing to him. The guy killed zombies after zombies because he had no time to discuss what was happening in this world. Because either he would win or the zombies would win. That's why he killed every zombie as soon as he could because he felt that if he could defeat them here the nightmares would definitely pass. Also he had no other choice but to break them with chains because he already understood how scary it was to die because in his dreams he experienced it. The doctor began to think about why he used chains, but then she was able to understand that their radius was much larger and they were also much stronger. She really was able to understand that this guy was able to see what she was only trying to make out in his head. The zombies continued to attack this guy who had no strength left at all, but what was in his chest told him not to stop. That is why he was focused on defeating these zombies, of which there were simply an incredible number. The zombies were able to grab his hold that he was using. He didn't care because he already knew how to deal with it. He put this chain right under his jaw so that he couldn't bite, otherwise he too would become like this. It was difficult for him to control what was happening because he knew that if he was distracted for even a second then it would be much worse for him. The guy told this zombie to immediately grab onto this chain much tighter because he knew what he was doing. He finally managed to pull off his trick and began swinging his chains to kill this zombie. That is why he began to knock out the zombie's teeth, which began to fly away into small particles left and right because the guy was able to distribute everything very competently. The zombie was able to lose to him in this battle, but he did not lose the war. Therefore, it was necessary not to give up, and the zombies were also ready to continue their battle. The guy was very dignified and wanted to finish this as soon as possible because what had already tormented him for about 4 months had to end someday. That is why he began to beat them with his chains, with the help of which he wanted to throw this zombie as far as possible and cut his head off. The professor watched this and she was shocked by what was happening because she thought that if the zombie apocalypse really started she would die immediately. Zombies attacked this guy, but he didn't care at all because he already knew how to kill them in his dreams, and here he did the same thing. He grabbed the chain on his hand to fight back this huge zombie that was right behind his body. He made it small in order to perform his trick with which he could defeat this zombie. He was able to step on his chain in order to get off the ground because he knew that if he could pull it off the zombie would be killed. The girl was afraid that the guy was going to die because he was doing something very strange with his chain, which really was his best weapon. Unfortunately, he kicked the chain, but suddenly it was able to change direction, and most likely it was his special plan with the help of which he wanted to defeat this zombie. The chain rose high and was about to go down to finish off the zombie, who was in for a very pleasant pain. Such a powerful technique was able to break the zombie's head into 2 parts, and his eyes simply flew out in different directions like golf balls. The guy was some kind of genius who managed to do everything just perfectly in order to save himself and this girl. He felt angry but showed absolutely no emotion because at least he could just end this and go relax in the normal world without any problems. That is why he bounced off the ground in order to further make his way to his house, because this was his main goal, and for her sake he went out into the street to fight the zombies. He flew further to destroy them because the situation was indeed very similar to when he had just left the hangar and the zombies had not decreased at all. The guy hooked his chain onto his hand in order to now show these zombies that they really regretted coming to this world. The guy decided to deal with these zombies as soon as possible. After all, they had already wanted to kill him for a long time, but no one was able to do it. He felt very strong pain due to the fact that deep down he felt that his fear would truly never end and now he would have to live with it all his life. Meanwhile, the girl tried to think about what she should do next because she understands that these are very big problems for her life. She thought about how she could save herself because she understood that if she really didn't help him, she would definitely lose. She noticed how the guy stood victorious and he was able to calmly kill all the zombies that were right under his feet. And unfortunately, it was only the zombies who were the first to find him, and another huge zombie followed who wanted to eat his flesh. There were just 1,000,000 of them, and he couldn't stop them because he was only one and he had to come up with something that could really save his life. The guy told the girl to run away immediately because she wanted to save the professor who helped him with his psychic herbs that turned into reality. The girl and the guy tried to run and save themselves because I don't understand that zombies are really very dangerous. If even one can bite her, then she will definitely die. They ran for a very long time and the weather became worse in the evening due to the fact that their road was really not the most pleasant. They were able to get to his house, which held the key to unraveling all the problems that he kept in the depths of his soul. Since the two of them got there, it's really hard to believe because it was one of the worst escapes in her life. The guy was glad that he could see this house because he knew that there would be at least some chance to save himself. The girl barely survived after they ran so much. The guy was glad that in the depths of the city there was some abandoned house and they could go there to create and at least somehow relax. The girl was happy about this. They entered this house, but they had to understand that zombies could be everywhere and they had to check everything carefully. The girl fell to the ground because she felt very bad after they ran so much because really it was a lot. The guy asked the professor what happened to her because he understood that the girl was really very bad and everything had to be done to keep her alive. The girl said that there was nothing wrong with this and he didn't have to worry, but she just felt convicted because she was able to stop running. The girl was on the floor and she dropped her notebook in which absolutely everything they talked about was written down. The guy decided to look after her. After all, he understood that she was really trying to understand his problems. And now she feels very bad. The girl sat down on the sofa and began to relax because she understood that now she would have to be responsible for her life herself and no police could help. The guy began to look at the quests that appeared in front of him and he realized that here there were a lot of different tasks that he needed to complete again. But fortunately these were just notifications that he was able to complete this quest. He doesn't need to do anything else. He understood that this was all just some inscriptions and in fact he still had to do a lot in order to stay alive. He noticed that he was notified that he was also able to obtain the transfer skill by defeating a zombie. He thought about what this skill gave him because he did not understand at all how to use it and what it was eaten with. He decided to think about what they advised him because he did not understand at all what these words that were said to him meant. He thought about what this master could give him and who he really was because he wanted to fully understand this topic. He was shown a notification where he was told that the master is the one he saved and she can really give him new skills with which he will be stronger. He realized that this was a really good skill with which he could gain a lot due to the fact that the girl was very smart. He decided to check if everything was working as it should and said that it was time to activate the skill and decided to say transfer in order to open up all the chances of getting it. Some very strange miracle appeared in front of him which was able to show him all the powers that were stored in this girl. He did not understand what was happening and felt that this was clearly not good. He needed to do at least something in order to gain the skill. He realized that he would have to figure this out on his own. Although the situation was very difficult, he had to act. Then he noticed that only he saw it and the girl had no reaction at all to what was happening. He realized that finally she doesn't see all this and the girl is just taking a break from everything that happened to her recently. And suddenly he was shown another notification where it was written that he was able to obtain another skill with which he would be stronger. He received a skill that was designated as healing from the soul because with the help of it, he could really heal someone else's soul. The guy was glad that he was finally able to gain a skill with which he would be much stronger than he had ever thought. He really needed this treatment because with its help he could make himself many comrades with whom he could defeat all these zombies. After that, she decided to calmly talk and take a break from everything that was happening because there were a lot of zombies. The girl asked the guy what was happening to him because she felt somehow very scared after what happened to them. The girl asked him about those monsters and she wanted to know if they were zombies that he had been talking about for a very long time. She said that in his notebook it was written about these zombies and she began to get very scared because she understood that these zombies could really give him a lot of problems. The girl didn't understand what was happening now because she thought that it was all just his dream and suddenly something dawned on her, just a nightmare that she was dreaming. He realized that the girl was in a panic and everything had to be done to ensure that she remained in a normal state. He knew that it had become easier here, but now she was having a nervous breakdown. And unfortunately, he had encountered this more than once in similar dreams. He thought about how to treat her because all this time she had been trying to heal him, but now his time had come. He decided to use his skill because I understand that it is really very useful. With the help of it, he can check whether he can do it. He said that it was necessary to activate the treatment from the heart and offered his hand to cure this girl from such problems. With the help of this ability, the girl began to feel very strange, and he was able to activate some large red object above his head. He was shown a whole notification where it was said that he did everything successfully thanks to the fact that he really believed in himself. He was also told that the activation of soul healing had been completed and the person's soul had become much stronger thanks to his ability. The girl continued to think about what was happening now. See the children, she needed to get ready because she needed to feel stronger. She held a cigarette in her hands and thought about what she should do next because life does not stop and she had to move somehow. She threw away her cigarette and said that everything was not so bad and she needed to get together in order to stay alive against these creatures. She said that she was very happy because they could not become alive. And all the other people became monsters, so they were very lucky. She said that the world would become a much better place thanks to the fact that the guy was able to heal her soul, and said that there was no need to be discouraged now. The guy understood that the girl really felt much better thanks to him. This ability was simply a miracle. He realized that with the help of this ability he could calm this girl down again if he really needed it. He recalled that in the village in which he lived there were all types of art, many professionals with lifelong experience. If you think like this, then he can completely become much better thanks to the fact that he receives all the knowledge. After all, everyone knew that if you have knowledge you will be much better, and the guy felt that this would be his main key to victory. He believed that this could truly become all his and felt that he could learn the skills of 3 professionals. He recalled that same gas station that completely burned down quite recently due to the zombie apocalypse. The gas station completely burned down due to the fact that it was able to explode due to the fact that the zombies were simply uncontrolled and caused a lot of problems. The zombies weren't all dead after all, and they wanted to take revenge on this guy for what he did because for them it was simply irreparable. They wanted to do everything for the zombie to kill him because he hurt them very much, and now they must do the same to him. In front of them was a huge man who was ready to continue to fight against these zombies. After all, they really interfered with the city a lot. He was truly a winner who should have received everything he wanted from this war. He had 15 competitions in Oriental martial arts, and everyone was afraid of him because this man was simply an incredible killer. This man was a killer who did it very competently because he was ready to give his life to defeat all these zombies. He killed these people with his fists due to the fact that he was a master who was able to completely learn everything thanks to his strength and persistence. With the help of one zombie, he was able to immediately throw out 4 because the power of his blow was simply incredible. She jumps off the ground to continue killing these zombies who did not allow him to pass because he was strong. The zombies realized that a new villain had appeared against them who must be killed immediately because otherwise the world would not become completely made of zombies. But these were just zombies, and they themselves could not do anything due to the fact that they had thought out no plan for this. This man was just like this who had an incredible torso that he was able to pump up and says that he tried every day. He activated the graceful art of combat and was ready to fight even though he was completely naked. He activated his superpowers and was ready to simply kill these people who had become zombies due to some kind of disease. He flew up with the help of his 15 abilities that he had learned and was ready to simply blow off the zombie's head. He was able not to be afraid and kicked the zombie right in the head, which could easily bite through his leg because she was without shoes. The man was able to kill all these zombies with just one touch using the fact that he was able to study his superpowers and he felt that he could clearly fight them. This man possessed the art of fighting, an ancient martial art that showed that this man was not an ordinary warrior. Lights were burning in his eyes and his smile was worse than a shark, and he was ready to do anything to blow his enemies out of the way because he was a martial arts master. This was just a few months ago, and then he had 10 nightmares in a row because of which he suffered very much and felt as if he would soon be killed. He couldn't believe that this would happen every day because he feels like he's getting weaker every second when he sees a zombie. What if someone called him because they wanted to see him, although it was even scary to look at him because he was a completely different person than a zombie. During his day, there were 2 elders who gave him incredible lessons with the help of which we will become wiser. In front of him was a great carpenter whom he had been for 78 years, and he realized that this guy was having nightmares again from his face. Next to him will be that same huge elder who was very strong and pumped up. And he was already 73 years old, and so he was a martial arts master. The old man said that he was very lucky because he had some red ginseng extract left at home and he needed to take it, and as soon as he ate it he would immediately gain more energy. The guy understood that recently this product was very expensive and he had to refuse due to the fact that it was really very expensive so that he could simply increase his strength. The old man told him to just take it, eat it, and study. He needed to forget about his health if he wanted to continue destroying these stupid zombies. He understood that these people were really doing a lot for him so that he could become a great man who could then deal with this. He was at home and trying to rest after everything that had happened and felt that it was only bad for him. But after that, he decided to take his bike, start it, and go to the center to deal with those zombies. He had already started his transport in order to move forward because he understood that the lives of many people depended on him. He drove up to his house with his helmet to say goodbye to this girl because he needed to go to the center to deal with these matters. He was very confident in himself and felt that he simply could not be defeated because he would be the very warrior who was ready to give himself for the sake of victory. The girl, of course, noticed that he really wanted to leave and therefore tried with all her might to stop him because he was still needed. The girl ran out of the house and said that he was simply crazy because he shouldn't go there because otherwise he would suffer very much because there were a lot of zombies in the center. The guy told the girl not to worry because he was confident in himself and would be ready to deal with these monsters. He told her to remember how he fought against them before and was able to do it without any losses. He killed these zombies as if for him they were some kind of cutlets that he simply played with and threw away one after another. The girl understood that she could not interfere with him at all because she was no one to him and therefore it was necessary to take action, but she did not have a chance. Suddenly the girl realized something very important and noticed that the guy already really wanted to go. Therefore she had no choice but to wish him good luck. She told him to take very good care of himself because he is a very important person for her and she doesn't want to lose him. She also told him that if he was bitten, she would not open the door for him under any circumstances. The guy told her not to worry, she could calmly deal with these zombies. The girl understood that he was very brave and she was very nervous that he was trying to somehow go and fight against these monsters. He started his motorcycle and wanted to go forward to solve all the problems that had been worrying him for a very long time because of these zombies. His powerful motorcycle started up and he rode forward to fully deal with the whole situation that was in the city center. He understood that there would be two elders who could help him, and he also wanted to do everything to save them. After all, they must help each other out. The guy rode with all his might because he understood that these people could give him incredible opportunities with which he could become strong. The girl remained in place, but the guy drove as if he was being chased by a crowd of zombies that simply could not be stopped. Professor left was completely alone and she had no choice but to sit at home and come up with a background to defeat all these zombies. But since she had no help at all, she decided to take a cigarette and take a break from everything that was happening in this world because she didn't understand at all how to cope with it. She put it in her mouth and wanted to take a puff to weaken her brain after such a difficult situation that is happening in the world. She said that this year she also wouldn't quit smoking because the situation was really very bad and relaxing would be her only chance not to go crazy. The guy arrived in the same city where there were a lot of zombies who were completely inadequate due to the fact that they had an incredible disease. Zombies were walking around the city. It was already a zombie apocalypse from which there was practically no escape. I was the only guy who could return everything as it was. Even that same office in the village was already very badly killed due to the fact that there were so many zombies and they didn't care what to destroy. There were a lot of zombies and they wanted to destroy everything that was under their feet because they didn't care at all about what was happening in the world. There were an incredible number of these zombies and no one knew how to escape from them because they were indestructible. The elder was thinking about how he could be saved because he saw that he had a lot of problems in front of him, but he needed to cope with each of them. He hid and felt that soon they would find him and the zombies would kill him despite the fact that he was already a very strong person. This man was thinking about what he should do in this situation because he would simply be powerless against all these zombies. The zombies didn't care who they killed and they wanted to feast on new blood as soon as possible, which would taste just perfect. Suddenly Zombie was able to notice the bald head of this man and Zombie realized that this was new prey. The man was very panicked because he felt that he would soon be eaten like all the other people and all his relatives were already dead. The zombie wanted to eat his head as soon as possible because he wanted to try a new person. After all, they were already able to kill almost the entire city. The zombie had almost bitten his head and was very close to feasting on new flesh. The man began to scream because he understood that soon he would definitely die and would be the same as everyone else, so he panicked very much. Suddenly, at that moment, glass began to fly out and something incredible happened. Everyone was very scared. They didn't understand what was happening at all. The man remained alive and could not believe that it was really true because he thought that now he would definitely die. The man began to look around because he understood that this could not happen for the zombie to simply stop attacking him. Fortunately, these zombies were immediately killed and one person was able to completely cope with it alone. It was only visible how he was able to break all the bars and with the help of this save the guy from this zombie. He would be incredibly strong and the man would feel safe because he understood that they could save him. It was a family of a 3-year-old man who had an incredible shape and he asked if it was okay or the man who was sitting under the desk. The man was glad that he was saved and thought that he would never be able to become normal again. They would have to live a terrible life like everyone else on zombies. The zombies still continued to attack them because she was much more numerous than the people and therefore needed to escape from her death. The man was ready to fight because he would be incredibly strong and muscular unlike everyone who was on the other side. The man told him to wait for him. After all, he needed to take care of these zombies who were about to inflict ether. Therefore, he had to defeat them. He heroically went into battle despite the fact that he could have suffered greatly because of these zombies. He grabbed all his strength in his fists because the feeling is that now he must show those who really are the winner. He was simply unstoppable and the passion that was in his eyes showed that he was always one of the strongest people. His fist moved almost at the speed of light and no one had time to return from him because he was truly lightning fast. Meanwhile, the guy was riding on his motorcycle to save those people about whom he knew because in his dreams there were 2 strong people. He was driving at full speed because he understood that even if he was late, even a millisecond, everything could change and he would not have time to save these masters. He knew that that person would be able to kill a huge number of monsters because they were much weaker than this 73-year-old elder. But unfortunately, in his dreams, all the elders were dying. Therefore, everything had to be done to save at least one. He knew that he needed to go there to save at least this one because he was an incredibly good warrior that he needed. He also said that he went there for 2 reasons and added gas because he knew that he could not be late. His speed was very high because he was not afraid to fall and get hit. He drove as if he saw no fear. The guy hoped that he would have time to arrive by the time the zombies did not eat this elder because he really had incredible abilities that could help him in the future. The zombies continued to attack him on the elder. It was not easy, and he was ready to fight them. His strength was simply incredibly enormous, and he calmly dealt with these zombies. They were much larger than him. The zombies lost in these battles. After all, they were much weaker than this guy because he was ready to do everything to win. His strength was even in his legs, which he trained and continued to do this every year despite his age. The zombies tried to do everything to infect him because such strong warriors would not hurt the army. The man felt very strong pain due to the fact that the zombies began to attack him, but he wanted to do everything to save himself. That's why he screamed and started punching these zombies in the head, who really thought they could deal with him so easily. Everyone was afraid of him, and the power he had in his hands seemed incredible. What he did with these zombies was scary to see because he was uncontrollable. The man who was at the table watched this and did not believe that he could really be saved because the zombie apocalypse killed everyone. No one expected such an attack, and the man was truly shocked by what he saw with his own eyes. The old man said that he too would need to follow in his footsteps because he understood that they would really give him good opportunities and perhaps he would be strong like this. The man felt that he was greatly elevated, and this gave him incredible joy with which he was able to want to kill zombies even more. The man said that he was very sorry because not everyone can learn the art that he tried to learn throughout his life. He was so brave that he stepped on this zombie's head and it flew off like a basketball. It didn't matter to him where he stepped because he wasn't afraid of anything. The man said that only the strong like him can master this art, and therefore he will have to work with him in order to escape from the earth. The man began to complain that he had a very weak body and therefore he could not be like him, and therefore he would have to be an ordinary lab rat. What if they could be surprised because they noticed that a very bad obstacle had appeared in front of them which they had better cope with? His leg was very large and the floor began to move on its own despite the fact that they didn't want anything. This zombie was of incredible size. Everyone was afraid of him because he was very big and also strong. The old man began to be very afraid and sat behind this gesture because he knew that they could save him here. And if he started to run, then the zombies would kill him. The pumped-up man understood that he would have to work very hard in order to defeat this zombie. His size was indeed very large, and he was more than 3M, and everyone was afraid of him. After all, he could do whatever he wanted. This trash grabbed the head of his zombie who was his subordinate, but he wanted something more than just an army. He had huge teeth, and so he decided to eat his subject, which he did not need at all. The pumped-up man was very worried because the video was what was happening to him, and this zombie could really give him a lot of problems that he would have to fight. This zombie began to eat at his own people, and on his forehead there was some kind of huge crystal that was only gaining strength, and he became more dangerous. This zombie was dying because he was eaten by a person, and it was very offensive for those who really felt this. He took all the powers from this zombie, and he was indifferent to everyone because the most valuable thing was practically taken from him. The huge zombie was very happy that the killer of his subordinate was able to do so, and he was happy but did not fully show these emotions. He continued to scream and said that he needed more food. The wind wanted to become much stronger than they could ever imagine. The man was directly opposite this zombie, and the battle was supposed to be very dangerous for all sides. The man got angry and wanted to finish off the zombie because he felt that he would have to work very hard with him and he could cause him a lot of problems. She downloads the earth to attack him first because if he does this he will definitely be without any advantages. He swung his hand to hit this zombie and thought that he could get rid of him so easily. He had to remember that he had some kind of crystal. The man held out his fist right at his head to send him away to sleep. This was called a double fist, and everyone who knows this technique was very afraid of it because they did not know what the consequences would be. He began to attack him from all sides because it was a demonic art that was taught only in the school where this man was. He screamed because of everyone because he felt the pain that this zombie feels. He only gets pleasure from this. The zombie did not understand what was happening to him and did not even know what to do next because he could not fight off even one blow. The zombie was almost defeated, and he was not feeling well at all when he felt that everything was starting to burst for him. That's why the zombie got angry and started screaming because he wanted to prove that he was much stronger than all the other zombies he fought. The man did not understand what was happening because no one had ever tried to respond to him during the blow because it was very painful. It was the zombie who reached out his hand to grab his opponent and give him a good blow so that he would understand what lesson he needed to learn. The battle was very intense, and each of them, at least to win against the zombies, felt that he simply had no other choice but to eat this person. The man also did not want to give up just like that, and the situation was the most tense that could ever be. The man felt that this zombie was much stronger than those with whom he fought, and he would have to come up with something new here in order to win. And the zombie was much larger than him, but this did not frighten him at all because he knew that he could cope with it if he wanted. My man feels that he is about to lose due to the fact that this zombie is not deadly good at defending himself and also at attacking. He felt his fly begin to stretch, and he felt that his entire suit was about to fall down. In fact, this all happened because a guy arrived with his chain who came to save him because he knew that this elder could tell him a lot. The guy shouted that he came to save them because he knows that they are good enough people who deserve it. The old man didn't understand why this guy came here, but he wasn't very upset with him because he liked that he came to save them despite such conditions. The man who fought against this zombie could not understand why this one came here, and he did not like it very much. He realized that he now had two problems, and it would be very difficult for him to cope with it, but he would need to come up with something. He felt that he had two problems, and the first of which was that this zombie's opponent had suffered very badly while fighting with him. And the second problem was that in front of him was a huge mutant zombie that he immediately needed to deal with. The old man who was at the desk didn't know what to do. After all, he felt that he had a chance to escape. That is why he crawled out from under the table and ran to his friend to save him from this zombie. He tried to pick him up and carry him because he knew that if he did not save his friend, he would very much regret it in the future. He was able to save his friend. It was a heroic act that he will never forget. The elders began to leave because they could not do anything in this situation because they had suffered so much. The guy was left completely alone against this huge zombie, and I understand that he will now have to fight for life and death. He understood that this battle could be his last, and he was completely at a loss in this situation because he began to remember his dreams. She does it in order to correctly analyze the situation that will happen because zombie is already his channel. The elder said that the guy should get out of there immediately because this zombie is not a toy at all, and he will not be able to fight with him. The guy said that they shouldn't be overwhelmed and should move on first because he was confident in himself because he was ready to do everything for them to be there. There were only 2 seats on the motorcycle, so they simply had no choice and had to go, because they wanted to eat as many people as possible. After all, they had not seen new blood for a long time. The zombies walked as if they were in their last battle, and their mouths never closed because they wanted to eat. The guy was left completely alone, and these 2 elders had to leave here because none of them could provide help to this guy. The old man thought if there was another way because he hoped to save this guy who was sacrificing his life. The guy began to unwind with his weapon and noticed how this monster began to move towards him, and he was completely different. The guy realized that the zombies were much larger than he had expected, and it was unlikely that he would be able to cope with them, but he simply had no other choice due to the fact that the motorcycle could not withstand everyone. What if someone shouted to him and the guy didn't understand what it was and was already ready to start the fight? He received all the notification that the master and the specialists were with him in another place he could get his skill. He realized that this was simply an incredible opportunity that would give him a lot of fruit, and he needed to use it. He felt somehow very tense, but he understood that he needed to immediately get together in order to save people from these zombies. He realized that he was the only one and therefore he had to do everything to make me feel like a hero. The zombies didn't want to just stand there and watch this, and so they were already ready to kill the guy. He was completely surrounded by these zombies and had no chance at all to survive in such a situation. The elders began to worry very much about him and shouted, but at the same time they were riding a motorcycle because they understood that the guy would die. The guy was completely surrounded by these zombies. I didn't do anything at all because it was his cunning plan that he wanted to take advantage of. At the last moment, while the zombies were already close to him, he said that he needed to activate the skill, and with his help he was able to fool them very much. He bounced off the ground to make money, a brilliant move with which I can kill all these zombies at once, and even this big one. He rose high up, and the zombies did not understand what was happening. After all, they thought that now they could get new food. The guy was able to receive special abilities from that strong man, and with the help of them he has a huge future with the help of which he can become stronger. The giant zombie did not understand what was happening and was thinking how to save himself because he was offended that he immediately needed to do his feat. The guy jumped from a height right on this zombie, and all the zombies around fell into small pieces, and he did not use any force at all to kill them. The zombies scattered into small pieces as if there were a lot of puzzles that needed to be assembled. Even Zombie Grant felt very strong pain, although he had a special crystal in his head that made him much stronger. The guy approached this zombie because he saw that he had not died yet, unlike everyone else who was flying into pieces. The men did not understand what was happening and why the guy became so strong for small pieces of life, and he was able to defeat these zombies without asking for help. The guy was more confident than ever and felt that he had incredible power because he was able to study the martial demonic art. They wrote to him that he was able to open the first door to the divine martial art, and thanks to him, he will be much stronger than him in battles. He was shown in the table where he could gain new skills. And unfortunately this will only be the lowest rank, but in general he will be able to raise it. Everyone knew that he was the best person in the alliance, and he was also able to become the strongest master in the entire history of China. His name was Divine Demons. Everyone was afraid to even touch him because the power that came from this man was very great. He was able to go through all the lands of China in order to find the very house in which he could grow up. This house reminded him of the best moments in his life. This was the same small region called Joseon. It was there that he began to leave his traces after he began to die. When he was able to return home, this divine demon absorbed the energy of this city and developed his martial arts. And he was also able to complete the first unlimited skill in history, which was legendary, and no one believed that it was really true. But then everyone found out that this really happened, and everyone called him the very skill that the guy was able to obtain. He was able to obtain a new skill called the divine demonic martial art of this city of Joseon. This zombie began to feel very bad after he found out that the guy was going to beat him up because he had become very strong. The guy began to activate all his abilities in order to deal with these zombies. And the huge one did not understand where he got so much energy from. The guy just watched all this and kept his hands to himself because you always need to be on guard because someone might attack. The men didn't leave but watched all this because they were interested to see what this guy would do next. They watched this and didn't understand how this was possible because I didn't think that this baby would die now along with all the zombies. The pumped up man didn't understand how this was possible because he was an ordinary guy who was able to use the martial art of his school. Maybe he really was completely shocked. And the guy stood on this zombie and felt that he was able to prove to the elders that he was not an ordinary person. And it also dawned on him that he was able to acquire a passive skill called Divine Control among the Joseon hearts. He also saw an explanation for this skill because he did not understand at all what it meant. She is the coolest about the fact that they later explained to him that now he can feel Manu, and with the help of this he can always control the situation and how he feels. He didn't understand what all this meant and was thinking about how to deal with it, but you understand that he is still very weak in everything. He stood and looked at himself but didn't know what to do now because I understand that now he has additional functions that will help him in battle. Also a card appeared in front of him which he looked at, and his status was written there as well as the skills that he was able to learn. He began to worry very much because he saw this card. He thought that he was now in some kind of game and he would have to completely figure it out himself. He also saw that some kind of blue light appeared which began to betray him very much because he understood that this had not happened before. His hand started flashing this color and he didn't know what to do with it because it seemed somehow strange to him. He realized that this was the same mana that he had been told about just recently. instantly. He felt that his body became much lighter, and now he understood what was meant by what they said activation. In principle, as he thought, even if it was dangerous, saving this person was the surest choice because now he has good opportunities. He knew that thanks to the fact that he was able to learn this technique, he became much stronger, and with the help of them he could kill zombies like some kind of toys. The guy went out to meet them, at least to discuss what happened just recently, and thought that they had already left. But he rejoiced too early because the zombie giants would still be alive. And he continued to live and wanted to fight. The zombie giant wanted to finish them off because he felt he had to do it for what he did to his people. The guy didn't understand how he was still alive, but he felt that this would still not be a problem for him because he could calmly deal with such people. He smiled and realized that now he would have to work even harder to save people because that was the most important thing. The guy took his chain to continue the battle with this zombie. After all, he knew that he could defeat him. The guy asked him if he wanted to fight like an adult and took his goal to punish the zombie for not wanting to just give up. The anger that was in the eyes of the zombie scared him very much, but he didn't care at all because he would be ready to do everything to kill this guy who killed him with a zombie. He extended his fist to fight because he wanted to punish this guy and take away what was most precious from him, namely life. They continued to fight like real wars, and each at least proved his point, but the giant failed to hit him. The men were very afraid, but they sat on the motorcycle because they knew that if he didn't survive they would have to get away from here as quickly as possible. The guy continued to fight this giant and felt that he would have to try very hard to defeat him. The guy also shouted for them to leave immediately and he can deal with this zombie, so they shouldn't look at it. He also said that he would soon be able to catch up with them. Therefore, they should have just listened to him and left here and not risked their lives. He told them to go to his house. He wanted them to meet with the professor, and there they would discuss everything that was happening in the world now. The old man was very worried about this guy and didn't want him to die because he didn't hope that everyone would be able to survive in this situation. He understood that most likely this was the last minute he would see this guy, but he had to do this in order to remain normal. That the old people would only disturb him and that he would be distracted by trying to save them. Therefore, they immediately had to go. But they didn't shout to him that he should immediately return alive because they want such a good person to continue to exist. And he had to continue the battle against this monster because he understood that this was his life and he could not do anything about it. He started to run away at this zombie who stood motionless as words, but he had to move her. The zombie was afraid that this guy would be able to punish him very much, so he tried to do everything so that this guy could not cause him problems. Still, he decided to fight against this zombie and went to meet him in order to give him a good rebuff. He swung his chain to hit him right in the head because he understood that this way he could punish him at least a little. The zombie felt very strong pain because he understood that his head was about to be completely broken due to the fact that he was just a zombie. The guy heroically jumped up and even felt a little sorry for this zombie because he didn't really want to harm him but just kill him. The guy continued to beat him with all his might because he knew that despite the fact that this zombie was large, he would still bow his head in front of him even if she was dead. The zombie tried his best to fight against his opponent, but he felt that he was much weaker and therefore it was difficult for him. But he didn't want to give up just like that, and so he grabbed the chain that wanted to kill him and decided to attack him for everything. The guy realized that now it would be very difficult for him to defeat him. After all, they took his weapon, or rather made it immobile. And then the zombie actually took his weapon and the intelligent one into two parts so that he could not fight against him. The guy was very angry because he could break his chains and now he had to work with his bare hands in order to defeat him. He tried to kill him with all his might with his foot so that he would understand that he had made a very big mistake and decided to fight him. For his head, because the guy was able to step on him right there with his knee. And it was completely unpleasant. The battle continued and now he had two parts of the chain with which he could activate two hands at once. He decided to subdue his target in order to somehow continue the battle and looked at the links. The guy asked him if he knew the name of people who break other people's things. This was a clarification to the fact that now he will pay a lot for this. He shouted that now the end of this zombie has come and now he will no longer play with him like a child in order to return everything that he lost. The zombie began to be very afraid of him because he saw that this guy was really on him and wanted to do something to end his life. It was already very dark and the battle really lasted a very long time, and it was for the sake of saving two people. There was already quite a lot on the clock, which means that it's time to rest because zombies can attack all the time and we need to change shifts. The girl was alone at home and was afraid that this guy could really get hurt while he was fighting. The girl continued to smoke cigarettes because she was very worried that this guy went all alone. She exhaled water and understood that now she would have to continue existing alone, and that this dream was indeed true. The The girl missed him very much because for him he was a very good person and it was clear that she was not indifferent to him. Finally, these two guys were able to come back. Finally, the same motorcycle on which the guy went to save these people arrived, but unfortunately the guy was not on this motorcycle. The girl heard a motorcycle drive up and she hoped that she would really see him now and start hugging him. The girl jumped up with all her might because she hoped that he had arrived alive and now she could feel normal. She ran with all her might to see him and the speed she developed was really very high. The girl ran out to the door and at least see this guy, but unfortunately he wasn't there. There were only elders. She saw that there were two men who were able to take his motorcycle and come here like real cowards. The girl saw them and thought that this would definitely be the end and the guy was able to sacrifice his life. The girl saw them and thought that now nothing could save them because the guy was left there all alone and he didn't have a motorcycle to get there. The elders went out and saw that the guy really didn't take them and that same girl, the professor, was in the house. The girl was glad that they saw this guy and also said that this fool could save them and went. She also asked them where this guy had gone and she also wanted to scold him for leaving for so long without returning. The old man was thinking about how to tell her the truth and understood that it would upset her very much and so he thought about how to say it more softly. But for him it was a very difficult task that not everyone can cope with and so he thought about how to tell it. They said that this guy was delayed now and he would arrive home soon so she shouldn't worry. But because of such words she immediately fell into a stupor and understood that now it was unlikely that she would ever see him because the motorcycles were here. The old man raised his glasses and realized that it was very tragic to realize that this was indeed the truth. The old man said that this guy decided to save their dying mentors and sacrificed himself to make them happy. The girl did not believe that this was true and tried to convince herself that they were lying because she loved this man very much. What was happening in the city was truly terrifying and there were a huge number of zombies there that could already destroy almost a third of the city. The guy continued to fight this zombie and the battle was indeed very difficult for everyone. The zombie didn't know what to do and the guy didn't understand for some reason he wasn't dying. After all, he had already attacked him for several hours. He got angry because of all the power and therefore decided to activate his fist, which contained mana. He was able to hit him and the zombie felt like he was shot at once from several types of weapons and he felt very big problems in life. The guy decided to fight like a real warrior and therefore fought with all his might so as not to die like the last coward. He tried to kill this zombie but nothing worked due to the fact that he was much stronger and also had one very strange joke, which is why he did not die. The guy thought that he could defeat him and kicked him. But the zombie didn't want to just give up. After all, his strength was replenished all the time. He also said that this zombie was a good shaving bag and he was very happy that he was able to break his chains, but he also liked the fact that he was using a new skill. The guy said that now he would kill him and he began to be very afraid of zombies because he understood everything and felt that now he would feel bad. He also said that he was grateful for giving him such an opportunity to experience a new art. He said that it wouldn't hurt at all. In fact, the zombie simply waited for him to come to him and did not want to give up. He just waited for the moment to attack. He opened his mouth and shouted that he wanted to continue the battle despite all the wounds that he inflicted on him. He ran at his opponent with all his might to hit him, and from the sound of it, he felt that this zombie was completely restless. He began to reactivate his power in his hands so that this zombie would never think of doing such stupid things again. He knew that he needed to collect all the energy in one place in order to apply as much force as possible and punish this zombie. He decided to release all this power in one blow, and the zombie was able to fly apart into two parts, one containing his legs and the other his torso. Such a powerful blow could break his body into two parts, and he did not think at all that this would be possible. The zombie began to scream and realized that he was very seriously injured, although he thought that he could calmly continue the battle. The guy realized that thanks to this ability he became more self-confident, and now zombies don't scare him at all since he can kill them. The zombie fell into two parts, and the guy stood confident as never before and already felt how little by little his dream began to become joy and not a nightmare because he was saving the world. He felt this heavy responsibility on himself and realized that he immediately needed to get home because all his loved ones were already very tired of waiting for him, who were sitting and afraid that he had suffered. The zombie was already lying completely without strength, but the guy noticed how some stone continued to glow in his head. Well, a few seconds and this stone fell out of his head on its own because the zombie was already completely exhausted. This stone turned out to be really very cool, and most likely it is worth a lot because it had some strange capabilities. The guy decided to think and finally come up and pick up this stone because most likely he will need it. That is why he bent down and decided to take it into his pocket so that he could later figure out what it was for. He began to look at this stone and thought what it was because with the help of this stone, the zombie was indestructible. It was revealed to him that he was able to get a new achievement called a catalyst because a red magic stone can increase the level of an item. He was really happy when he realized that this stone would give him incredible abilities and with its help he would be stronger. They started watching TV because it said that from that moment they began to declare a national disaster because zombies began to walk throughout the city. They also said on TV that large-scale unrest for unknown reasons is currently spreading throughout the country, so everyone is urged to stay at home. After that, they said that they again emphasized the point that you need to stay at home and not go out at all. The three of them sat and watched this and felt that this would have a very bad effect on her future because they understood that most likely this guy had already died too. The strongest of them could already feel that something was really wrong here and someone began to approach them. Someone stood behind the door and asked if anyone was home now because he was already very tired. They were very happy because this was the same guy who was able to save two old men and also return home himself. The girl was glad that he remained alive because she thought that she would never see him again due to the fact that these zombies would completely kill him, that they were able to return home normally and now all four of them will be warmer and more comfortable despite the fact that such unrest is happening in the world. The girl was once angry that he was just a stupid idiot and he had no right to send people to rest while he himself was simply killing himself in order to survive. The guy was told that he was not bitten at all and the girl should stop thinking about such bad consequences. One of the elders came up behind him and said that he was very happy for him and also hit him on the back. The man said that he was completely proud of him and such a person truly deserves to have such incredible capabilities and also continue to fight like a real warrior. The guy liked that they really began to appreciate and respect him very much because it really gives him more strength. The old man on a stick said that he was just a great person and he tried hard to save such old people that no one needed at all. The old man without teeth said that he did a great job and began to thank him for really taking a risk and saving them. The guy said that it was just nothing and they should worry so much about it because he was doing it with a pure heart. Suddenly another notification was displayed to him where it was written that this master could now also obtain the skill from him in the long run. He set his sights on this old man and began to think about how he could now acquire a new skill called tree architecture. He realized that this was just a great opportunity and said that he needed to activate the transfer so that he too could have such skills because the masters gave him very good powers. All four of them were in this circle that he activated, but only he saw that this was really reality. A notification was displayed that I had not been successfully transferred due to the fact that he was able to save them and also left the masters. His new skill was of the same rank as the previous one due to the fact that it was the weakest of the positions but still ahead. The old man also wanted to tell him something. To be more precise, he wanted to find out something from him. The guy asked what he needed from him, and the man said that he did not understand how he could master the divine demonic art because he had never taught it. The guy understood that now he would have to somehow excuse himself, but he didn't know how, which is why he had problems. He said that it was just his skill that he was able to develop despite the fact that he was still very young and did not know how to fight at all. It was already very dark and the weather was really at its worst to say that it was a zombie apocalypse. They all went to bed and in the morning they went out into the street and thought about what they should do now because the zombie apocalypse had not gone away. The guy said that he could also show them this skill. They did not understand what he meant and thought that this was some kind of problem. And the man said that this is called his skills and they were already waiting for the moment when he would show them all his skills. The girl thought that if he really thinks that he is so strong then this is really cool, but she hoped that he was saying the wrong things that were in the games. The guy was thinking about how to now show them all his promised capabilities because he had already told us what he could do that was unrealistic. He decided to activate the very skill that the second old man gave him so that he could prove to you that he is truly a master and he has all the capabilities. Everyone was shocked that he was actually able to activate the skill of another master and they thought that he was really some kind of wizard who had magic. The man didn't understand what was happening because the guy was able to cause an earthquake. And this was against the law. Suddenly he noticed that he was able to activate the same skill that his friend had just recently. From under the ground there was a huge stake that looked as if it had been forcibly shoved there. In fact, it just crawled out of there. He flew out like lightning and it seemed to everyone that the guy was able to do the incredible, but fortunately they didn't think I wouldn't be able to fight normally against monsters. This tree was at the top and no one understood how she learned to master such incredible arts in such a short period of time. The man didn't understand how this was possible because he thought that no one would ever be able to learn the demonic arts and that the end of all this would come. He was shocked that the guy was able to prove this to him, and I think that now some kind of end of the world is happening. All these trees appeared around these people and they began to worry very much. because they thought that the next one could crawl out right from under them. The guy was able to do an incredible thing and built a huge number of trees as a fence. Everyone was shocked that he did this. The fence appeared as if from under the earth, and no one understood how this was possible. After all, they thought that this would not happen. This fence was able to surround them, and everyone thought that now some problems would begin, but this guy himself could control everything, and he knew that it would be for good. The man began to worry very much and thought that these were the last minutes of his life and he would have to die so badly. The same thing happened to his friend, who was a little older than him and did not understand what to do because this fence could surround them. The professor was simply in shock and thought that she would definitely die now, despite the fact that there was a zombie apocalypse outside. An earthquake really started on the street, and they were very afraid that new monsters had come who could beat them very badly. The guy managed by some miracle to make himself a huge fence and a gate with the help of which he can control his entire territory. Fortunately, they were surrounded by this fence, and now no one will be able to attack them thanks to the fact that he was really able to build an excellent fence. Everyone was shocked that he was able to do it with just one movement of his hand, because everyone thought that it would take months or even years. Even the oldest of them were in shock. At least they couldn't that the guy with me would get some incredible opportunity. The old man decided to run to this gate and check what it was, because he knew that he had such an opportunity and the guy was somehow able to get it. The old man decided to touch this tree and felt the same thing that had been leaving him for a long time. He just opened his mouth and couldn't understand how it was even possible for you to hide this technique from all your enemies and friends. He tried to understand what kind of tree was in front of him, and he was an excellent scientist in this field, but even he himself had never seen such a thing exist. He began to touch this tree and felt that it was very strong like metal, and he could not believe that it was true. The guy asked what he now thinks. To me, it's not to kill. He was able to show them his capabilities, which really shocked them very much. The guy said that he was able to get this opportunity from this old man, and it is called tree architecture. The old man could not believe how this was possible. He thought that this had been happening for a long time and that all such actions were non-working. The guy said that it was all because he had the ability to transfer, and thanks to it, he was able to get 2 opportunities. The pumped-up old man realized that exactly the same thing happened with the demonic art that he was able to receive directly from him. He got very angry and realized that now this guy is really much stronger than him, and he has good opportunities thanks to the fact that he was able to obtain this skill. There was anger in his eyes because he understood how he was able to get such an opportunity, and he was thinking what to say to him now. He began to remember those days when he came to this school, and then he really had the worst days of his life because he had to work very hard. In his previous life, he tried to learn this for a very long time, and he could never believe that it could be achieved in one day. He knew that in order for the divine demonic art to develop, he had quite a few students, but not one of them even passed the first lesson that introduced him to this sphere. He knew that demonic art was not for everyone, and only a genius would be able to get such an opportunity to really use it correctly. At one point, he was ready to give up everything, but a student appeared in front of him who was ready to receive this inheritance. This was his granddaughter, who was ready to do everything in order to inherit the power that her grandfather told her. He trained her day after day so that this girl would really become very powerful and no one could defeat her. He knew that this girl had a natural talent for this, and 18 years have passed, and thanks to her talent she became the next successor. He was very upset to realize that he had spent a lot of years and now some guy was able to get this art so easily. After all, the power that this guy had was really very powerful, and he did not understand how this was even possible. He understood that even he would now not be able to produce such strong power, and he would have to come to terms with what was happening, and this guy was much stronger than him. It was very difficult for the old man to realize this truth, and he thought about what to answer because he knew that he would have to tell him something. The old man looked at him and realized that this guy was really a genius who was able to inherit 2 powers at once, which are very powerful. He also understood that this guy simply didn't give him the money that could save the world, and he really needed to do everything to kill all the monsters. The guy hoped for everything to do this and prayed to God that everything would work out for him, because I didn't know that this was the most important thing that he had to do. And suddenly he received a notification that said that he had now run out of power due to the fact that he had used so many skills. The guy felt weak due to the fact that he showed off his capabilities a lot and also showed off. He was getting worse every second, and he was thinking about how he could go to bed and rest. He felt his head start to feel very dizzy, and he realized that he needed to go and rest because then he would feel much better and he wouldn't feel so bad. The girl noticed that something was wrong with this guy and understood that I immediately needed to help him because he was not in the best condition to be alone right now. She saw that something was clearly wrong with him. Therefore, it was necessary to help this guy because he had already done a lot for her. He began to sweat very much and wanted to fall to the ground because his strength simply dropped to zero. His eyes began to close on their own and he wanted to pass out and go to sleep as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he began to fall right before their eyes due to the fact that he did not have enough strength to fully master all these moments. They noticed how this guy began to simply lie right in front of their feet due to the fact that he could not succumb to such a strong adaptation. The strong man noticed that the guy felt really bad and he hoped that he would survive because his strength was very great. Everyone immediately ran to him because they wanted to understand what the problem was because this guy was very dear. The guy felt that he felt very bad and he was lying on the floor because he had no fear at all because he was using it for his skills. It was written to him that he began a forced rest to restore strength because he knew that then he needed to fully gain energy. The guy understood that now he would just sleep when he was ordered and he would not be able to control it himself. Finally, he was able to wake up because he was already able to sleep, and this was indeed an excellent reason to continue the fight for the zombies. He woke up and felt much better thanks to the fact that he was able to completely renew all his strength. He decided to look left and right and understand now that he was there because he thought that it was some kind of dream again. The guy noticed that he was now in his room and did not understand how this was even possible because he thought that he was in that very house and was fighting against monsters. They wrote to him that he was able to renew his powers again, and he realized that it was still reality and what he saw didn't try to him at all. He also had a card where it was written about his characteristics and there was a level of strength and also a level of health. They wrote to him that with the help of the foundation he was able to regain more strength and this would be an excellent lesson for him so that he could do it correctly in the future. He now realized that he doesn't always have to use these skills if during a battle with a zombie and his strength reaches zero he will die immediately. Meanwhile, a girl came into his room because she noticed that he was already able to wake up. The girl was very happy that he was able to wake up because she thought that he would sleep for a very long time due to the fact that he was very tired. She came up to him and said that she was very worried and he apologized because he had gotten away with using his new capabilities. The girl said that there was nothing special about it, she shouldn't do that again, but he was able to grow a huge number of trees. She told him that if he felt better now then he should go out into the yard and see what was happening there. She said that what was already being prepared there should have been ready, but the guy didn't understand what she was talking about. Meanwhile, meat was being fried in the yard and they were already looking forward to eating it immediately because this meat looked very appetizing. Two wise men sat on the ground and tried to enjoy this taste of meat that was about to be cooked. What if they heard someone starting to break through his fence and these were zombies who could not break through this tree? After all, it was very strong for their minds. The zombies tried with all their might to get to them, but they didn't succeed due to the fact that they were much stupider and also weaker. The zombies noticed that there were people there were many more of them, which means that they will soon try with all their might to get there. The guy felt that now he had a lot of problems because the zombies were already very close. The elder was glad that the guy was finally able to wake up because he was a hero who was able to save them from zombies. And they will never forget it. The guy asked what it was because he wanted to understand where they were able to get this meat because now it is almost impossible to become freedom. The pumped up guy said that he was able to bring some pork belly from the refrigerator and it was all just for this guy because he did a lot for them. The guy was very surprised that they were going to eat here because the zombies were completely outside and it was completely unsafe. The old man told him not to worry and sit down with them because he was already able to fully understand this situation. He told him that this tree is much stronger than steel and not to mention zombies it will even stand and a car crash into it. Also, the old man said that he had already been able to test a whole life of maintaining comprehensible cultural values. She never leads such an excellent barricade. The guys were very happy that they told him this about his tree because he thought that most likely it would be very difficult for him. He sat with them and thought about how he could save himself. I wanted to end this zombie apocalypse as soon as possible, but he heard someone behind her open a jar. This was a girl who got hold of a can of alcoholic drink because she wanted to relax after such a hard day. She said that if they are in such a difficult situation, who should they rest as long as possible because their lives are in the balance. They said that despite the fact that I had a worldwide disaster, they were not very interested in this. After all, they had the capabilities of this guy which gave them more strength. The guy tried to understand what they were talking about because the disaster was not over yet, they were already very happy. He understood that this was definitely different from all the nightmares he had. Therefore, he had to understand that this was truly his last life. He knew that in his nightmares, the zombie-infested world was getting worse and worse due to the fact that there were so many more zombies. In his dreams, he saw only fear and here he even had a barbecue. although he couldn't even imagine that he could rest peacefully in such a situation. He understood that this was the first time he had new people with whom he could communicate normally and share all his problems with them. Each of these masters was very strong, and he helped him with his presence and also with all his experience that they could convey to him. The girl also gave him incredible strength so that he could feel everything correctly, and also when she was nearby. He understood that now he did not have a completely different world, but he was still with the zombie, and he understood that he would still have to fight to save him. He saw how there were many people in front of him who could support him in a difficult moment, and with their help he would definitely be able to defeat these zombies. When he was there, it was a healing camp for him. After all, communicating with these people gave him more strength, and he thought that they would give him really good feelings. Meanwhile, the army continued to shoot at these zombies, because they thought that they could easily deal with them. But the zombies were much stronger than the army could have ever imagined. The company commander shouted at them to work as hard as they could and to shoot without pulling the trigger. There were a huge number of bullets that were flying at these creatures. The zombies were coming en masse. They didn't care what was flying at them. Of course, a large number of zombies died, but there were so many of them that it was almost unnoticeable. They understood that they too were about to die soon because there were already too many zombies and they could not withstand such a large wave. The commander shouted that a huge wave of zombies was approaching them and they didn't know what to do now. He said that there were many more of them, and the goal turned out to be completely different from what they initially thought. The whole city was completely destroyed because the zombies tried to crush everything around in order to take new people for themselves. He also overtook that the village of artisans was also completely destroyed at the time and nothing would help. Behind them was a huge zombie that looked very scary, and he was completely different compared to them. After all, he had different types of limbs. These zombies really turned out to be some kind of nightmare that could not be stopped. This monster had an incredible crystal on his head, and he was ready to kill everyone who stood in their way because he wanted to turn as many people as possible into zombies. Morning had already come, and the guy didn't know what to do because he was sleeping and felt how these nightmares continued to last in his head. He would be very much inclined to sleep and do nothing due to the fact that the zombies really were already able to take away a huge number of people, and as if it was already the end of life. Today, it was written to him that he was able to perform one more skill and also received a reward. This reward was called analysis, and it also had the lowest level and could be used to obtain information from the target. He sat down on the sofa where he slept and realized that this skill would give him many different options for how to deal with all these zombies that had been chasing him for a long time. They could believe that he was able to complete another hidden quest and gain a new skill because he thought that he had already been able to obtain the most important thing. Suddenly, he heard someone start counting and turned around because he wanted to understand where this sound was coming from. Unfortunately, the guy slept for too long, and the old people had already gone out to exercise, and the girl was lying on the sunbed and thinking about how she could continue to live. The guy realized that he now has a new skill, and he most likely needs to use it to check how it works. He decided to activate something new, some called analysis, because with the help of it, he will be able to fully understand his opponent or comrade. He began to analyze the old man who was doing a warm-up right in front of him, and he was able to find out absolutely everything about him except one line. He also began to look at the other old man who continued to train with all his might, and he also could not yet check one line from him. The guy also decided to check the girl and noticed that she also had one line that he couldn't read, and he was very upset because I couldn't understand. He began to think what kind of person this was without a rating because he couldn't understand where it came from and how it gave him new abilities. He understood that compared to the demonic arts of architecture that he received from the old man, he was very upset. He began to analyze absolutely everything that was in his home, and he wanted to understand how it would give him new strength. He realized that even objects have a rating, but he could not determine it in people, and therefore it began to bother him very much. He decided to demonstrate it also on this crystal. And I noticed that I was also able to get calm information about him, as if this was how it should have been. He sat on the grass and decided to look at this crystal because he really liked it very much and also thought about what to do with it. The girl asked what it was that he was looking at as if it were a treasure. And the guy replied that he found it in the city and thinks that it's like a catalyst. She couldn't believe that it was a catalyst, as if in some kind of game, and you understand that most likely this is a problem. He said that it looks like that, and that is why they will need something like a potion, and with this it will be possible to strengthen whatever that person or object is. The girl asked why he doesn't use it, then he just watches, and the guy thinks about something else to test him on. He decided to figure out what would be more profitable to use this stone because he really couldn't decide. He also stood up and said that this would not last long because he needed to be alone. The girl said that very little time had passed, and he was already thinking about going somewhere on his own, and this would be a rather stupid decision. The guy got on his motorcycle motorcycle and said that he needed to make sure of something and therefore she could not dissuade him. The guy put on his helmet and rode his motorcycle, and the girl continued to look at him and felt very bad. In the meantime, he decided to come to the city where there were only zombies, and he wanted to figure out what to do with this catalyst. He was noticed thanks to the zombies and understood that now it would be the end for him because the zombies were very evil. The guy was driving with all his might to shoot down these zombies because he was really tired of them and wanted to finish this game. The zombies ran with all their might because they felt that there was real new living blood coming there that they needed to drink. He was riding in his helmet and understood that now he would have to fight with them again, although he was already very tired of this and he did not want to do it at all. He took his chain to deal with these zombies that stood in his way for him. It was as easy as shelling pears. The guy began to shoot down these zombies as if they meant nothing to him and were no obstacle. He was able to calmly deal with all this chain and went on his way because I understand that he immediately needs to deal with the catalyst. He understood that in the village most likely the nightmare that he knew about thanks to his dreams had not yet begun. Meanwhile, the zombies were very dangerous. I did not continue to be in the place where it was simply unrealistic to be. After all, they ate you at any moment. There were more than one number of different types of zombies, and they wanted only one thing, namely to take over the world and kill all people. I felt that he would really have huge problems due to the fact that the zombies were simply uncontrollable. He began to look at his hands and realized that he had nothing at all, and now he felt completely different. The guy was very upset because he understood that most likely these would be his last moments of life in this dream. He decided to throw it all out of his head and took off his helmet because he knew that now everything would be different and he just needed to forget it. The guy noticed that some explosions began to occur there, and these were clearly good signs because most likely the zombies would be dealt with. He also felt that if they had already arrived here, he would have to get there first in order to escape. The guy wound up his chain as quickly as possible to fight against these zombies that would stand right in his way. There were quite a lot of them, and therefore he had to think about how to fight against them correctly because the tactics were very important. He looked at his chain and realized that it would not be easy at all, but he had no other choice because he had to do everything to save the world. He decided to deal with these zombies once and for all. After all, they really prevented him from getting to that place. He went into battle and wound these chains like brass knuckles so that the zombies could not bite through his hand and he would in no case become one of them. Meanwhile, the war continued to ride on the tank because they were looking for new threats in order to bomb all the zombies. There were quite a lot of tanks because I didn't understand that there were also enough of these zombies and therefore they would have to fight. The commander could not understand how the new object was able to destroy the first blockade. If he captured him alive, he would receive a special promotion. The commander said that the black monster must be caught alive because of this he can get a promotion by this multiplication tells me. They accepted his order and said that enough monsters had already appeared on the horizon that they would now have to fight. The commander shouted that it was time for them to go on the attack. After all, they had been sitting idle for a very long time. They started shooting with all their weapons to deal with the zombies that were approaching them, and they didn't think they were that strong at all. The zombies fought with all their might and then did not care at all that they were being shot at with different weapons. After all, they were very resistant to this. The commander was sure that if they could not be penetrated by a bullet, the tow tanks would definitely demolish them and they should already be defeated. But suddenly the commander noticed that something very strange was happening here and these zombies were not dying at all from the shots of this tank. He also noticed that someone began to jump from above and he began to worry very much because he did not at all expect that this could happen. This huge zombie decided to completely destroy all the artillery that was near them because it was a pleasure for him to kill these people. This zombie will be really unusual and his mouth looked very scary due to the fact that he had a huge number of fangs that were the size of a tank. This zombie got very angry and wanted to kill all the people who were here because he wanted to take over the whole world as soon as possible. They started shooting at him with all the weapons they had at hand and prayed to God that he would die. The zombie didn't care at all. He calmly dealt with all these shots. And for him, it was like some kind of mosquito bite. They began to worry about her very much because the tanks were completely useless against this zombie, and they had no other choice but to use all their power. She started attacking because he didn't want to just stand there and receive various blows from them even if they were insignificant. The zombie began to run to find the tanks and wanted to demolish them because he understood that these people did not want to be friends with him. There was a fire in his eyes and he immediately turned to destroy everything that was in front of his eyes because he was a monster who was also a monster in his soul. This zombie began to destroy all sorts of things things one after another because for him they were toys that he simply threw around. No one understood what it really was, and the rest of the soldiers shouted that they had to defend the second blockade. He shouted that it was time to risk his life in order to save himself, but suddenly someone was able to tear his head off, and this man actually remained dead. In front of them was a huge number of those zombies that the guy was able to kill on his a little more than they somehow could think of themselves, and these lands will now be a little more difficult to compare with. The soldiers began to worry very much. After all, they did not expect at all that this could happen, and now they would have only one option to escape. In front of the soldiers there were also different types of these zombies, and another type looked quite scary because it was somehow very unique. The commander shouted that he needed to be saved immediately because these zombies were really able to step right on their tail, and now they have no choice. The guy decided to fight against everyone who was in that place. And he didn't care at all that there was an incredible amount of monster there because he wanted to show everyone who he was. It was very difficult for him to fight against those monsters that met him because he saw that they were completely different compared to those with whom he fought. But the guy also gained strength, so he calmly walked along the path to get to the place where the explosions took place because he needed to get there. He noticed that these zombies were able to move very quickly and they had already killed quite a lot of people. The guy didn't think about how to defeat them. After all, they were already at the second blockade, and there were too many, and it was also a very fast pace. He understood that reality and his nightmares were beginning to differ, and the number of types of zombies was increasing from 5 to 10, so now it was much more difficult for him. But the most important thing was that the very thing that should have appeared in a completely different level appeared in front of him. The guy had no chance to escape, but he had to sacrifice his life in order to save other people in this world. This giant zombie continued to eat tanks because for him it was a 1-2 punch because he dealt with them like toys. He didn't care that it was iron, and he calmly ate it himself as if it were chocolate. He sank his sharp teeth into this metal and felt that he was very happy that he could enjoy such a yummy. The zombie started tearing out pieces of metal, and it looked really scary, because you don't know at all what awaits you. There were very strong explosions because the tanks had explosives to fire their shells, so it was not surprising that there would be fires. What the guy saw shocked him, and he couldn't figure out what to do next because his life was very different from his dreams. The guy noticed how huge military equipment began to burn. Right before his eyes, he couldn't believe that it was even true because this couldn't happen. This zombie was happy that he was able to set fire to a huge number of tanks, and for him it was just a pleasure to watch them burn. Because of this he screamed because he wanted to show everyone his power because this zombie was really very strong. And you could also notice that he had a huge stone on his head that was a catalyst and made him stronger. He realized that this was exactly what he needed to take from there, but for this he decided to first check whether it was really so. The guy decided to activate his capabilities and therefore said that it was time to activate the analysis skill, so he wanted to scan this zombie. He was able to check everything that was said about this zombie because he was able to very accurately visit directly on his head where that ingot was. The guy realized that he would have to work very hard to take him with his head, but I think he will do it well. He said that he had already rested very well today and therefore he should go home and figure out how to proceed with this zombie because he was extremely strong. The guy decided to go home because he was really very tired while fighting against the zombies and understood that he had no chance at all to defeat them. He rode his motorcycle as hard as he could because he wanted to get home and tell all this to his friends who stayed with him. He pulled the trigger on the speed as quickly as possible because at least he could get home and fully understand everything that had happened. He began to think about what was really there, and everything became very clear to him because there were about 500 of them there and even more. The guy also understood that you were the opportunity that he was able to get from that old man who was very strong good, but it spends too much mana, but he had no choice how to use it. The guy drove with all his might to get there as quickly as possible because he understood that he would have to do everything himself in this life and even in such situations. I also learned that every summer the village of artisans holds a fireworks festival for tourists which helps them relax. He also knew that the festival was supposed to take place tonight and traditions would unfortunately be broken. There was very little left for this, and so he arrived on a special ship where all these zombies were located. But he understood that he would have to completely inspect this ship to understand if there were actually zombies there because these were just his guesses. He began to climb it and examine everything that was nearby because he wanted to understand the exact information. He had to walk around this ship, and in principle everything happened as he thought, so there were no problems about it. He entered the very warehouse that was supposed to explode this evening due to the fact that today was a legendary day. He liked that the explosives remained in good condition, and he found a special radio with which he could communicate. He took this remote control and said that he would fix it a little and they could immediately use it for their own personal purposes. He didn't think at all that he would have to do this because he thought that in this life everything would be much easier for him. Meanwhile, these zombies continued to walk in the city and there really was no life there, and even if you survived it was a miracle. The zombies continued to walk around the city and he went upstairs to see what these stupid creatures were doing. He decided to spray himself with some kind of perfume in order to smell some very important smell. He sprayed himself absolutely everywhere, and most likely it would be for camouflage so that the zombies could not sense him. He sprayed himself absolutely everywhere, even in those places that were better not to talk about, but that was life. He started sniffing himself and thought that most likely this should be enough because the guy was worried. He also realized that there was only one magic stone left for him that he needed to use. He understood that this stone was a catalyst that would give him incredible power so that he could deal with these zombies. He put his chains on the roof because he wanted to repair them and also make them much stronger and better. He activated his ability to completely control the entire process that will take place for this purpose. The guy decided to use analysis to see what it was that was hooked and realized that it was the most ordinary chain that he could have made stronger. He knew that, in order to cope with the huge zombie water, he would have to improve his weapon, which was the right decision. The guy sat and thought about how he could deal with this now because he didn't understand at all how to make his weapon better. He thought that he just needed to apply this magic stone, which was an ordinary catalyst. What if some kind of notification appeared in front of him where he was shown that he could strengthen this item if he chose one of these? Finally, he realized that he could strengthen his items, so he clicked that he wanted to do this, or that it was really important to him. After a few seconds, his chains began to glow with red flames, and he did not understand what it was and what had started to happen to them. Some very strange explosion occurred that began to illuminate absolutely everything that was within a radius of 10 m. He noticed how his chains became completely different, and they wrote to him that he was able to strengthen this thanks to his skill. An analysis of this circuit appeared in front of him because it explained absolutely everything that had been said about these circuits. He was very happy when he saw them because they really were silver in color and as if they were completely made of silver. As soon as he touched these tapeworms, he felt that he began to feel much better and the surge of strength increased. He doesn't understand what it is because he was able to feel that it was very strange, and he began to feel some kind of surge of strength. Finally, he noticed what it was and realized that his power was able to be transferred to this chain, and with the help of this he could even control its power. He was able to understand that this was already a special version of this weapon with the help of a nuance that could kill a huge number of these zombies. And his chain continued to sparkle very strongly with the help of it. He understood that he could cut off a huge number of heads of these zombies and also that giant. He tried to learn how to control his new chains, and they feel much lighter than the ones he had before because they started to be smaller. The guy activated the combat mode in order to feel the full power of these chains because with the help of them he can really become an incredible fighter. He realized that this magic stone was really very good and he needed to get a little more of it so that he could pump up his power. But he should not have been so happy because he had to understand that he still had a lot of problems with these zombies. He realized that these zombies were finally able to get to him. After all, he was already very tired of them and wanted to finish with them. It had already become very dark and the zombies continued to move forward. After all, they wanted to get that very victory. There were a huge number of them, and the guy had practically no chance of killing them because there was a huge giant behind them. This zombie giant began to demolish absolutely everything around him because he wanted to kill all the people who existed. He was very angry at everyone and wanted to end the existence of the whole world, and so that zombies could be in every corner. There were a lot of them, and it was hard to imagine how to fight against them because they were completely different types and each had its own advantages. The zombies ran with all their might to kill this guy because they sensed that he had fresh blood in him. The zombies were very warriors, but they couldn't kill everyone yet. That's why they ran as if they were crazy. He realized that he needed to do something about this and try his new chains on these zombies. The zombies continued to run around the city, and the guy had only one choice, and he had to make the right one in order to stay alive. And the zombies walked right under him, and he watched it as if it were an ordinary performance that he really liked because he looked at it with pleasure. The zombies were walking right under him, and he felt that he now had an advantage over them because he was right above him. He took his walkie-talkie, which had an off and on button, and said that it was time for fireworks. He pressed this button to undermine this, so you understand that the zombies will then begin to feel pain very much because of all this. The boat continued to be at the very point where it should have been because the guy was able to introduce it to the pier, and fireworks had already begun to burn there. A huge amount of explosives began to ignite at one moment, which meant that the zombies would now be very scared. At that moment, they were able to blow themselves up, which meant that now the zombie would feel really strong pain. All the zombies began to worry about what it was and did not understand why some very powerful flash formed in the sky. The fireworks began to explode on their own because the guy was able to activate a button that could launch everyone away. The zombies began to be very afraid. Or did you not understand that this guy really launched these fireworks and they scared them very much? Also, with the help of the fact that he was able to stop their attention on this, he bought himself a huge amount of time to defeat these monsters. He jumped on one of them to take the crystal from him and kill this zombie because he would be of a really strong level. The zombie managed to notice that the guy began to throw his chains at him and he became very angry at this. The guy decided to start strangling this zombie and cutting his throat with the help of the links he passed on to himself. The guy tried his best to cut his head with the help of these chains, but it was very difficult for him to do it. The zombie felt that he was about to die, but this could not be allowed because the zombie, although continues to exist, he was in a lot of pain and he felt like these chains were simply killing him and every muscle on his body began to move. The guy was able to kill this zombie and his head flew straight away from the body, which meant that there was one less zombie in the world. His head flew up very beautifully into the air and was in the center of the fireworks, which seemed like an incredible picture. Unfortunately, this was not the end, and the rest of the zombies noticed that the guy was already able to buy one of them, and now he will have to fight against the others who were also zombies. Another type of these zombies began to shoot out their tongues like some kind of ropes, and they were really very close to the guy. He understood that he had no other choice. I stood like a real warrior who didn't care at all about what was happening to him. He decided to activate the ability that he could receive from that master and said that it was time to end this and activated the architecture of the tree. Two huge logs appeared in front of him which were able to protect him. With the help of this technique, he could make himself a huge shield. Actually, that's exactly what happened to him, and these zombies were shocked that they couldn't break through him. And they didn't understand how this was possible and why their tongues began to feel very bad because the guy was able to deliver very heavy material. After that, he decided to end it and wanted to cut off his head because they decided to attack him. Fortunately, he managed to do it perfectly and cut off his head because these zombies thought that they could defeat him so easily. He wanted to take revenge for all the people who had to become such zombies due to the fact that they did not follow the rules of hygiene at all. With the help of the fact that he was able to kill 3 zombies, he acquired 3 crystals that he could use to upgrade his weapons. He took one of these crystals and applied it to his weapon, thereby wanting to do everything to make his weapon much stronger. He could feel how his weapon became completely different and it appeared in a completely different color. She wrote to him that he was able to improve his weapon plus 1 more point, and this was an excellent opportunity to continue fighting against these zombies. He realized that this was a good tactic and therefore used absolutely all the crystals in order to pump up his weapon to the maximum. His weapon remained completely different, and now he looked much more dangerous to these zombies because they completely underestimated him. The replacements continued to shoot fiercely, and he said that it was time to start with this because he really didn't like it anymore. The guy took his chain and said that he could finish off these zombies in no time. After all, they meant nothing to him at all. The guy started waving his chain and waited for these zombies to come up to him because he understood that with the help of it he could calmly kill them. Meanwhile, a huge giant zombie felt that something was wrong in the world and he had to do everything to get rid of this guy. He will be able to notice that some strong explosions began to occur and he did not like it very much. This zombie felt incredible strength and realized that it was time for him to enter the battle to fight for his zombies. He continued to destroy absolutely everything that could come under his hand, or rather under his dangerous paws with which he could knit even metal. He killed trains because for him it was not a problem at all and he could calmly do whatever he wanted. And the zombie watched as this train began to fall and he really liked what began to happen. He felt a very strong anger in himself. I wanted to kill all the people who were here as soon as possible. He was able to spread his scent so the place understood that if he conquered more territory, then the more possessions he would have. His terrible smell continued to last around him. He felt something that would now stop much stronger thanks to his possessions. Meanwhile, this zombie decided to jump up because he was able to destroy this boat from where these powerful fireworks came from. He decided to deal with this guy who was killing zombies, and that's why he arrived there. The master was very angry because he understood that his guys had been greatly offended by this guy and now he would have to fight him himself. The zombie noticed that his partners were being killed and now he had to do everything to return them to their normal state. The guy calmly dealt with these zombies. I was not a problem for him at all because he calmly killed them with the help of his chain. He was able to notice that finally the huge zombies were able to come to meet him, and it was even just in time because he was ready for this. And the zombie was very angry that his opponent had greatly underestimated him. And so he wanted to show him all the power that he was ready for. The guy decided to upgrade his weapon again. After all, he had already been able to get new crystals, and he understood that this would not hinder him at all in this battle. He was able to make his weapon even better because he had a good opponent. Now I need to do everything so that he fights with him on equal terms. The guy felt that he could become stronger, and now he really has a much better chance of becoming an invincible warrior. He was able to strengthen his weapon to the next level, or rather to the next letter, and now he has fire chains. And his chains were completely different compared to what he had before, and now they were both not dangerous, and it would be very difficult for these zombies. He was able to connect his fire chains because with the help of them he wanted to make one big chain, because with the help of it, it would be much easier to fight against the main zombie. He was able to activate another ability and was notified that he had activated the fireworks. The guy said that the festival was just beginning and he was completely into me because he was ready to fight against the most powerful zombie who was completely out of his way. Meanwhile, in another village, there was a huge, excellent house that was incredibly expensive and beautiful. In this house, some very important man was sitting and reading some book to himself, and he also had a huge number of animals at home. He was a very strong professor of ethology who was 65 years old, and he loved animals very much. He stroked his pet, which reminded him of winter because it was as white as real snow. Thanks to the fact that he raised animals, he had a very good assistant whom he always sent somewhere to bring important news. And his bird flew in and brought him a good letter because she had to tell him new news. The man thanked his bird and said that she was just great because she was able to come such a hard way and bring this letter. He opened this letter because he wanted to read what was in it, and the bird flew to his friends who were on the tree. The letter said that his village was completely filled with zombies and he should also be careful. And they told him that he must be alive because they want to meet with me. The man was very happy that they were able to write this letter to him because he thought that he would never be able to contact this very important person again. The man was also very interested in how this village wished because it very much protected animals that were not in the best condition. He hoped that the members of this team were still alive, and he was very upset if they were dead. Meanwhile, back because he would like to understand what kind of fireworks these are because they just wrote him a letter about zombies. He couldn't believe that the zombies were somehow strange and were playing with fireworks because it was completely stupid. The man continued to think about this letter because he wanted to understand what it meant and who could meet him. His little beast wanted to tell him something, but the man didn't understand why he was pulling him away by the hand. This little beast asked him to help these people because he wanted to do everything so that everyone would remain alive. The professor began to look at these fireworks and thought about whether he needed to get involved in these problems because now he lives very well and everything is fine with him. He looked at these fireworks and it reminded him of that very day that was very important for him. When a long time ago he walked through the forest and admired what was in this forest and also admired those animals that were on the tree. It was the same beast that jumped out at him, and he was very shocked by what happened because he did not at all expect that this could happen. Jumped on his shoulder and continued to move with him. And this man did not understand who he was. The man continued to run through this forest because he liked to spend time there. Despite the fact that the weather was just perfect, there were also problems there. They looked at what was happening and noticed that a zombie apocalypse had begun there, which meant that they immediately had to run away from there to save their lives. The men finally realized that he had died on the first day, but the beast was able to save his life. Because of this, he had to take him home. He understood that if this beast had not saved him, then he would already have been one of the zombies. Therefore, he immediately needed to help these guys. He decided to trust the instincts of this little creature and thought that he could help these people who fought against the zombies. The man closed his doors in order to take a very risky step and save people who needed it. Meanwhile, there were only two rivals left who were very strong and worth each other. This zombie giant was very angry because he was able to kill all his little subordinates. Because of this, he wanted to kill him. The zombie ran at him with all his might because he wanted to finish him off with the help of his very sharp fangs, which he had large. The guy was ready for this and watched the behavior of this zombie because his head very quickly flew straight at him. He had to run away in order to save himself and then strike back, which could change absolutely the entire battle. The guy ran with all his might to activate his technique with the help of his very heavy full chains on which there was fire. The guy hit him right in the side, right in the teeth, and this zombie really felt very strong pain due to the fact that this guy was not able to hit him with an accurate shot. After the guy touched his part, he began to burn himself, and therefore the zombie immediately had to calm this situation down because he couldn't feel the heat. In fact, I started to complain about him very much, and I understand that now he will feel very bad because the guy was able to knock him out with his chain. The body of this zombie began to explode on its own, or the guy had unusual chains with fireworks, and so the zombie began to burn all over. He was in great pain because the fire that was on him couldn't just be put out. The zombie felt that he really had a good opponent, and now he would have to fight against him with all his might. He began to collect air to put out the fire that was inside him because he could not continue the battle with such a state. Suddenly he realized that it was a poisonous web that could kill him, and therefore it was necessary to somehow kill this zombie because he was very dangerous. This zombie made himself a treatment and also decided to make a counterattack for this guy using this web, and the guy immediately needed to do something about it. He couldn't believe that he was able to predict this zombie's move, but most likely it was all thanks to the fact that he had analysis. He realized that he was able to deal with his new weapon, and now it will be a little easier for him to cope with these zombies, which were already like seeds for him. He felt how the filling of mana had reached its limit, and now he has incredible strength to completely give up steam to this zombie. He decided to activate the freedom of his fireworks so that this zombie would completely start to burn. It was impossible to just lose such power. He liked that he could now release fireworks right into the stomach of this zombie, and he wanted to do it immediately. He shouted that it was time to finish and released a fiery fist that was able to set fire to absolutely everything that was within a radius of 10 m or even more. This picture looked very dangerous, and the guy fought with his plan against the web that this zombie released, and this battle was truly legendary. Their strength was almost equal to each one who fought. It was the only one who could at least get a little more than just go and humiliation in front of everyone. The guy understands that the power of fire has always been the strongest because it has burned absolutely everything in its path since ancient times. He began to burn this zombie, and he really could not reflect such a strong blow because his web was much weaker. Because he could not withstand such a strong pressure, the zombie itself began to burn, and he prayed to God in order to stay alive because such a force was really very sick. The guy said that he doesn't even have a clue who he contacted, and that's why the zombies will pay for deciding to destroy him. After he released absolutely all the flames, the zombie continued to burn like real zombies because he really was one of them. The zombies are trying to attack him despite the fact that he was already completely on fire because he wanted to kill his opponent as soon as possible. Yes, unfortunately there was not enough strength for him, so he simply fell right in front of his feet because they could withstand such fire. The guy noticed that this zombie began to run away because he felt very much pain and now did not have the strength to fight back this opponent. The zombies screamed with all their might to call on their loved ones because he understood that now he needed the help of the army, and he was not coping at all. He shouted as much as he needed to summon all the zombies who were nearby. After all, they could help him escape. What he shouted was terribly ugly to hear, but this had to be done in order to leave all the zombies alive. The zombies were able to sense that he was asking them for help, and so they immediately ran to save their highest zombie who deserves it. They ran at this guy with a full army, and he was completely surrounded by zombies, and he had only one option: how to kill everyone at once. He was glad that now she had rivals because he wanted to fight with them because it didn't matter what to do with them now. He decided to combine his weapons in order to deal with these zombies at a long distance because he realized that this way he could kill a lot more zombies in a short time. He began to swing his chain in order to destroy all the zombies that approached him, but it was difficult for him to choose the right swing. He threw his chain at them and shouted that they should all die immediately because he could not even see their faces. But the zombies could not withstand such force at all and therefore came to them because they were a little weaker than this chain. Zombie Giant, although immediately destroying everyone with the help of your army was an excellent plan to restore your strength. He understood that he had nothing to do here, and so she decided to run away from here and then come to take revenge on this guy. He noticed that this zombie began to run away, and so he had to think about how to catch up with him and save the world from him. But unfortunately, the zombie didn't want to just run away and save his life, but he decided to make a counterattack so that it would be very bad. He jumped on this guy, but fortunately he was able to send him away because he was already an experienced warrior for whom this was no problem. He began to bind this zombie with his chain, which was very dangerous for everyone because it had the properties of fire. He tried to bandage the thinnest places in order to break through his bones because there he would be able to fight against this zombie much easier. The guy was happy that he was able to do this, and he said that this zombie was already disturbing them all very much. Therefore, it was necessary to end him immediately. He shouted that this zombie was nothing to him, so he decided to cut off his limb, and with the help of his chain he began to scream with all his might. The zombie could not understand what was possible and why the guy with the help of some piece of iron was able to set it on fire because he thought it was unrealistic. He was able to knock down this zombie who was completely inside me, and he was able to defeat him, which turned out to be a great result. This zombie and the others were also killed thanks to the fact that the guy was able to calmly deal with those who were a problem for him. Meanwhile, this man decided to come to the city and understand what was happening here because he noticed that the people here were completely different, or rather they were not here at all. He noticed that the city was completely empty, but everything here had already been destroyed due to the fact that the zombies attacked. And the man could not understand this because they were already in the center of the village, but they had not yet seen any zombies. A few seconds later, they saw some kind of very powerful explosion begin to occur right upstairs near some building. He said that there was definitely something wrong there, so they needed to go there immediately and sort it out. The man ran with all his might because I understand that only an explosion would cause such a sound. Therefore, he needed to understand why this explosion occurred in the first place. He thought that most likely it was the military who came to save the village from the fact that another zombie had come. Fortunately, the guy was able to kill all the zombies, and we got on our motorcycle to get out of there because he understood that no one was waiting for him there. The zombies were completely killed, but the man did not understand how this was possible and who could kill all these zombies at once, because for him it turned out to be some kind of nightmare. The guy was able to defeat this huge zombie and watched what he would do next because such a huge creature did not have a single life. The man began to ask who was visible, wanted to understand who he was dealing with and why all the zombies were killed. The guy's face was happy because he knew this man, and the professor for him really wasn't the last person he wouldn't like to meet. The man didn't understand at all how this was possible and what the guy was doing here because he thought that he had already died because the guy wasn't that strong. He said that he was able to kill absolutely all the zombies that were here, and that's why they were still alive, but the guy would have just why he was here. The man could not believe that this guy was able to kill not only ordinary zombies, but also that giant who was simply incredibly large, and dealing with him was equivalent to suicide. The man asked him how this was possible because for him even an ordinary zombie was already a problem because he was very strong. The little animal that was sitting on his neck gave him a little hint so that he wouldn't look so stupid being in the company of this guy. This animal was able to tell him something, and the guy looked up with this man to understand what was happening there. The professor was in charge and couldn't understand what kind of nonsense it was. But the guy was very surprised and couldn't understand why he had such a reaction. They all looked up and began to worry very much if they did not think that this would even be possible. He saw something very strange begin to happen from above, and some kind of very strong explosion formed there which was completely different colors. A huge comet flew from above, and for them it was a nightmare. Because if this comet had landed next to them, they would definitely have died. The guy told him to immediately jump on his motorcycle because he had to leave from there. After all, they took a lot of risks in their lives. The three of them rode on this huge motorcycle to save their lives, which cost a lot. They drove with all their might to get to that house where he was able to build an excellent fence against all these zombies. They continued to drive, but the comet landed very quickly due to the fact that it is lithium from space and therefore it had incredible speed. Did you come to me very quickly, but it had some kind of very strange glow and therefore it was not clear what it was and how it appeared in the first place. The guy was driving and was very worried because he had never seen this in his dreams due to the fact that he intervened in this world. Now everything is different here. This comet was able to land down and the clouds were somehow very dark and green. He rode with all his might to come home and save those people who were practically without protection. After all, they were already very old. Due to such a powerful explosion, their motorcycle broke down and they were able to fly straight up from this bike. The guy suffered very badly, and I understand that he did not expect this at all despite the fact that he already had a lot of nightmares in his dreams. A huge number of zombies came out from this comet. And this was a very bad problem that would be difficult for everyone to cope with. The zombies continued to attack. They did not want to get to all the people who remained alive and kill them. Somehow strange. After all, they didn't have half a body. After all, they just landed from the sky and crashed. It was very scary to understand that there were a lot of such monsters, and the guy would now not be able to cope with them because there were much more of them than the guy could only imagine. The zombies began to run through all the streets to get to the living soul and gain new strength from there, because this was the only way they could receive rewards and consolation. The professor was lying on the floor, and the guy took his chain to continue the battle against these zombies who really wanted only one thing from him. These zombies were somehow very scary, and they all had huge body sizes, so it was very bad. The guy understood that he had no other choice but to fight against these zombies because he knew that they would bother him for a very long time, so they had to be killed immediately. He began to activate powers using his analysis ability with which he could completely control what kind of enemy was in front of him, and with the help of this he would understand how he would need to fight. Unfortunately, when he started scanning these zombies, he noticed that the new ones had some strange characteristic that was stable. Unfortunately, he never saw this in his dreams, and he only had to pray in order to stay alive because he understood that he could suffer very much. But he had no other choice but to start a battle against them because the zombies would simply kill him. He began to hit them on the head with his chain in order to kill each of them because they prevented him from getting to his home. He noticed that after he started attacking them, the zombies calmly dodged, and even if he hit them, nothing happened to them. He also realized that these zombies were very resilient like them. Therefore, he needed something stronger in order to cope with each of them. He understood that because of this situation it would not be easy for him, and for this he would need to be completely saved. He saw how each of these zombies began to approach him, and he wanted to kill them, but he did not succeed at all because the zombies were resistant to fire. Of course, they received unpleasant sensations from this, but it was not at all like with those zombies, and they behaved completely differently. He realized that most likely he needed to act on a different tactic that had just come into his head thanks to his incredible mind. He thought that if you break those parts except the purple ones, they simply regenerate, and therefore everything had to be done to ensure that they stopped reviving themselves again. He was also glad that these zombies could not cross the purple zone. There were also problems due to the fact that the guy understood that this zone could increase. The professor was barely able to wake up after such a strong blow. I don't understand what happened to him and where he was. The guy said that he had already been able to collect all the magic stones and now he should just retreat because he knew that now was not the best time to fight. The guy said that the situation turned out to be much more serious than he was, but that's why they need to go home now and have a good rest. The zombies were very upset when they saw that these people began to leave, and therefore they tried with all their might to get to them. And finally they were able to come to the very site where his loved ones were after this zombie apocalypse. The guy was able to build an excellent house with a good gate so that zombies could not come to him and take from there everything they wanted. The professor could not believe that the guy was able to make such a large fence and this gate because for him it turned out to be almost unrealistic. The professor said that this was simply amazing. He was very happy that he could make such a cool house where he could escape. After this, the guy approached his buildings and began to look at the fact that his strength had dropped very much, but he hoped that this would not affect it in any way. The guy started knocking on the tree because he wanted to get home, and he was asked if it was the same J-Rim who had come. The guy replied that it was him because he wanted to see the faces of these people who would be very happy when they saw a new member of the family. They began to slowly open doors for him. After all, they wanted to understand whether he was actually a zombie or not. Everyone was very happy when they saw a man with him at night, or rather a good friend whom they had very much forgotten. The old man said that after those fireworks and the huge comet fell, he couldn't sleep at all. So he had to stay. But suddenly the professor decided to think about who came with him because he could not understand who the person next to him was. The old man was happy when he saw a good man in front of him and asked if it was the same professor, and the animal lover said that he was a little different and his name was Kim. The old man was glad that this man was still alive because he knew that this guy was really very good and he could provide even more joy in the company. The guy said that it was time for them to postpone the greeting until later because he wanted to talk very much about what was happening in the world. He said that with this meteorite everything was as simple as they could have thought. These were zombies during the day, and this is a very bad problem for them. After that, they all went into one room and began to sit and think about what they should do next. They all sat and thought about how they could deal with this meteorite because this was really a very bad problem that needed to be solved immediately. The girl was able to understand that the village was finally able to become a terrible place where it is better not to go because one liquid can finish you off. The old man began to worry very much about those people who had no food left because they were still in a normal state and could think normally, but soon they too would turn into zombies. The professor who loved animals said that there was one decision that they would need to make in order to save people. The pumped-up elder was very angry with him because he spoke with some stupid accent to show how smart he was. The professor decided to remind them about his ravens who brought him letters because with their help he could come up with one very cunning plan that could help them. The elder also realized that these smart crows could give them new opportunities with which they could save him, just other people. The professor said that the problem was that if they really wanted to use his wound to send food to people, they would have to take it from his house, but unfortunately there were most likely zombies already there. The guy understood that it took much less time to save the other experts in the village, and therefore he had to do something. That is why the guy understood that he would have a hard time. And the old man yawned and thought that the main question was how to save the others. He also said that they cannot fly. Therefore they have no choice, but the guy cannot. And if he can try to break through them, he may not survive. He would be very lucky if he didn't die along the way, but there was a very small chance of that. He needed a new path to get through there. He was able to calculate that after strengthening the weapon, he only had 4 magic stones left, which he was able to obtain thanks to the fact that he killed the zombie. He also couldn't understand how much he would need from me to defeat one of the methods of expertise because this amount would not be enough for him for at least 1 and at most 4. He said that most likely he would need the help of all of them who were in this room because only they could help him. All these people stood 4 together and held these stones because the guy said that they needed to do something in order to become stronger. The man was very surprised because he began to see those very words about these stones, but he couldn't believe at all that it was reality. They were all shocked to see that there really were different stones in front of them as well as signs with a choice. The guy said that with the help of these stones they can awaken and use minority opinion just like him, which was called a skill. The professor said that it looked very valuable and he did not believe that the guy would just give them such an important copy. He said that the salvation of the world is at stake. So he needs to do this and they need to take it. He also told them to use them immediately, and the four of them were as if children were looking at a new toy and did not understand what it was. After that, they decided to activate all these stones, and the guy was able to take them into a new game where they are now also participating, and each of them will have problems. A very powerful force began to break through them, and they began to feel something like nothing awakening. And he was shown that he was able to obtain a temporary skill with the help of which he can cope with these replacements much easier than before. The pumped-up man said that he felt something, and most likely it was the power that the guy mentioned. The man was very happy about this and was ready to destroy absolutely everything around him, although he was already more than 70 years old. And the strength that was in him was very great, and he really had potential. The man was able to tear incredible objects just with the help of his gaze because he felt something that became much stronger. He ran with all his might to destroy everything around him because he thought that now he was invincible and he hoped that he would be able to move the earth. Fortunately, he was able to do this, and he was able to hit the ground with his fist, and it was able to bend right under him. The man says, well, he is completely filled with energy, and now he will show all his strength and power to these zombies who were unworthy to exist. He was also glad that he began to feel alive. He did not need to remember that this power would not always be in him because he had to control Manu. But unfortunately, his age showed that his back was really not strong enough to try such tricky tricks. The guy noticed that the elder had not gotten much worse and asked if everything was normal with him because he wanted to know the truth. The old man was very upset because this stone could not solve the problem that he had in his back because with its help he was completely useless. The man understood that because of this back he would have to fight very hard, he would need to act as best as he could. Meanwhile, the old man, who was the eldest of them, also began to awaken his powers because he understood that this had to happen someday. This little old man was able to do incredible things with his strength and built a very small house out of wood. The skill that was revealed to him was that he could make various objects from wood because he had the ability of wood architecture. Using his power of thought, he was able to understand this tree into small pieces and did not bother himself at all. The man began to look at the small city that he was able to build out of wood and at those same soldiers who were also made of wood. The old man sat like a child, and he really liked to watch this because for him it really was a second happiness. And he really liked watching this. But the guy couldn't understand what happened to the woman's professor, who didn't show anything at all. The girl was very thoughtful and didn't even hear the guy calling her, although she reacted impulsively to his every word. The girl was glad that now she can see other people's emotions, and for her this is a really good ability that will give her possible bonuses. This girl was able to consider absolutely all the characteristics of the people she saw in front of her and noticed that the old man was really sad behind his back. She began to look at the guy because at least she could understand what was in his head. Now again, she had an incredible skill. She noticed that almost everything was fine with him, but he also had embarrassment due to the fact that he was next to a woman. She said that she noticed that the guy was very surprised and he shouldn't worry so much. She decided to cure him a little because she understood that he needed the guy to feel good and therefore raised her hand to him. She put her hand right on his neck so that he felt that he was not the only one. And now they have a common goal that they must fulfill. He felt much more confident and was now happier. The guy said that now he felt much better and he wanted to thank this girl. She said that this was her innate skill and she always does such things with me despite the fact that she was already quite old. Then the guy realized that these capabilities were immediately acquired from them as soon as they were born, and therefore they could not make him better unlike him. But suddenly after that he had to pay attention to the new guy who came to him along with the animals because he was somehow crazy. The professor said that he was able to find the answer and he looked like he was very suspicious, but they had no other option other than to believe him. He extended his finger up as if he himself were Isaac Newton and was more happy than anyone in this world. He said that if because of the monsters they cannot walk on the ground, then there is a completely different option for how they should now attack them. He pointed his finger at the sky and said that they could just walk through the sky and use it to attack the zombies. The guy thought that this man had completely lost his mind and he suggested that they just go up to heaven, which seemed very stupid at first. They tried to think about how best to do everything correctly because the situation was really difficult and they needed to immediately deal with this zombie. Meanwhile, a few days passed and the old man was able to build an incredible gate that became stronger, and the first house was in a good location. He was glad that he was able to make such a cool place for himself and admired these trees all the time. He felt absolutely all the power that came from these trees because he understands that with their help, he will truly become an incredible warrior. The gratitude that he could contribute to this was simply incredible, and he felt that now he even had his youth awakened. Also, thanks to his abilities, he was able to pass some green leaves upstairs so that they could have more pleasant things to live in. He was able to build some kind of huge version of the tree to block the entire view from the zombies. He understood that the main structures were already finished and they needed to do something in order to attack the zombies across the sky. What if he felt someone fly past him very quickly as if some kind of arrow? He was very scared because he didn't expect this. It was a guy against an elder who tried to fight one-on-one and understand them too, who was stronger, because for them it was very important. The old man could not believe that they were still there because he thought that they had already finished with this a long time ago and went to rest normally because it really was already hard enough. The guy understood that working with his legs took a lot of strength, and it was not at all easy for him when he was on a vertical surface. He felt that he immediately needed to get ready because now they would train very well with him. The old man said that he had wanted to fight him for a very long time because the strength that had increased in him and gave him more opportunities. He activated the second form of the divine demonic art to demonstrate his abilities. The old man tried to fight him off and also decided to activate his blow because he didn't want to just be a punching bag. It was very difficult for the guy to repel these attacks, but he felt that he was more or less able to do it despite the fact that she had a different weight category. It was very difficult for him, but he calmly coped with it because he knew that this was a training that he had to endure. He also understood that if this continued, the guy would 100% soon fall, and so the old man decided to finish him off with a blow. The guy was already starting to worry very much because he thought that this old man could really demolish him now and he wouldn't be able to feel normal at all after the loss. The guy noticed how his opponent's attacks began to become a little more difficult, and he felt that now he would have to give up, otherwise he would suffer very much. The man said that he put absolutely all his soul and heart into this blow in order to defeat this guy at least once in his life. He realized that now he needed to concentrate all his strength in his legs because he was standing on a vertical surface and it was very difficult for him to control his balance. The thank you that was at his feet really seemed incredible. After all, since he controlled his feet, it was very brave. The guy ran towards him because he wanted to counterattack him and prove that he was much stronger. The old man did not expect such attacks at all and tried to dodge with all his might. And fortunately, he managed to avoid this blow. That is why the old man decided to run away from him, because he saw that the guy really was crazy. He tried to catch up with him and inflict another one on the gift with the help of his leg because he concentrated all the energy there. The guy kicked him with his foot, but the old man dodged well because he was already a very experienced warrior who was completely up to it. The old man really liked the fact that this guy behaved like a real genius because he not only came but also attacked him. But fortunately, the old man was already very much trained and therefore grabbed the guy by the leg where he concentrated all his strength. Suddenly someone called this guy, and the old man and him did not understand what was happening. After all, they were now having a very important fight. A professor who loved animals very much was able to somehow rise into the sky and learn to fly with his little squirrel. There was what's in my head and in my life. He landed to them and said that their time had finally come because zombies already really wanted to attack them. But I didn't understand that a lot has already changed over the last 2 days, and here every minute is very expensive. During this time, the guy was able to study the divine demonic arts with an elder who taught him all the techniques that were correct. Also, a professor who was an animal lover will learn to fly, although this was almost impossible for an ordinary normal person. Thanks to this, he was able to gain new skills, and with the help of them, he learned to talk with animals, which helped him a lot. The professor loved his little animal very much, and therefore, he trusted him only to the most normal and most adequate people. He really enjoyed communicating with this little creature because it really looked very cute and fluffy. Thanks to the fact that he then pointed his hand at this animal, he opened a new opportunity on how to communicate with animals. It was then that he received it. Also, thanks to the fact that he pointed at this little animal, he put his hand on it and was able to gain the ability that gave him the ability to fly like this professor. But still, he was still a little scared, and so he decided to refresh himself before starting this hard and responsible work that awaited him. He was ready to continue the battle because he wanted to finally end all this because he understood that it was no longer difficult for him. Zombies continued to walk around this city, and it was even difficult to stay there because each of them could easily kill you. The old man said that they needed to move as they had been practicing. Therefore, they needed to trust his and the plan. The guy decided to activate the skill that he was able to get from the old man, and with this he made a huge wooden structure. With this help, he rose very high up and no zombies could touch him because he was really very high. He was able to understand that the height of the structure had already reached its limit, and he understood that this was really enough because he could lose a lot of strength. After this, everyone was able to notice that in front of the city some kind of huge pillar had formed from which one could see the entire city as if in the palm of their hand. The professor noticed that his house was located on the very outskirts, and there is a chance that there were still normal animals there and none of them turned into zombies. The two of them jumped from this pillar and flew because they had an incredible gift activated with which they could fly. He said that it was time for him to activate his special skill because he understood that he now needed to fly and trust only himself. The guy stretched out his hands to activate small wings with the help of which he would appear as a bird. He tried to do everything in order to feel this air because with the help of this he could get to any point wherever he wanted. The three of them flew somehow normally, and because they had these opportunities and the squirrel thought that these were some strange people. The guy realized that the earth had already been occupied and he was very lucky that he could now fly thanks to this professor. But there are also advantages because thanks to the fact that they have gained so much strength they will now be able to give from these zombies. But the zombies also could not occupy the building. The professor began to worry very much and told the guy to look where he was about to tell him because it was horror. He was surprised why the professor was so excited and wanted to see why he was so worried and about what. He realized that these zombies don't care about their bodies at all and they do something very strange and just take them by the legs and drag them out somewhere. The guy was trying to understand why this was happening. Zombies usually loved to eat different people and enjoy their taste. These zombies simply took it and threw people out of there despite the fact that for them it was the most delicious lunch and dinner. The guy was trying to understand what the problem was and why these zombies were doing such stupid things. He tried to understand what exactly these zombies were doing because they were completely different because they arrived on some kind of comet. There will truly be a completely different world that was not as simple as everyone usually thought. From this slime, a bunch of new monsters were formed that will be much more difficult to fight because they have many invulnerable points. These zombies simply absorbed people thanks to this mucus. After all, this is how they made themselves new warriors who were much more difficult to kill. But the worst thing was that they could do this to absolutely everyone, and because of this, one huge monster was formed that was completely covered with mucus. This slime tried with all its might to break through this zombie because it wanted to get a lot more strength, and also thanks to this it could have incredible abilities. The zombies were also stupid, and thanks to the fact that they were able to understand that with the help of this mucus they were not killed so much they began to wrap absolutely everything in this slime. It was not the most beautiful picture, but unfortunately this was life and these zombies had to be dealt with in order to save everyone. The guy couldn't believe that this was what he was thinking about because if this was so then he didn't end up in a very bad situation. He said that this is madness and could not believe his eyes which he had with the clearest and most clear of all those who survived. This slime continued to turn out the zombie with the help of which she became a little stronger and felt that she now had a little advantage. This zombie who was simply being pulled down by the mucus was not the most beautiful and everyone was also afraid that something else might happen to it. The zombies are trying with all their might to fight to the last, but this slime was able to completely capture him and now he was her slave. Because of this, a huge giant zombie was formed which had a lot of mucus and now it was simply unstoppable. His entire main part was covered with this mucus and now it will be really very difficult to hit him because he was practically invulnerable. This zombie was even scary to look at because he had a huge belly and also some kind of huge armor. He understood that even with ordinary zombies it was already quite difficult to fight, but he did not understand what to do with those who were simply huge giants. Now it was possible to understand that this zombie whom he was able to defeat would become the same, and because of this he would regret it very much. The guy understood that they could not be distracted, and so he said that they needed to focus on their goal in order to take the animals. Fortunately, they were able to fly there in order to pick up the most valuable specimens because with the help of these animals they will have reconnaissance. The professor was very happy when he saw his ravens because he was already very worried about them that they too had become zombies. The crows thought that this was the end of their lives, and when they saw the professor they were very happy because they thought that he too had died. They were smart birds, so they flew to him because they loved him very much and wanted to spend all their time with him. He had to throw away all his ravens due to the fact that he had formed huge wings with the help of which he would fly faster than anyone else. The guy couldn't believe that this was true because your professor can really be a very strong person. The professor said that this is a new force and now no one will stop him from above and he will be able to calmly settle everything from the sky. He flew up together with his crows and though to rest because for him it was like being born a second time. The professor said that we already needed to go home or rather fly because they could all move through the air. The guy asked isn't he greedy that he wants to fly alone because he has already spent a lot of energy. But he still had to activate his ability and so he decided to collect it all in his legs so that he could push off and fly upward. That is why he did so and wanted to catch up with Raven and this man who were already flying for pleasure. They all rose up and these zombies could not understand who they were. After all, they were invulnerable in the air. The zombies began to worry very much. After all, they thought that all people had already become dead, but unfortunately there were still some left. They really didn't like the fact that they could move through the air but zombies couldn't, and so they decided to take revenge on them. The zombies started running towards them because they wanted to grab them by all their limbs and make them their food. They began to release some incredibly long arms because they wanted to use them to reach these people who were already very high. The professor didn't understand what it was, otherwise he would be very worried, because for the first time he was able to obtain such a great talent, and he was immediately killed. The crows suffered greatly while these zombies began to touch them, and the guy and the professor tried to return with all their might. The guy also realized that if this continued, then the two of them would definitely fall, and he couldn't allow that because the professor was able to get good powers. That is why he began to swing his chain to send these zombies back to land, and so that they would not think about doing this to them anymore. The guy began to descend down in order to save the professor and his birds because he wanted at least one of them to survive. The professor began to worry very much that this guy sacrificed himself and jumped down so that the professor could continue to exist. The guy said that the professor should go immediately and he would be able to deal with all this and then fly to him despite the fact that he no longer had the strength. It was very difficult for the professor to understand that this was the best option, and he did not want to leave the guy alone because for him he had already become like a son. The guy understood that he needed to do this so that at least he could survive, because if none of them gets home then panic will begin. He continued to fall down to deal with this zombie, which he was already very tired of for the entire period while he was fighting with them. He activated the fireworks with which he wanted to send the zombies to the next world because they died with the help of fire. His chain was very powerful, and with the help of it he was very good at dealing with these long arms of zombies that somehow miraculously rose up. Each hand began to burn under such strong fire, and the guy felt that he had done everything perfectly. The zombies began to scream very loudly because they did not want to die, and such severe pain penetrated through them. He felt that he needed to get to the ends of these zombies as quickly as possible and be done with it. Unfortunately, he noticed that there were a lot of zombies, and each of them had its own version of existence. He sank to the ground and was already surrounded by these creatures that he wanted to deal with. After all, he had a chain that had incredible powers. With the help of his training, which he does every day, he could easily deal with all these zombies that stood in his way. Each of these creatures flew out as if from a cannonball because the guy killed them very hard with the help of his chain. He calmly dealt with these zombies, and for him it was as easy as shelling pears. After all, he was already able to defeat even the strongest of them. But there was little joy because as soon as he decided to look back, he was very confused by one very ridiculous question. He kept thinking about that zombie he had seen before, and fortunately or unfortunately he saw him. This zombie had his strange weapon, which was the size of a whole house, and now the guy will have to fight against this zombie who was more than a giant. He began to worry very much because he did not notice that against such a healthy monster, he would not have an advantage at all because he did not yet understand how to fight with such types. But the zombie didn't care, and he already wanted to make the first blow, with which the guy began to worry very much because he managed to dodge, but it is unlikely that he will be able to do it again. The guy flew up because he noticed that he had a head at the top, and with the help of it the zombie was constantly distracted by something or thinking, and he just took advantage of it. The guy tried to hit his opponent on the head, but it was very difficult for him to break through because it was very hard and he did not understand how this was possible. But she handled it as if it were a plastic toy for him. But we had to remember that these zombies were also slime, and because of this they could be seen again. The guy has too many problems, and the only option he has is to run away or continue the battle and die like a hero. Still, he decided to use the first option because he understood that if he could escape competently, then he would then call for reinforcements, and with this help he would be able to deal with all the zombies. The zombie giant started screaming very loudly because he didn't like the fact that the guy ran away because he wanted to kill him himself and feast on his delicious flesh. That is why this huge zombie began to move towards him to look for where the guy remained, because he wanted to punish him for running away without asking. Meanwhile, our hero was able to very competently distribute his body and stood right on the wall of the house because with this he wanted to jump on the head of this giant. But before jumping there, he noticed that this giant even killed his zombies and was not interested in anything at all. After that, he began to think for a very long time whether he should do this because he was very worried about his life. This zombie was a real mutant who was ready to kill even his own in order to feel perfect. It was a monster. The guy watched as this huge zombie continued to eat his corpses, and he only had one pleasure because he knew that it would be tastier this way. The guy tried his best to dodge his blows and stood on one of the walls of this building in order to later cope with the zombies. The zombies were running after them like crazy and wanted to catch him and then eat him. After all, the guy had a lot of energy. This zombie destroyed absolutely everything in order to bring down this man, but he didn't succeed at all because the guy knew how to act. He didn't understand how he was supposed to deal with it, but the rest of the zombies were able to notice that something strange was happening there because strong explosions were formed. He ran away from these problems with all his might, but he understood that he would still need to deal with this someday. He understood that he had to get out of here and then rest. But initially he had to get rid of these zombies who didn't even allow him passage. It had already begun to get very bright and day was coming due to the fact that the sun continued to work in the same cycle as it works. The guy was very scared that he could not cope with these zombies and understood that he would still have to fight them despite the problems. He saw that these zombies did not die at all, but there were only more of them and this mucus only took more territories. Fortunately, he managed to escape, but suddenly he noticed that something very strange began to happen there. That is why he wanted to figure out for himself what was happening there. This huge slime began to approach some very good building where there was a fence. Most likely it was something special because no one was there. That is why he had already gotten up and wanted to decide for himself what was happening there because he knew that with the help of this he could understand everything himself. He approached this gate where there were no zombies yet and was also able to hear that there were some very faint sounds there. He saw how these zombies wanted to get to this house, but they could not get there at all due to the fact that a weak sound came from here that did not let anyone in. He realized that it was because of this sound that the earth was different from everywhere else, and with the help of this technique he was able to escape from the zombies. After this, a man in a white t-shirt looked out from behind the fence and wanted to see who had come to him. After all, no one had ever come to visit him. The guy noticed that he was very scared. Therefore, it was necessary to calm this man down, but he really had never seen anyone before except a zombie. The guy asked if they could talk. And the man was glad that another survivor had appeared here and also asked if this person had anything, and yes, he wanted to have a snack. The guy got him a candy bar and said that this is all he has, but he needs to talk to him very well, so that he can explain to him how he stayed alive. After that, the man began to open the doors for him so that he could quickly run in and not a single zombie could get there. He was able to go to this man's home and it was really very luxurious there because even one royal cost a lot of money. The man introduced himself and said his name was Ryu Dantak. He was 56 years old and was also a former professor of acoustics. The guy also said his name because they wanted to fully discuss what was happening here because he didn't understand at all why the zombies didn't attack this house. The guy said that he constantly hears some very strange sound that makes him very nervous, and so he wanted to ask why he does this. The man was shocked because a real person could not hear this and only a zombie could be scared away by the sound. The guy didn't understand how this was possible. The professor said that he himself installed a low-frequency sound in order to scare away all these zombies. After all, they could cause a lot of harm to him. The professor also said that if he really needs it, he can give him a sound file so that he too can save his house. Suddenly he realized that if he could use this special sound, then he would have the opportunity with which he could move on the ground. Meanwhile, the professor who could fly returned home where they were waiting for him, but they did not understand where that guy was. The pumped-up elder said that he was very glad to see them, but more precisely because the guy was with him. Unfortunately, he was not there. The professor said that when he tried to save him, the guy fell into the village and most likely sacrificed himself in order to save his life. Such words made the elder very angry because he realized that he could lose one of the strongest warriors who could save the world. The professor said that unfortunately zombies can already reach the sky and therefore they had no chance, and it was necessary for someone alone to distract everyone. The rest came out to meet them because they wanted to find out what happened. After all, they didn't understand at all why it was so loud here. The elder said that unfortunately only this professor survived, and that guy fell down and sacrificed himself in order to save him. The pumped-up old man said that he had to save this guy and therefore was ready to do everything to go to him and find a way out. The professor, who was more senior, said that he was simply crazy because he couldn't just go there, but he had to think about how to build a plan correctly. No one could stop the elder because he said that he would be ready to do everything to save that guy because he was one of the best warriors he had seen. The girl said that he is really strong, but he will not be able to kill everyone there. Therefore, it was necessary to make a more logical scheme. The old man said that there was truth in the girl's words, and therefore everyone needed to unite in order to build a working scheme. But this big guy didn't like such words very much, and he said that they should at least offer something in order to save this guy. The old man told him that this guy was very strong, and he was not going to die just like that. After all, he already had everything thought out in order to save the world. Such words calmed the elder a little, but it was still necessary to understand that this would not last forever. The girl said that at such moments it is better for him to remain calm. After all, if they panic, they will not do anything at all. The girl began to ask the professor whether it was possible to deliver ammunition by crows, and the professor said that they would not attack animals, so it would be logical. The eldest said that first we needed to take care of supplies observation and also had to complete another very important mission. The girl said that, as Professor Dalban said, they also need a strong fighter, and such a task should be entrusted only to a strong person. The professor who could control animals asked if there was a suitable one here, and the professor who was pumped up said that he would be ready. He said that there was a person who could really help them, and it was his granddaughter who knew how to deal with all this well. He realized that most likely his granddaughter was already able to awaken. Therefore, they have a good warrior who can help them. The strongest of them said that he could guarantee skills and trust. Therefore, it was only necessary to come up with the rest of the plans. The professor said that if this is his granddaughter, then they will definitely trust him, and the girl asked if he knew where he could find his granddaughter. He said that she was most likely in the demonic martial arts school in Namsan. The professor who was watching TV realized that this was the same girl who was shown on TV all the time. Meanwhile, in the city where his granddaughter was, everything was calm, not a single zombie was even there. The girl was one of the most important, and she had a bunch of warriors who were trained according to her strategy in order to become just as strong. This girl really was a strong warrior who was ready to do anything for her victory. The professor who communicated well with birds began to call his raven so that he could fly up and call this girl. This raven flew up to him, and the professor told him to fly and find the girl right from this photo that he showed him. In this photo, there was a girl who was very strong because she was trained by a very good person who was able to provide her with a future. The professor also told the rest of the ravens that they should also fly and look for this girl because she was supposed to come to them safe. The crows flew up because this was excellent reconnaissance, with the help of which they could easily control the entire city. These crows flew and kept food with them so that this girl would not get hungry while returning to this outskirts. The crows flew through the city where there were a lot of zombies, and they watched everything that was happening from below because it was not the best phenomenon. The guy and the man went out into the yard, and the man didn't believe that they could actually get new supplies. The guy said that these crows were just in time. After all, they were already very hungry and wanted to have a snack. The crows flew up to them to leave them food because these people had to refresh themselves. Fortunately, I was not able to throw them food or some kind of map so that they could get out of here correctly. The man did not understand how this was possible and how the crows were even able to obey man. The professor said that he has an excellent shelter and comrades, and now he believes him 100%, and by the way, he would also like to become one of them. That is why the professor asked if they could take him in, because he did not want to be alone here, and he also hoped for a strong shoulder of support. The guy said that he doesn't care at all who will be in his group, but he sees that this person will really be very useful, so he adds him to his team. With the help of this, he was able to get a new opportunity to take the skill that this professor had, and with the help of this skill, he can become stronger. He activated the transfer of skills so that he could master absolutely all the qualities that this professor had. With the help of this, 2 red circles were formed in front of them, with the help of which the guy constantly took or received strength from these people. He realized that he was able to gain a new skill, and now he has almost everything to survive in these conditions. He was able to get a new opportunity, and with this he can now move sound into objects, which will give him new opportunities in battle. He realized that his chain was an object. With the help of this new skill, he will be able to add the sound to his chain, and the zombies will be even more unstable from his weapon. He decided to activate this power, and with the help of this he transferred all his energy so that this chain began to make a sound that was very disgusting to the zombie. He decided to go into battle with these chains in order to activate new powers, because with this he became much stronger. That is why he decided to make his first blow with this chain directly to the floor, and he felt how he became much stronger in order to receive new opportunities. Such a powerful chain was able to use sound to knock out even the tiniest specks of dust from underground in order to make everything perfectly clean. This surprised him very much, and he was shocked that this was even possible, because he thought that he would not be able to transmit sound to some object. Scientists could not understand how this was possible and why his chains began to vibrate on their own. And the guy answered him that thanks to the professor he was able to get this one. The professor couldn't believe that the guy just wanted to take advantage of his opportunity, and was even a little shocked that he succeeded. The guy also said that thanks to this now they can safely escape and they have nothing to worry about at all. Suddenly he heard some cat start screaming under a huge tank, and he wanted to save this cat. This cat really needed help because he was crushed very hard by the car and he couldn't get out at all. The professor said that this one also hasn't eaten for a very long time, so it's worth feeding him a lot so that he can feel at home. The professor ran home like a real rescuer to get food because he wanted to feed this cat. He brought him special food for Goths because he had it at home, and also brought bowls from which he would eat this cat. The professor told him to eat to his health because this has really been like this for a very long time, not me because of all this horror. The cat began to eat and felt much better every second. He really liked the fact that they took care of him and also gave him something to eat. The guy watched as this animal continued to eat, and he really enjoyed watching this cat. He stroked him because he was really already very hungry and needed love. The cat also liked the fact that she now has such good owners who give him food and also love him. He decided to activate his skills and wanted to talk to him about telling him everything he was thinking about. Another notification was displayed in front of him where it was said that the walking cat liked him, so he was able to activate a new ability. This ability was due to the fact that he has now become more dexterous and now he can get into even the most uncomfortable places. He activated this ability with the help of which his pupils now became like those of a cat and he saw everything completely differently. With this, his legs began to become covered with pillows and he became a real animal that looked very dangerous indeed. His legs were like those of a real cat which could be used from incredible heights and land without any loss. The professor didn't understand what it was because he had just been right in front of him and now he had already flown away and very far away. The guy said that he was here and ended up right behind the professor, which scared this man very much. He could not believe that the cat gave him such good strength with which he would now become more invulnerable to his opponent. The guy said that this is a very good ability that will give him more strength and with its help he will be more dangerous. The professor did not want to take very much risk and so he said that it would be better for him to stay here, because saving two people would be very dangerous and therefore he proposed a very good plan. He told him that he could only ask for it as a reserve and stay in his house while he thought about how to save the world. The guy noticed that it is really very safe here, so this man should stay here to make everyone more comfortable. The guy said that he has enough resources to support this person, so there will be no problems in saving him. He was also very worried about his nightmares and bought a lot of things to survive because he thought he was going to die. The professor was very happy and thanked him for not abandoning him in difficult times and still deciding to save him. The guy said goodbye to him and began to fly away with his crows because he knew that it was no longer safe to be here. With the help of his ability, he could walk on these different things and did not waste any energy at all because this was the energy that cost me the most. He understood that thanks to his agility, the purple earth did not react in any way to the fact that he was able to step on it, and therefore he moved like a real shadow. He decided to test the new opportunity seriously because he understood that with its help he would have a higher chance of winning. The zombies noticed that there was a man in front of them, so they wanted to eat him immediately and check how tasty his body parts were. He said that until now he has avoided these zombies, now everything will be different because his chain has become more dangerous and now he is ready to fight. The guy ran into battle, but he was completely inaudible and invisible because he moved almost imperceptibly. He activated this super ability that he was able to get from the professor, and with the help of it he thought that he could easily cope. He threw this chain forward to convince these zombies with the help of sound, and also this chain which happens to be quite strong. The zombies did not understand what was happening and began to get very nervous because they saw that this target was dangerous. But they did not receive any harm at all except mental damage because he killed using the power of sound. They didn't understand at all how this was possible because the power of sound was able to completely pierce their skulls up and down. The zombies began to die because they could not bear such a strong sound, and for them it was truly hell. They couldn't stand what was happening, and the guy even liked the fact that he could so calmly deal with these zombies that were really bothering him. He understood that before no attacks would go through at all. But after he was able to get this opportunity with music, he calmly killed them. By some miracle, he was able to kill absolutely all the zombies that stood in his way, and this meant that he was not yet the most useless warrior there could be. He noticed that among these zombies, the very stones that gave him better opportunities continued to lie because with the help of them he could control better objects. He still decided to take these stones because they could not give him more effective productivity because with this he could kill many more zombies. He noticed that there would be that same magic stone there and decided to go up to it to pick it up. After all, this stone will give a lot of strength. But suddenly he noticed that not everything was so simple, and it was quite difficult to pick up this magic stone due to the fact that a huge monster had formed within a day. This monster tried to get into his mind in order to completely take possession of the power that the guy had. That's why he was already ready to deal with these zombies and took his chain to cut off their tentacles. He hit this zombie with his chain so that he would know where his real place was and so that he would not dare to come out anymore. For him, it was as easy as shelling pears, but the zombie continued to die due to the fact that he could not withstand such a strong sound. But suddenly he noticed that there were a lot more zombies behind him than he had thought. But for him, this is only a plus of drinking with the help of this. he can get more magic stones and improve himself and his friends. He felt that it was quite difficult for him because he needed to control the situation along with his legs and also be able to fight despite the fact that there were more of them. This task was not the easiest, but he calmly figured it out and therefore pushed off from the earth to the wall in order to jump over them and get to their main goal. It was difficult to imagine how one person should fight all the zombies that were stronger than the most ordinary friend. Then he realized that these were just walking treasure chests. Therefore, he had to kill them in order to take all the stones, and with the help of this, he would remain stronger. That is why she activated her incredible ability of acoustics, which he was able to obtain thanks to the abilities of the professor. This huge chain began to kill these zombies, but they could not do anything at all because the music was simply killing them. For the guy, it was a piece of cake, and thanks to this, he will become very strong because he will take all the stones from their heads. The guy was happy and said that he was very pleased to fight with them, but now it was time for him to return home because he was already very tired. But unfortunately, he could not go home yet due to the fact that a bunch of zombies began to chase him. Therefore, it was necessary to continue the battle. He felt that I was a much larger zombie than you. Therefore, you had to collect the crystals and leave here and return only when you have the strength. That is why he decided to choose the most difficult option and kill these zombies despite the fact that it would be better to run away. This huge slime began to make a trap for him so that he could not get out of here, but he calmly killed every mount. He felt that it was not at all easy for him to fight this, but there was no other choice because his life was only like this. After he was able to kill all these zombies, he noticed that there was a huge amount of these diamonds, and he realized that thanks to this he could make money. He saw that there were really a lot of these magic stones, and it was a real jackpot, so he had to collect them. A notification appeared in front of him where it said that a secret mission had been discovered, and he was the first person who was able to kill 10 infected zombies. He was able to receive a reward which was called 10 kilograms of equipment, and suddenly a bag appeared in front of him. They also wrote to him that his item was an incomplete orange methodological one, as well as a magic stone that was placed in the inventory. He threw the stone up, but did not notice what began to happen to him, and the stone was indeed somehow very strange. As soon as he threw this bag, a stone would fall out of it, indicating to him that he should immediately make himself better. After he noticed that the bag was very large, he realized that there was more than one stone lying there. Therefore, he was very lucky. This bag was moving towards some very strange trajectory, so it was able on its own to pick up all these crystals that were located next to the dead zombies. This bag was already completely filled with these crosses, but the space there never ends because it was his inventory. He was shocked that this bag was able to take all these crystals on its own and return back to a non-formal form. He said that he really liked that this bag could do everything for him because it was really very convenient. This function gave him more freedom, but he also noticed that something very scary appeared in front of him. He felt a strong vibration that indicated that he would now have to fight a stronger opponent. Finally, he was able to understand that this was the same zombie he was thinking about, and that zombie would no longer give him any mercy. This giant is supposed to kill him because he was able to finish off a huge number of zombies that came out to take his soul. The guy openly wanted his inventory and therefore extended his hand to use what he could get in the best battle. He opened his inventory and took out that strange crystal that was orange and not red unlike all the others. It was a magical stone with powerful powers that was supposed to give him an incredible ability with which he could kill this zombie. That is why he decided to strengthen himself and his weapons in order to become a stronger opponent. After all, this zombie was quite well trained, and it would not be easy for him to fight. He was able to strengthen his weapon and also received new powers with the help of which it would be much easier for him to fight because there were different modes. This zombie decided to activate his cannon in order to attract this guy because he wanted to put him in his stomach. This gun was very strong and it was hard for him to resist it. But the guy was calmly able to calculate everything in order to cope with this problem himself. She activated the blue flame dragon to repel this attack. And for him, it was a really strong confrontation that he will never forget. This powerful dragon gave him the opportunity to not stay in the belly of this zombie but rather fight and kill him. This dragon was ready to do everything to kill these zombies because the power that was in him had not been shown absolutely anywhere else. The confrontation began and the battle turned out to last a very long time due to the fact that the two rivals had good forces. The dragon was ready to fight against him and opened its mouth to bite through his hand. The force that formed there was not yet anywhere this confrontation should have been seen by everyone, but unfortunately there were only zombies. Huge zombies already thought that he was able to win and was happy because the dragon could not completely repel his ability. But this was just a distracting maneuver with the help of which the dragon opened its huge mouth and wanted to swallow this zombie who had a huge belly. The zombie did not expect that this could happen, otherwise he would be very worried because he did not believe that this was even possible. This zombie did not understand what was happening and why there was such strong resistance because he thought that this guy was one of the simplest warriors. But everything was much more complicated, and the guy calmly dealt with this zombie although he was much stronger than him at first. It was very difficult for him to resist, and his hands began to shatter into small pieces due to the fact that the guy was able to correctly use all his strength. This zombie did not understand what was happening and began to die right before his eyes. Although he still wanted to prove a lot. We must prove that they didn't give it to him because the guy was able to calmly deal with him thanks to the fact that he used acoustics. He said that it was too slow for him, and so he took his chain to finish it once and for all. The guy was invincible and stood like a real warrior completely on this slime and controlled everything thanks to the fact that he had a lot of energy. After that, he began to run into battle and was completely unstoppable because he was fast like real lightning and moved at the speed of light. It was much more difficult than you could imagine because this guy also moved with the help of a cat's ability. But suddenly he noticed a car passing near him that was able to hit exactly the worst objects. This was the worst option indeed. If it hits a car, it can be very dangerous and even break a person's body right through. This zombie would have been completely armless, but still he continued to be ready for battle because he didn't want to just die. This zombie still felt alive, but he already understood that his opponent was really much more difficult than he could have imagined, and it would be a great blessing to stay alive. The guy couldn't believe that this zombie had calmed down after everything he had done to him because he thought that he would now be furious and continue to fight for his life. For some reason, the zombie still stood motionless and began to do regeneration because with the help of it, he wanted to regain absolutely everything. The guy noticed that the zombie began to regenerate, and therefore he came up with a brilliant plan on how to properly end it. That is why he began to move towards him along with these chains on the zombies. He was already on some kind of big throne, so the danger became greater and greater. He noticed how all this purple earth began to be drawn towards this zombie, and it was definitely not good. This zombie became much bigger and stronger due to the fact that he had a lot of purple liquid. His body had become much larger compared to what it was before, and now this zombie really looked very dangerous. He had some very strange hands that were very sharp like real daggers. He also released his head, which had 2 eyes as well as 4 mouth options. It was with a huge monster that he began to run towards him because he wanted to take revenge on him for what he had done to him before. The guy tried to make a shield to fend off the blows of this zombie. This zombie tried his best to kill this guy because he really didn't like him for the things he did. The guy tried his best to fend off these blows, and it was very difficult for him to do this because all the purple liquid could accumulate in one person at once. This zombie wanted to eat him himself and therefore opened his mouth to demonstrate that it would be better for him not to be here. The guy began to worry very much, but so he decided to make a counterattack on his emotions and therefore jumped up in order to hook him with his chain. He said that it was too easy for him, so now he will use all his strength to end it. That's why he swung his chain and began to feel that now he had enormous power to kill this zombie. He understood that if this battle was so difficult, then the reward should be much more difficult. And it should also be much greater than the past. And the zombie had already jumped on him because he thought that he could easily pierce him with his mouth. But the guy was already holding the chain with the help of a bush and was ready to substitute it. Meanwhile, some spy continued to watch all this from the balcony with the help of his binoculars and saw how the guy fought very heroically against the zombie. These were some new 3 people who were very surprised that the guy was able to kill many zombies and even cope with this. This guy in the suit was also very curious about how many magic stones he had collected, and his brother asked if he was targeting him. He told him not to be afraid because they could cope with any opponent that came their way. His younger brother said that they would simply be merciless victims, and he also suggested that it would be better for him to become an ally with him because it would be much more useful. But his older brother said that this is another reason to see him, and he seems strong even just by looking at him. But as soon as he becomes their ally, he will hand them over and kill them. And this guy was very strange, and his tongue began to move on its own, and he also said that even defenseless old people spit magic stones. In the meantime, he decided to continue to look at what was happening there, and therefore turned around to understand all the events, to see all the problems that have already formed there, and noticed something. In front of him, this battle had already stopped happening, and this made him understand that most likely one of them had already won, and he had big bets on the guy losing. The guy was able to cope with this huge monster. And for him, it was a really difficult task, but he was able to cope with it because he had very good friends. Thanks to the fact that he dealt with this zombie, he received another magic stone which gave him the opportunity to get a stronger improvement. The man with binoculars said that he was very surprised because now he noticed that in addition to red stones there were also orange ones. The man said that this time the hunt brought a very big reward and he really liked the fact that this guy had become so strong. The guy, in order to take it into his inventory with the help of it, he will have a lot more. A notification appeared in front of him where he was told that he was able to defeat a mutant zombie, and that is why he received such a valuable reward that would give him strength. Thanks to the fact that he was able to defeat this monster, he was able to take all these territories, and now he will also be able to organize a more excellent area for himself in order to live in pleasure. He realized that this was even a very good ability, and thanks to the fact that he was able to obtain the proclamation of the territory, he would have to completely deal with it, but for now he needed to return. He understood that his friends were already very tired of waiting for him, but suddenly the same 3 people appeared in front of him, who said that she had not finished yet. These 3 survivors were ready to kill him because there were a lot of stones, because they understood that these stones give good strength. In fact, the guy knew this man. After all, he was a very famous knacker who killed innocent animals. And he didn't understand at all what this crazy guy was doing here. The guy realized that most likely this crazy person stayed here because there was a meteorite, because with the help of a meteorite you could get a lot of useful things. Meanwhile, there used to be a ceremony for awarding the best entrepreneur, and it was this person who took it. He was a healthy young businessman and an angel of charity for saving the innocent and also being quite a rich man. But unfortunately, in fact, this man was a serial killer who killed people and also animals, and he himself covered himself. It was already very dark, and many people were killed in the forest along with animals because he wanted to enjoy the taste of blood. This was a real psychopathic killer who enjoyed watching people die, and his only pleasure was watching them covered in blood. Unfortunately, he knew about this due to the fact that he saw him in his nightmares as he revealed his true identity after there was a huge gathering of zombies. He really was an abnormal person, and even in his dreams everything was very terrible because he just wanted to kill innocent girls. All the crazy people were happy that people would now die because it was a pleasure for them to watch someone die. The people who were on the gallows shouted that they were just crazy bastards and they had to let them go immediately because it was all simply against the norm of human rights. This crazy guy said that he should have followed the rules earlier, and now it's too late to follow all this because he now immediately wanted to kill them. Still, people continued to say how crazy he really was, but they took a very big risk because he was crazy and came up to them with a knife to cut off his head. He had only one pleasure in hearing how worried they were, because he understood that because of this people were very afraid of him and also respected him. He was completely abnormal, and therefore he simply cut off the heads of various people for no reason because he was simply an abnormal devil. There was darkness in his eyes, and he only liked people dying and suffering because for him death was the best pleasure. He ordered his people to immediately kill all those who were on these ropes. After all, he already wanted to finish this quickly. He was one of the most abnormal and stupid people who were in her nightmares, and he was also one of the people who hung from the ropes. He was lucky to meet one of these knackers here, so he was ready to kill him for all these things that he did to him. First, he decided to talk to her and only then punish them because he knew that he would still achieve his goal despite the fact that now there was a zombie apocalypse. He activated his analysis ability to fully test how strong his sperm was that stood in front of him. With this, he was able to notice that each of them would be quite a good fighter and he would have to fight them very well. Suddenly, he realized that this man turned out to be an eater of magic stones, and they were extracting magic stones in order to kill people. This man said that they came to help him, so he must misunderstand them. He said that they also awakened like you. Therefore, there is no need for him to worry. He said that in times like these you need to stick together, and smiled because he knew that he could steal from him the very stones that he wanted. The guy didn't understand why he was saying this and why he needed to stick with them. After all, he could already stand up for himself. The man said that they set up camp in the store and it was completely filled with supplies. There were also a lot of people there. He couldn't believe that those people had also awakened, and most likely that now he was not the only one who was left with this, but the man told him that they were just from a Chinese restaurant. He also said that if he joins them, they can give him as much food as he wants. The guy felt like the situation between them was somehow very controversial and very tense. They also felt that something very strange like an earthquake began to happen to them. The guy saw a huge sign appear in front of him with a task on it because this was another level that he had to pass. It said that this monster was watching him. Therefore, he immediately had to run away because the chase had already begun. He felt that now he was actually a victim. Now it would be much more difficult for him to survive. He did not think that this could happen to her, so he was not at all prepared for the chase. A huge monster formed in front of him, and he was able to surround them like ordinary people who were simply in a cage. A bunch of zombies formed in front of them. I don't really know what to do now because they were completely surrounded by zombies. The men tried to fight for their lives because they understood that no one else could save their souls except them. The guys who were in company with this man said that he immediately needed to get out of here because they could have suffered very badly. The elder said that first they had to come to the camp and also offered this guy to go with them. After all, they wanted to show him the way. The guy said that it would be just different from what he wanted them to take him there because he understood that it would be part of his plan. That is why he began to try to fight off these zombies. And he himself was thinking about how to follow these people to get to their lair. The guy managed to run to them, and his opponent, who pretended to be his friend, was very worried because he understood that the zombie was not a toy. Still, he understood that this man was indeed much stronger than he could have imagined. His friend, who was actually his enemy, told him to follow right behind them and also clear the way with his chain. The guy was the smartest of them, and therefore he was simply interested to see what they had prepared for him and how he would fight with them. He ran right along with them, and the zombies were left behind because they were much slower than ordinary people. He felt that this man really was somehow very mysterious, and therefore he had to expect everything. The word everything meant absolutely everything that he might encounter on his way. After all, this man was the most cunning and cruel. This man continued to run and thought that he was smarter than everyone else and hoped that he could take absolutely all his crystals from the guy. There were a lot of zombies, but he was able to calmly deal with them while he was running away from them because he was a very experienced warrior. Unfortunately, even though they were very strong, there were a large number of zombies, and they simply did not have time to cope with absolutely everyone. One of their comrades said that he could not get his spear back and asked for help because he did not want to die so badly and become a zombie. They told him to immediately bend down, but he didn't understand who shouted to him there because he thought that he was going to die now. Unfortunately, he had no choice, and so he ducked down because someone from normal people told him so, and fortunately they managed to save him even though he was a bastard. But initially, he is a man. He barely managed to survive after such a difficult moment because he thought that the zombie now could simply eat and swallow him. They told him to immediately wake up and get his spear back because he would not be saved all this time because everyone had a lot of trouble. The guy continued to fight with the help of his chain, and the battle was really very difficult due to the fact that there were an incredible number of zombies and everyone was trying to escape. Fortunately, the guy was a very experienced warrior, and he had already managed to kill a large number of these creatures that were always in his way. The guys began to worry very much. After all, they thought that even if they could drive him into a trap, he could kill them. Also, the most important of them understood that at this rate, they could already get very tired. But this guy was more self-possessed and stronger. He also noticed that the man continued to fight, and for him, this was a very bad sign that needed to be avoided. That is why he activated his ability, which was called Fear, because with the help of it, he wanted to scare everyone. After this ability, he himself began to feel uneasy due to the fact that he felt how fear began to overwhelm his life. All the zombies who were next to him began to walk in a circle, and this only made him more scared. These zombies continued to prepare to kill everyone in their path, but this man did not move at all. A huge head appeared behind him, indicating that he was not afraid of these zombies, and even felt that he would soon become one of them, and perhaps he had already become one. Luckily for me, he was a zombie. He was a normal person who only pretended to gain time and kill the rest of the zombies. It was a very ingenious plan, but his tongue still haunted everyone because he already looked too disgusting. It was quite dangerous to be with this man because he looked strange, and his brothers told him to calm down. He ordered him to leave from there because they were already able to complete their mission and it was time for them to rest. That is why he began to run forward and kill zombies in order to escape from here because he did not like this situation. Finally, the guy was able to understand what kind of technique his opponent had because he knew nothing about him at all, and he watched him in not a single battle. He said that he even liked this opportunity, and if he could somehow get it, then it would be just a great bonus that he took advantage of. Meanwhile, the zombies continued to fill everything around because they were unstoppable. Fortunately, they were able to run into their home and also said that they were not sworn enemies, so they didn't need to do all this. The most important of them said that they survived thanks to this guy, and if you think about it, they didn't introduce themselves to him, so the man began to say that his name was Puck. The guy also introduced himself and said that the man who runs the Chinese restaurant could use some refreshment. The man understood that the guy would have a lot of questions on this topic, so he had already prepared everything and told this man to approach him. After that, they began to walk around their territory where they had a lot of warehouses and ammunition to fight against the zombies. The man was able to take him into one room and said that he was a little strange, so he shouldn't be too surprised when he saw him again. The guy felt that something was wrong here, but they had already begun to enter the room where their most important person was. After he entered there, he noticed that in front of him there was a guy whose mouth was closed, and he also took off his shoes. The guy decided to analyze what was there and understand what the problem was and why this man looked so strange. He noticed that in fact it was not the main restaurant but just some chef who unfortunately was caught and simply planted as bait. After that, these guys noticed that he was not at all surprised by what he saw, and so they took out their weapons. Also, most importantly, they asked why the guy wasn't surprised at all, because he wanted to know what the problem was. He felt that unfortunately he could be exposed, and therefore he tried to show me all his emotions. The guy said that they had previously told him that he was a little strange, so he shouldn't be surprised by this because everything was quite logical, and the guy broke it down into facts. The man realized that he was playing too naturally, and most likely he was able to figure out his plan, but he was simply doing this in order to take as much information as possible. The man said that he apologizes for his impudence because he thought that he would be surprised, so he would have to explain everything. The guy also asked why they tied him up to sing "It Seems in This World They Kill" for a reason, and he wanted to really understand what was happening there. The guy said that they saved him, so he should be useful. But what was all this for? He just lies there like a real hostage. The guys who were behind did not understand what he was talking about and why he made such a strange tone when talking to them. The guy also said that it was just a big waste of supplies considering that it only costs one magic stone. Such words greatly surprised the most important of them, and he would have been shocked by the fact that the guy really knew all this and was able to figure it out from the very beginning. He told him to stop talking so openly about the murder because it was really very stupid. The guy just wanted to try his best to get him emotional, so he asked if it wasn't fun. The crazy man said that this world was very small, so now he would have to see this knife, and he decided to kill it immediately. But before he killed, he remembered some very important words and also moments of his life when he was very small. Unfortunately, he had to do stupid things because he had problems with his head as a child that he himself could not solve. For him, the most fun game in life is to kill, and he did it all the time despite the fact that it is a sin. Unfortunately, no one could understand him, but he really liked it because killing was his calling in life. That is why he simply played a role and in fact hid his true desires, and therefore he was able to achieve good success in order to later show himself as real. This man thought that he could find a like-minded person, but unfortunately, as usual, he was wrong. And the guy absorbed it all like a sponge. He also said that, to be honest, they were going to kill him right here, but he couldn't do that to one of his few like-minded people. He extended his hand to him along with his bloody smile and invited him to unite with him. After all, if they were a team, they would not be able to create better measures for themselves. Fortunately, this man was able to take the bait. And finally, every time after the nightmares, he said that, in fact, they were like-minded people. That is why the guy extended his hand to him and said that he really liked the fact that he could not find an equal person, and now they would be a good team. The guy was able to use his capabilities and with the help of this himself get the opportunities that his rival had, whom he considered his friend. The guy was actually just used by his kindness, and with the help of this he was able to gain new skills for himself, because with his help he will be much stronger on the battlefield. That is why he began to fully transfer his capabilities, and fortunately he was able to obtain a skill called fear, and with this he can instill fear. The man asked what talent he had because he wanted to know what a good partner he had and whether they could use their talents together. The guy said that his talent is called agility because he understood that it had already been seen before, and with the help of it he could completely justify himself. Finally, the man realized that at that moment his movements into the bone were simply incredible due to the fact that he was able to receive this energy. The man said that it was simply amazing, but he also wanted to know what was about the weapon with fire. The guy said that they could strengthen their weapons with magic stones. With the help of them, they could do a lot. The guy also started asking what skills these people had because he wanted to fully know who he was on the team with, but in fact he was undercover. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no capabilities and were completely useless warriors. Here he really didn't like the fact that his partner, who was actually his enemy, began to lie to him because they had awakened but had no talents. But suddenly he realized that if they actually had something, then they would take advantage of it, and he became even more interested in what was happening here. He realized that ordinary people do not receive the skill at all after they awaken, and he did not understand at all what was really happening here. After he began to think about all this, the friends of this abnormal one said that something was going on there. Unfortunately, zombies were able to come to them on this platform, and now they had to fight them again, although they only recently got out of this problem. These zombies were somehow very strange, and they looked like some kind of dignitaries that were mixed with a person. The guy really liked this, and he realized that these guys can move outside the purple zone, and now they have a much more difficult territory. The guy realized that if they entered the building, then most likely they were hunting for him, him, and therefore he had to do everything to find out the truth from the man. And his partners began to worry very much and said that now they were in traps and they had no choice at all what to do next. The man suggested that this guy join them because he immediately needed to deal with this problem, which was showing strong results. The main one told his friends to clear the way and do everything as before because it was their calling that they had to fulfill. This man began to activate his ability, and he wanted to instill fear in these people because he understood that this way he would have an advantage over their minds, which he almost didn't have. This one calmly killed these zombies with the help of his small knife, which could easily cut through the head like meat. For him, it would be a fairly simple battle, and his friends helped him. After all, they had to be saved in order to continue. The guy realized that he had already been able to get everything he wanted. And now he needed to slowly leave here so as not to be noticed. As soon as they went outside, they noticed that there were too many zombies there, and now they had no chance at all to escape. These three continued to fight against the zombies. And the guy watched all this. He thought how it would be better for him if he immediately left them now. This man was sure that they could save him now, but unfortunately he was simply fooled like a child. The guy activated his ability, with the help of which he began to make a shield so that these people could not get out of there. He began to build a huge fence with which he wanted to protect himself from these zombies. He also said that they should fight with all their might. But now he didn't care at all about everyone because he was able to get what he already wanted. They were all in shock and did not understand how the guy was able to set up such a large fence, but they were more interested in surviving. What they saw indicated precisely that they would die very soon because the guy was able to build a fence that indicated to them that they were now going to die. This made the man very angry. He wanted to break through this tree, but he couldn't do it at all because it was very hard. Meanwhile, the zombies were already very close, and they would very soon kill them due to the fact that they did not count on such a difficult situation. They began to worry very much because there really were a large number of zombies, and they were able to surround them from all sides. Everyone began to worry very much and shouted that they needed help immediately. After all, if they couldn't fight off these zombies now, they would turn into the same ones. Their older brother began to fight against these zombies, but he feels that he does not have enough strength to defeat everyone. He thought that this was a great moment to escape because these friends could delay his time, and he would try to find a way to escape from here. Unfortunately, he insisted that they die, but he himself began to run away because he had no other choice because he wanted to live. The zombies were already able to kill his brothers, who realized that in fact he was not their brother because he abandoned them at the most difficult moment of their lives. It was impossible to do this to everyone he didn't care because he loved to kill and he also wanted to stay alive. And this made him very angry, and so he began to kill all the zombies that came to his hand. He was very angry because he had lost his loved ones, but he simply had no choice because he would have moderated it himself. Unfortunately, he also began to worry very much about his death and thought that he would also die here because the zombies did not stop tormenting him. But after that, he activated his power in order to prove to these zombies that they were not standing next to him at all. That is why he continued to cut the throat of everyone who attacked him, and the zombies could not defeat such a good opponent at all. He promised himself that he would not die until he punished the person who left him in a very bad situation, and because of this he lost friends. Unfortunately, he felt like the zombies had already begun to grab him for everything they could, and he was not at all in control of this situation. He said that he would do everything to survive because he was ready to give everything he had just to stay with the person. Although in reality he will never be a person, he was just pretending. After all, the things he did were the most terrible. Unfortunately, the zombies almost killed him, and he said that even if he had to do everything to win, he would be ready for even the most vile things. That is why he was able to pierce the head of this zombie with black blood, and he tried to stay alive with the help of such a trick. He also said that he would do everything to stay alive, and even that he would be ready to give the life of a person, which means that in fact he is already zombified. The guy standing behind this wall understood that he did everything right because he was already able to get all the information about this person. He understood that this wall was double so it could buy him some time. And now he had to run away from here. But first he remembered about a man who needed help because he was simply tied up and set up like some kind of specimen. He understood that he needed to remain a normal person and save all the people who were still alive, but unfortunately it was too late. This man did not pay attention to him at all, and the guy began to offer him peace because he did not know what was happening at all. The man did not expect that a living person would appear in front of him, and he asked to be spared. After all, he did not want to die so much. The guy had a great opportunity with which he could heal any mental wound, and so he started doing it. With the help of this ability, he wanted to do everything to make this person feel adequate. But suddenly he noticed that he had some very strong energy that quickly consumed mana. He thought that this was all happening because he was in a state of shock and had not eaten for a very long time because he was very scared. The guy began to ask this hostage if he was feeling normal. He wanted to do everything so that he would become his partner and together they would not be afraid of anything. The guy told him to run away from here immediately because it was a place of murderers and everything had to be done to escape from here. He said that there were more than a dozen dead bodies in these boxes and they needed to get out of here because they could kill them. The guy said that unfortunately he knows all this and that's why he came here to save this man. After all, he shouldn't have stayed here. The man was shocked that this man came to save his life because he didn't understand at all why he was doing this because now there was a zombie apocalypse. The guy asked if a normal person needed a reason to help those in need and extended his hand because he didn't want him to understand. In this hand he held a crystal and said that he should take this crystal if he wants to escape from here because he will need it. The guy was shocked that he was holding a red stone and could not believe that the person who was saving him was most likely also a murderer. After all, he had already seen many times how the man who locked him here snatched red stones from people in order to become stronger. The guy said that he didn't feel any aura at all and noticed that this red crystal was somehow different. The main character said that he received this crystal when he killed a zombie, and it can give him many opportunities if he uses it correctly. That is why the hostage understood why this crystal looked different, and he felt that this guy could really now be trusted and he was his friend. Hostages thanked him and said that he was very glad that he met him because he thought that now he would never become normal again. When he held this crystal in front of him, a sign was activated where it was said that he could awaken if they used this stone. The guy decided to activate this power and felt energy spreading throughout his body, and this was exactly what those dangerous guys were talking about. The guy was glad that he was able to get a new opportunity, and his now new friend asked if he was able to get the skill. The cook said that since he had a good education in cooking, the ability to cook well was now activated in him. He told him that when cooking with his mother, the food will have a special effect, and now he will make them incredible food so that they become stronger. The guy realized that after awakening, everyone receives a skill with the exception of ordinary people who have achieved nothing in life except how to steal. J-Rim was happy because now he understood how to make full use of the transfer of these capabilities, and now he can do everything right there. He congratulated him and he asked what his name was. After all, they never introduced themselves because they were very intimidated by the whole situation. The guys greeted each other by name, and the one who was held hostage was very worried about what they should do next in this world because now they have a lot of problems. J-Rim said that before leaving they need to prepare something and suggested that they pack some food so that now they will have no problems with supplies. The guy began to run to carry out the order because he understood that if he really gave him a chance to start a new life, then he needed to thank him for it. J-Rim understood that in his current state it would be difficult to protect this person, so he took out the equipment. He decided to get all the crystals and use them because he understood that now he needed to become much stronger. The guy began to think about what he should do now, because when he used the skill in battles, his mother fell very hard. He was thinking about whether there was a way to increase it, and in front of him was an iOS notification where he had to use the stones. He was told that he could strengthen all his skills to the very beginning rank. This was already good, but it could have been made better. That is why he took the most dangerous stone and decided to test this ability on it in order to enhance the transmission. As soon as he used this stone, a very powerful wave was formed with the help of which he began to feel an incredible surge of strength. A notification appeared in front of him where it was said that he had increased his transmission level and now he could obtain new skills much easier. He was glad that he had such an opportunity and now no one could really stop him. Also, another gain was highlighted in front of him where it was said that he was also able to make his analysis much better, and with the help of it he can predict the movement of the target. He couldn't believe that this was even possible and felt that now he was a completely different person who had more strength. In the meantime, while he was thinking about how to use the stones correctly, he noticed that a very pleasant smell was coming from somewhere. This guy was an excellent cook, and he said that he was used to the fact that he couldn't pack because he wanted him to try it. This dish looked incredibly beautiful and seemed like it was from a real Michelin star restaurant. The cook had excellent talent, and J-Rim said that he would be happy to try this dish because for him this is now the best reward. As soon as he tried this dish, he felt that some strange actions began to happen to him, and the dish was really tasty. His eyes began to sparkle with joy, and he felt that all his parameters increased by 20%. He finished this entire dish to the end, because I don't believe that this is even possible because it was incredibly tasty. The plate was completely shiny because the guy was able to lick everything with his tongue due to the fact that the dish did not allow him to calm down. Jae-rim said that it was very tasty and he feels that right now they can go and get out of here because they don't need zombies. The cook said that this was already a video, but for some reason the entrance was blocked by a tree, so they had to get out of there somehow differently. Jae-rim said that they would go a different way, but the cook did not understand whether there was another way because he saw that there was only one way out from here. Jae-rim was able to show him who he really was and hit the floor with his chain in order to form a new exit. After all this way, they could get to their desired goal. After he was able to break in front of him, an excellent exit was formed so that they could leave this territory, which was completely filled with zombies. The hole was really huge, but with the help of his ingenuity, he was able to think of making it right above the sewer, and now they can crawl right through the pipe. They jumped there because they had no other choice if they wanted to stay alive. The cook was shocked that the guy knew so many different secret passages because he thought that other than fighting the zombies there was no choice. They began to walk through the sewer and felt that the road would be really very difficult, but he also felt that his leg began to twitch somehow. The zombies were able to notice that it was all thought out and some kind of strong earthquake began. They felt that there were a huge number of zombies above them who were about to break through the sewer with their heavy weight. Due to the fact that the zombies were much smarter, they were already able to come up with an excellent plan to break into the sewers to these people. Jae-rim was shocked by what he saw because it really was something abnormal because he saw his worst nightmare. In front of him was a huge giant monster that looked exactly like a three-headed snake, only there were the same three people whom he left to die. They wanted to take revenge on him. That is why they were ready to do everything to pierce his chest. The cook was shocked and the guy didn't understand how they could find them because he thought that he could outplay absolutely everyone. This huge zombie looked very dangerous because he had long arms and 3 heads that could attack you unexpectedly. The person whom he gave to feed these zombies at night is very happy that he met him and will be able to take revenge. The guy understood that now he would have to fight against this huge zombie, and he told the cook to immediately move away because he might get hurt. The guy activated his ability, which was called analysis, with the help of neons. He wanted to fully understand how strong this monster was and why he had such a strange shape in the form of 3 heads. He said that he really wanted to kill him and stuck out his tongue because now he could do it and his joy had no end. Due to the fact that he had a special ability that inspires fear, the guy felt that now it became much more dangerous for him to fight against this zombie. But since he was much stronger, it did not affect him and the cook began to feel very bad. But the guy tried his best to save him. With the help of the fact that the guy could heal mental wounds well, he was still able to calm that man down and he stopped being afraid. This zombie understood that this guy had a lot of opportunities and therefore he immediately wanted to get everything that he had. I understood that this would be a gold mine. The guy told the cook to immediately return to the store, otherwise he would die because this zombie is a completely unusual person. The guy activated his ability, which was called separation, and with the help of it, he wanted to do everything to escape from the zombies. That is why a huge dragon also flew out of him, which was supposed to protect him from this 3-headed monster that resembled a huge dragon. The guy tried to attack this zombie first, but he did not at all calculate his capabilities, which showed him that the battle would not be easy. He activated a prediction that he was only recently able to receive. After all, it is with the help of it that the opponent will make the next move. The battle was very difficult and each of them tried to prove that he was ready to do everything to win. That is why the battle lasted very hard. The guy had already managed to dodge this blow thanks to his strength and said that it was too simple for him and therefore they should have prepared at least something more difficult. His dragon, which was completely made up of his energy, began to repel all the attacks that this monster demonstrated. Using his abilities, he was able to twist this zombie like some kind of towel, and it really didn't look very safe. The guy thought that he could defeat this zombie so easily, but he greatly underestimated him, and this greatly affected the next action. It was necessary to understand that these zombies were much more dangerous and also much stronger than all those that came before. Therefore, it was necessary to prepare for any attack. The zombies noticed that this guy was very fast and strong, so they will now have to fight against him with all their strength. The 2 heads assumed that this guy was much stronger than them. Therefore, they should retreat so as not to risk death. The main thing is that he told them all to shut their mouths because he would be ready to give his life to defeat this guy. They said that they would kill him right away because they were very early, so they needed to come back because of her. That is why they moved much further away from this guy, but still he continued to instill fear in him in order to maintain the intrigue. A notification appeared in front of him that told him that now he was starting to worry very much about his life because this person was able to give him an unpleasant force. He felt that if he could use his technique, he would be able to understand what he was really doing. With the help of his abilities, he realized that in fact he was not leaving but was trying to aim at his back, and it was just a deceptive maneuver. It was already too late for me, and the guy greatly underestimated, and they were already right behind him. But fortunately, he still managed to react and repulsed the attack he wanted to make. This is a huge three-headed zombie. With the help of his energy, he was able to put these zombies in place, and now they felt even more the power of this guy who was able to pierce their body. They had never felt such powerful energy before because it was on the very first day among the zombies. This zombie flew very far into the sewer thanks to the fact that the guy gave all his strength to save himself and the cook. Slammed very hard into the wall thanks to which the guy thought that he had already been able to defeat him. The zombie did not understand how this was possible and how the guy could read right through him because he thought that he had already become much smarter and now he could attack him in the back. The guy was able to do everything very competently, and his friends said that they needed to leave here immediately because they would suffer very much if they continued to fight like this. He said that they were just useless trash that only prevented him from concentrating on the battle. That is why he brought his hands to their head, so that they would no longer interfere with him because they were making him more and more worried in this battle. Because he liked to kill, he killed them and said that they should die immediately because for him it was pure pleasure. Thanks to his movement, he cut off their heads, and now they will never become normal people or even zombies again. The guy did not understand what was happening and how he was able to kill his closest people who remained with him in the zombie apocalypse. This zombie was just some incredible demon who did not care at all about the laws and also about human conscience. J-Rim didn't understand how this was even possible, and he thought that most likely this man had simply gone crazy. Something very strange began to happen to her, and this zombie was turning into some kind of more innovative demon. His body began to become covered with a completely different mucus, and he stopped much stronger than before. Some kind of huge demon appeared in front of him, which had one eye in the middle and also a huge mouth. But the most dangerous thing was that he had very long and sharp arms. He said that it was simply amazing, and although he would end it because he didn't like the fact that this guy could do this to him, he decided to instill fear in him in order to gain control over his psychological system, and with this he could completely kill him. J-Rim felt that now he had a much greater chance of dying due to the fact that he had as much as 83% fear. He didn't understand what it was, but he couldn't think for too long because this zombie ran at him to kill him. The situation was not the best, and he also felt that now he needed to do something incredible. After all, they were in the sewer where there was very little space. Thanks to the fact that he was able to predict every blow, any attack that this master guy easily repelled, and it did not pose a problem for him. He felt how the level of fear had already increased by 100%, and he needed to make the next transition in order for it to become stronger. That's why he decided to activate it now thanks to his other abilities that he received from the cat. He activated this opportunity in order to instill his own fear in this man who had turned into a zombie and would now have to die. This zombie giant didn't understand how this was possible because he knew that it was his skill, but by some miracle the guy was able to take it away. He couldn't believe that this was even possible, but the guy didn't waste any time and hit him right in the stomach, and he felt pain that he almost dropped his eyes. Such a strong blow could send this zombie to think about his behavior, which was definitely not the best. The guy hit him in the head a second time to definitely destroy all those bad thoughts that he wanted to use. He used this power very competently and wisely in order to completely blow off the head of this zombie who deserved it. He was able to give him a final blow that sent him far and deep into these sewers from which he had no chance of getting out. The zombie understood that this was a completely different level and he needed to improve his skills in order to become different. Such a powerful force was able to completely send him to think whether he needed to fight with this guy next time because he competently showed him who was in charge here. After this, the zombie was very afraid that they would continue to beat him and therefore did not even want to move. And the guy decided to kill him. He understood that now he had practically no chance and therefore he needed to run as fast as he could to stay alive. After all, this guy did not kill zombies for nothing. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and the guy was able to tie him up with his chains, with the help of which he wanted to kill him and take the crystal. He completely put such a powerful force into this man who had to pay for everything because he really did terrible things. The zombie didn't understand how this was possible because it was damn fast and the guy was able to handle it so calmly. After that, as usual, he wanted to pick up his reward because he fought for a reason, and that's why he saw a small crystal there. This crystal was also orange like all the most important crystals that he received for his strongest rivals. The most interesting thing was that only the left hand of this zombie was worth a magic crystal, and he hoped that he would see rarer crystals there. After that, he went further along the sewer to get to his home, he realized that they were already very tired of him there. The guy shouted to his cook that he had already been able to deal with this monster, so they need to move together. The cook did not understand how this was possible and continued to panic, because he thought that the monster remained alive. The cook said that he heard loud sounds all the time and he was very scared to be here because he was risking his life even though he had just learned to cook. J-Rim said that he could not finish him off completely, but he was able to drive him away, and for a while he would not dare to return, but then he would become stronger. The cook understood that this was the same person who held him hostage, and most likely he became a zombie not of his own free will. Therefore, he should be careful. The guy said that they needed to move somewhere, so they should get together after such difficult days and go to that place. J-Rim told his cook to wait a little because there were other problems that he would have to deal with now. The guy began to climb out of this hatch to look at the zombies left because he wanted to fully understand whether he could get home by land. After he got out of there, he noticed that the zombies were all the time near this house, which was completely surrounded by a special magnet field. The cook didn't understand why the earth looked normal here because he thought that the zombies were already able to capture absolutely everything around. The guy said that this is all thanks to the fact that an incredible owner lives here who was able to save himself with the help of his mind. J-Rim began to call the professor because he hoped that there were still living people here and did not die of hunger. The professor ran with all his might towards this guy, where he was glad that he was able to come to him, and he already thought that he would never see him again. The professor also noticed that it was the same owner of the Chinese restaurant that was next door. The cook could not believe that it would be the same professor. They had already known each other before, but the professor was interested in how the guy was able to meet their savior, and the cook said that he was able to save him. Jerem, he was a real hero who was able to save a single person, and therefore everyone here respected him and shared their secrets. The cook could not believe that this guy was able to save not only him but also the professor, which means that he is much stronger than he thought. J-Rim liked the fact that they already knew each other and therefore suggested that this cook stay with this professor. After all, now he is not in the best position. The professor didn't understand why zombies were chasing him now because he couldn't understand how this was still possible. J-Rim said that he was able to kill many of them, but unfortunately there were those species that were too dangerous to even talk about. The professor thanked him and said that he would be happy to fulfill his request, and it was safe here and therefore he should not worry. The professor offered to cooperate with this man so that he could feed him, and instead he would provide him with accommodation for the night. The cook forgot and just needed to thank the person who saved his life, so he told him the best thank you that he could. J-Rim a lot because now he can even take away from him the very power that he could always receive for gratitude. That is why he activated the transfer of skills, and with the help of this he himself will now be able to cook such delicious food even from the worst products. Thanks to the fact that he was able to obtain a new opportunity, he became even stronger and now has one more ability in his arsenal. Then the guy thought that cocktails are also considered a dish, and then he had a brilliant idea that he immediately had to implement. The guy asked the cook if he could pack the drinks because he hoped that now he could make his own cocktails. Thanks to this, he went home to make this cocktail and took 2 special drinks to make a bomb. He began to mix these 2 drinks and thought about how he could deal with all this correctly because he understood that the situation was really difficult. After he was able to add it all, he began to shake it all up in order to get that same homogeneous mass. With the help of the fact that he was able to prepare himself a cocktail, he had to drink it, and then his stamina increases by 10% and lasts unfortunately only 10 minutes. He didn't understand how this was even possible, but he really liked the fact that this was now a great way to make intermediate snacks for himself. He felt that this was really very cool, and now he would be able to make himself cool drinks in order to always be resilient. Meanwhile, that same zombie could not forgive himself for that defeat, and therefore he killed every zombie that came to his hand because he wanted to destroy everything. There wasn't a single minute without this abnormal zombie stopping behaving like that because there really was a demon inside him that didn't want to stop at all. It was very unpleasant to watch how this zombie did not stop doing terrible things to ordinary zombies who were just walking around the city. He needed to get new kills in order to recharge his energy. After all, it was then that he felt stronger. After he made another kill, he continued to eat and gain strength in order to return his hand. His arm continued to gain new muscle mass because he had to take revenge on this man who had done a lot against the zombie. His arm gradually began to grow and was now just as strong a monster as he once was. He promised himself that one day he would be able to finish off this zombie despite the fact that he had already lost to him once. All the zombies obeyed him and began to feel very bad because this zombie was able to take all the best for himself. After he was already able to feed himself with new zombies, he felt a very powerful force forming in front of him, which he did not expect to see at all. He understood that now he had a much stronger opponent to whom he would have to obey because otherwise he would die. Unfortunately, he could not resist with her and was like the other zombies who began to sit on their knees to give their honor to this man, or rather the zombie. She was a huge girl who had incredible powers with which she could take over all the cities and places of this world. He understood that this power was much greater than he had ever experienced, and now he had a boss who would control him. It was their lord who had an incredible tail with which she could eat anyone. This girl was able to break through that very part of the zombie with the help of her tail, in which there is a part that ate everything. She nourished herself with everyone who was nearby, and with the help of her strength she fed from this mucus. Her mouth was simply huge, and she showed everyone that they must obey her, otherwise they would die. This girl had a huge army with which she could take over the entire world, and with this help become invincible. It was the Lord to whom they devoted their entire lives, as well as all the instructions that needed to be made. The girl dropped this brain, which began to feed on absolutely everything that was right under its teeth. He absorbed every energy of this slime and gained more and more new opportunities to take over the world and kill people. This huge eye brain continued to gain strength and celebrated the taste of victory that would come very soon. This eye was confident that victory would come very soon, and it was just a matter of time. It was Her Majesty who was the ruler of all lands among the zombies. Her name was Park Yaiso, who was the granddaughter of that master of demonic arts. Even from a very young age, she could not ignore injustice in relation to anything. Therefore, I always strive to do everything fairly. I didn't like the fact that the high school students took the diary from her and started saying that she was weak because she was just a girl. When she was 5, she was always fighting with this huge guy who was the bully from kindergarten. That's why she started training with her grandfather, who was able to teach her a lot thanks to the fact that he trained her day after day. He tried to do everything to make this girl the strongest among her age, so that she could stand up for herself. When she was already somewhere around 6, she finally brought peace by dealing with this bully who was supposed to behave adequately like everyone else. Grandfather asked her once what she would do when she achieved very good results and great strength. To which the girl replied that she wanted to protect absolutely everyone so that everyone could be happy. And when she hit 7, she accepted her own conviction. Finally, she was able to become a very adult, and thanks to the fact that her grandfather trained her every day, she became a very good master. Grandfather said that now she is a martial artist and she should be proud that she was able to achieve such good heights, and now no one can beat her. Everyone began to bandage her and consider her the strongest warrior who could stand in their way because she really was an excellent master. The girl said that since she is a new master, she must promise them one thing, and as a martial master she will artificially live more correctly than anyone else. And at the age of 17 she began to do what really brought her joy and benefit, because she tried to make sure that everyone had good things. The older students could no longer kill the younger ones, and so she tried to protect absolutely everyone so that everyone would feel in a good stage. Thanks to the fact that she was a master, she dealt very well with hooligans who even deserved death. After all, they did very obscene things. The girl saved some little man, these hooligans, who for no reason started beating him, so that it was completely unfair. The girl was able to bring this guy to them at this academy, so that he could defend himself. After all, it was necessary so that you would not be beaten. The students began to ask their master why she brought this man to them. After all, he did not at all look like a fighting man. The girls said that this was their younger comrade who needed to be trained and cured because he did not deserve such treatment. The guy began to train with all his might to become better because he understood that except for himself, he would not be able to protect himself. I asked for a whole year, and he became a better warrior who could already stand up for himself because he trained every day. That is why one day they were walking through the city center and noticed how some impudent people began to pester some little girl. He approached them to deal with this chaos. He wanted to give everything so that there would be balance in the world and no one would offend each other. After that, the guy was able to protect this little girl and beat these people very hard who deserved it. It was then that this girl saw for the first time how the person she once saved was able to save another person, and this meant that she had to start with herself. And over time, he was already able to deal with a huge number of people and also had a good army. Thanks to the fact that she was able to bring joy, there were also a lot of people behind her who were supposed to bring only justice to this world. Thanks to this, many people became much better, and she was able to do things where most people were smiling, and it was a great time. But unfortunately, even when the whole world turned into a real nightmare, she tried to do everything to be fair. She said that they studied martial arts to save others, and that's why they had to do it. And they didn't run forward because it was necessary to fight these zombies, because it was necessary to bring justice to this world and kill all these zombies that should not have spread. But unfortunately, she could not give up what she believed in, and they were unable to defeat all the monsters, which is why they suffered greatly. After all this, she was left alone with a huge zombie who was very dangerous for her, and therefore it was a dangerous dangerous battle. This huge zombie ran at her, and the girl didn't know what to do, because she had never faced such good opponents before. She also didn't have the strength to turn the zombie around, and therefore she began to worry very much about it. Unfortunately, she tried to gather all her strength, but she failed due to the fact that the zombie was much stronger than her. The zombie was able to pierce her, and she felt that now she felt much worse, and she felt completely different. The girl was able to defend herself with the person whom she herself raised in order to become a good and fair warrior. It was very difficult for her to realize that this man himself jumped under this, and she did not set him up at all, and he was able to save her life thanks to the fact that she once saved him. Because of this, she became very angry and wanted to fight against these zombies with all her might, but she had to understand that there were many more zombies, and she would not be able to defeat them all. That is why she is ours to deal with at least one zombie at a time in order to gain strength and then become an invincible warrior who would return everything as it was. The girl approached this guy and asked why he did this because he suffered very badly and became infected himself. He was almost dying, but he said his last words about how martial arts should be used to save others, and it was very touching. The guy said that if you study something, then you had to use it properly, and so he did everything correctly. The girl saw that he had lost a lot of blood. He spoke with his last words about how the master once saved him, and therefore it was his duty that he had to fulfill in order to save the master. The girl was then able to understand for the first time that this world was very unfair, and she still had a lot of problems. She understood that they always protected each other, but the moment came when she had to choose what was really more important to him. Enough time has passed. This school began to close due to the fact that the girl had completely lost the meaning of life. The new students began to fight and train. After all, they were supposed to receive new opportunities. At that time, they were able to save many people, but unfortunately they themselves also suffered. But this was all thanks to the fact that they used martial arts. They had no choice but to fight against these people, but she could not forget that person. It was very difficult for her to understand that now he had completely disappeared from her life and she would have to do everything completely again herself. That is why she left her team, because she did not see any point in it, because everything was already lost for her. Many people lost their lives while fighting for the lives of others. They were real heroes who are not talked about in fairy tales. Only the most dexterous and bravest ones remained who were able to fulfill their duty, and the rest unfortunately left the real world. It was hard for her to realize that those warriors whom she herself raised had already died and gone to a better world. She put one flower on this guy's grave because she always remembered him, because she once saved his life, and for this he saved hers. She looked at the sky and understood that she was now obliged to put an end to those who had now captured the village, and therefore I had no other choice but to fight or die. She noticed something strange began to happen in the sky, and it began to worry her very much. The whole sky turned green. She was very scared to understand that most likely this was a new wave of zombies that could only bring them problems. The remaining warriors understood that most likely this was another problem they faced, but they had no choice how to get together. A huge meteorite with these zombies flew right next to them, and they realized that now they had no chance at all to survive. The girl felt that most likely she would die now, and the remaining student tried to save her because he did not want to lose such a master. They tried with all their might to protect their teacher, who was very young, but this meteorite landed very close. After this, a very strong explosion was formed which changed absolutely everything around, and now all they could do was suffer. Absolutely the entire village was destroyed due to the fact that this meteorite could simply burn absolutely everything around. Fortunately, the girl remained alive, but she noticed how all her students who remained alive, they were still conscious, and said that they were completely uncomfortable and the girl should run away immediately because now they would start killing her. It was hard for her to watch how other warriors and her teams saved her life and they themselves died. Although she was sometimes very rude to them, the girl also felt how this power began to take her away, but since she was a strong warrior, she tried to resist with all her might. But unfortunately, the meteorite was much more dangerous and was able to take this girl completely to itself. She began to turn into another zombie to be feared because she was a martial artist. Huge claws began to form from her back which were worth fearing. After all, they were not simple. She turned into some kind of devil who was worth fearing because she had incredible structural features of her face. After that, she felt like only thoughts continued in her head that said that she immediately needed to kill everyone. Vitamins deserved life. That is why she turned into the main ruler who was worth fearing, because the power that she had in her head was crushing. Unfortunately, she really turned into this huge devil who was on Earth and controlled a huge number of these zombies. After this, the girl understood that now she had only one mission that she must complete, and that feeling that was in her chest never left her again. She jumped high up to test all her strength because she knew that she was now capable of much thanks to to her new forms. Even the birds began to be afraid of her because they did not understand how some person could get so close to them in such a time. The girl moved much faster than the bird, and it was really very dangerous because at such a pace she could kill absolutely anyone. This huge I told her to eat them. In order to become the strongest warrior, she had to take over the world and control these people, or at best kill them. It was with the help of this that she pierced this eye with her tail in order to take away all the power of this meteorite that landed. Thanks to this eye she felt a new vitality, and with the help of this she became much more dangerous. This eye said that it was all for the sake of the great, and therefore he sacrificed himself so that this girl could make everything come true. With the help of this she really gained strength and looked completely different because now her horns had turned into wider ones. The guy continued to fight against these zombies and understood that this was not at all an easy matter. After all, he was already very tired of this. But suddenly he noticed that all the zombies began to stop at some point, and this began to bother him very much. A notification appeared in front of him where it said that the same monster had been killed, which means that there was a stronger monster that even killed him. The guy couldn't believe that it was true, and something very strange began to happen to the zombies. After all, they all began to turn into huge slime. The guy was afraid to even imagine what it was because he felt that it was definitely not good. He also came across another notice that said very tragic things that he should have known. It said that he now had an urgent quest that he had to complete, and there he had to kill and stop the queen's perfect transformation in 5 hours. After he learned this bad news, the same professor who could fly flew to him, and he said that he had very bad news. He told him that this guy's granddaughter turned into one of these monsters, and now they are in really bad trouble. He understood that this was the same granddaughter whose elder was a master in the demonic arts, and he did not understand at all what was happening here. J-Rim began to ask this professor whether the elder himself knew, because he should have understood that this was his granddaughter, and the professor replied that he had already sent him a raven. After such news, the professor did not expect that the elder would come running so quickly, and he began to worry very much. The elder began to ask the professor where his granddaughter actually was because he could not believe that she had become one of the zombies. The professor replied that this girl is now in the center of the purple heap, and they are now in very bad trouble. After such news, the elder ran there and did his best to save his granddaughter because he loved her very much and could not allow this to happen. J-Rim understood that he couldn't waste a second and told the professor to immediately report to everyone else, and he would save the martial arts professor. He ran right after him in order to save him. After all, he should have understood that his granddaughter had now turned into a zombie, and this was very dangerous for him. After he saw with his own eyes what happened to his granddaughter, he was shocked and could not believe that it was really true. J-Rim didn't understand what was happening there and wanted to see everything with his own eyes because it all seemed strange to him. After that, they stopped and noticed how a huge ball had formed right in front of them, and it was ready to completely collect all this mucus to make his granddaughter stronger. Among this ball, there is a girl whose only head was visible, and she looked very dangerous. That is why the guy decided to activate his ability to analyze in order to really understand what was wrong with this girl. He noticed that she still had at least a little human soul left, and she was 23 years old, which gave him information about her age and how she moved. It also said that if she reaches full maturity, then she will never be able to become human again, even if they kill all the zombies. The guy said that they immediately need to save his granddaughter and cut all these tubes so that she does not completely turn into this zombie, because there will be no transformation back. That is why he threw his chains forward to cut off at least one pipe, because he understood that this granddaughter could give them a lot. He tried with all his might to cut through it, and he succeeded due to the fact that he was already an experienced fighter who had good abilities. After he was able to cut through the first tube, he noticed that a notification appeared in front of him regarding how strong the cocoon was. He couldn't believe that it was so strong, and now he would have to fight for a very long time against all this. Therefore, it was necessary to activate the stones. The elders remained calm, but I don't know what to do now, because he understood that his granddaughter was now in a very bad situation. That is why he began to use his capabilities to save his granddaughter, because he himself was even ready to die if only she would remain alive. The old man said that he can use it only once, so the guy must watch him very carefully in order to repeat it later. The old man jumped up to go save his granddaughter because she really needed it, because she had almost turned into a zombie. The guy began to analyze what this crazy man was doing, but he really was crazy because he fell in love with his granddaughter most of all. He noticed that it was a similar effect from acoustics, and the professor was doing something very strange. Therefore, he needed more time to analyze. The old man said that he needed to hit so that his granddaughter would have at least some chance to survive, because he was even ready to do everything and give his life for the sake of her peace of mind. He hit this cocoon with all his might so that it could not fully evolve. Such a powerful blow really bore fruit, which later showed him that he really did everything right to save his granddaughter. Such a powerful force was able to break through this, and he understood that thanks to this, he would really return his granddaughter home and would look after her all the time. Thanks to this, cocoon stopped evolving and he was able to perform a very good move to save her. After he was able to deliver this blow, the guy noticed that everything else fell by 10%, which means that he still won't make it in time. The old man said that it would be very difficult for him to study this after seeing it just once, so as soon as he becomes, he will show more. The guy said that he thought that he would succeed because he was more confident than ever and had a lot of strength. He activated the division in order to gain an advantage in this battle because he understood that it would not be as simple as he thought. After that, he activated the acoustics in order to redo the same trick that the professor used because he knew that this way he would have at least some chances. And after he activated all these techniques, he wanted to strike, which in principle he managed to do, but he needed to understand what the result would be. The result was not long in coming, and with the help of such a strong blow, he formed a very strong crater near himself. After that, he was able to break through absolutely everything that was nearby and thought that he would be able to break through even that very cocoon. Thanks to this concentration, he managed to break through almost half of it, although it turned out to be some incredible amount. Unfortunately, although he made a lot of blows and punched a lot of holes, the strength dropped by only 15% and there was practically no difference. The elder did not understand how this was possible and how the guy was able to use an internal blow just once he saw it. But suddenly he realized that with such a technique it was completely possible. After all, he already had a lot of skills when he received them from different students. The girl continued to absorb all this mucus because she wanted to completely complete her evolution. She became stronger and stronger because her channels through which she received this mucus were restored. The cocoon continued to collapse very badly because the guy, it turns out, made such a blow that killed her from the inside, and the strength of the cocoon was already below 50%, thanks to which he was able to receive the quest reward. He understood that he had a chance to proclaim the territory due to the fact that he was able to defeat this zombie. He has this opportunity. The girl understood that he had become a hindrance for her. Therefore, everything had to be done to get rid of him because otherwise he would bring a lot of problems. That is why she began to collect all the mucus in order to return the zombies to their position, and she herself got out of this cocoon to take revenge. It was pointed out to her that the transformation was unstable and therefore it was necessary to immediately pacify the queen so that she would not do anything stupid. The girl was very angry with him. Now she was ready to do everything to take revenge because I really pissed off this man very much. He was told to run away immediately because the girl was already approaching him very strongly and wanted to kill him. And the guy did not understand how strong she was. This girl controlled almost all the slime that was near her and therefore she could do very bad things to them. This slime began to move towards them because the girl was in complete control of it and wanted to harm them precisely thanks to this slime, which was a zombie. The guy activated the prediction. After all, he even had a skill with which he really felt more confident in battle and was in control of the situation. J-Rim told his elder to get out of here immediately because he could die here. Because his daughter is completely different now and she is not the same as she was before. He didn't want to run away at all, but he had to because his granddaughter was really ready to kill her grandfather in order to become stronger. J-Rim understood that at this rate the elder would have enough and it was necessary to come up with something to get rid of him because he was preventing him from fighting. That is why he threw him high forward so that he could somehow get out here because he understood that he could die. The guy activated his agility in order to feel more invisible because he understood that this mucus could grab him. The girl was already next to him and was ready to do everything to make him pay for his actions because he did not allow her to complete the transformation. She felt very angry and therefore called for absolutely everything to be leaked in order to take revenge on this guy who could do this. She felt like an invincible queen who had to kill him. After all, he had done the irreparable. She herself personally wanted to deal with him and therefore flew at him with the help of her excellent wings, which she was able to make herself. He decided to activate the prediction in order to avoid injury because this girl could do it. He had already seen these attacks that would be, so he had to somehow dodge them because she was not going to stop. Thanks to his ability, he still managed to get rid of these attacks and felt that this would not last him very long and therefore he had to fight back and then go on a counterattack. The guy understood that this girl was really ready here to kill him because she didn't like what he was doing at all. Fortunately, he was already a very strong warrior who was able to train his hand to be a truly excellent master. He activated the fear that he could get from that zombie because he understood that with the help of this ability he would make her worry at least a little. But unfortunately the opponent was much stronger than him and this technique could not work at all because she was not afraid of anything at all. He activated the acoustics in order to somehow cause damage to her because he understood that this would not fit anywhere at all. He swung with all his might to finish you off because he understood that he would have no other choice. The guy released his dragon to deal with this zombie girl who has already brought a lot of death. She didn't say anything about this blow and stood completely still because she knew that she could fight it off. He understood that this was just some kind of madness because she didn't need to parry the blow at all despite the fact that it was strong. Unfortunately, he greatly underestimated her. And this girl was only able to make one weak attack which hurt him very much. With the help of her bloody one, she sent him to think about his behavior so that he really understood who he was dealing with now. Such a powerful blow was able to break through a huge number of trees, and the guy really felt pain that it would be better not for the enemy to experience. He suffered very badly after such a blow and did not understand at all how this was possible because he thought that he could block it. The girl was completely merciless. She wanted to kill him because he really did something irreparable. He activated the wooden structure to protect himself from it because he hoped that with this he could buy himself time. He ran with all his might, and the girl tried to get out of there because she wanted to punish him properly for the things he did. That is why she was able to break out of there no matter what and completely broke through this wooden structure that he built with the help of his powers. The guy was finally able to run to them and thought that now he was saved, but this girl was already catching up with him. They began to worry very much about what would happen to him because everyone knew that this monster could completely kill him. She took him with the help of her distant claws and wanted him to stay with her. But the guy was much smarter and said a declaration of territory. That is why he used this opportunity to protect himself from this girl because he understood that she was much stronger than him and he needed to save himself at least a little. That is why he said that the proclamation of the territory would now be used. With the help of this, he was able to build a huge dome that was able to save him, and the girl did not have time to kill him. She just suffered from such a powerful shield, and the guy landed and was hit hard due to the fact that he was running with all his might. A notification appeared in front of him that this was a strengthened regime of legal relations for the territory, and therefore he had to choose fighters, but the fewer people the stronger the effect. He understood that he could not have anyone help him in this battle, so he said that only he would fight. That is why he completely began to gain energy in order to fight against such a strong opponent and become a winner. With the help of this symbol, he was able to take away all those opportunities from these people who were with him, and because of this he himself became better. He felt a very good surge of strength, which indicated that the guy was about to become a good rival for this woman. The master did not understand what it was all about and where he got such power from. He trained for more than 50 or even 60 years to become like this. And he was able to get such power in a second. He told them to immediately step back because now they will have really big problems because he will be fighting against this monster. They began to worry very much because they knew that the guy would really suffer a lot if he fought with her, but they had no other choice. The girl was already able to break through this shield, and she was ready to fight him because she understood that I would now need to kill him. She was very angry because he was able to escape from her and also block the attack, although no one had ever succeeded in doing this. With this, she completely destroyed this entire shield. And the guy stood opposite her and was ready for this battle because he understood that there was no other choice. The warriors looked at each other and felt that each of them was worthy of victory, but only the strongest would win this battle. He said that this time everything would be different and extended his hand, which already had a lot of energy in it, to show her that she would suffer. Thanks to my excellent abilities, I was able to build a huge foot that he wanted to step on this girl, but she was not at all worried about this. But only when it was already approaching her, and it was somehow very strange for us to react to all this. I didn't understand that she had a rival in terms of level. The guy stepped on her in order to crush this girl like a bug because he wanted to forget about everything and kill her with just one battle. With the help of some incredible strength, the girl was able to calmly repulse this blow, but she understood that these were no longer toys. That's why she got angry and felt that now she would show absolutely all her abilities despite the fact that she wanted to play with him. The girl released all her secret loopholes in order to rule the world because she knew that with the help of this the zombies would be able to obey her and she would surround him. After such powerful resistance, this girl's leg could not stand it at all, and she began to collapse like a usual wooden toy. Using her strength, she crushed it into small pieces and the wooden toy scattered left and right. But while she was doing all this, she noticed something very strange and realized what the whole problem was. The guy was already flying at her with the help of his wings, and he wanted to attack her from above in order to cripple her very badly. When he was flying, he was able to make a huge palm with which he wanted to nail this girl because he understood that with the help of such abilities he could cover her. He couldn't believe that this was even true. And how could a guy do this because he was just an ordinary person? The girl watched all this and felt that now she would have to very much regret her choice because she had to kill him right away. The guy was able to deliver this blow and the whole floor began to tear apart due to the fact that the force of the blow was much greater than the previous one. She really didn't like what he was doing, and so she decided to attack him with her techniques because she didn't want to be a victim. That is why she released her claws in order to punish this guy, and he calmly fought back. This is all because he knew where the next blow would be. Using his power, he became angry with her, although he immediately killed her because he felt how his soul was completely filled with this energy. His chain was completely sparkling and was ready to throw out the dragon and kill this girl herself. He activated a double combo to repel all attacks and also used tiger energy to attack her. It was a ferocious tiger, and he also activated the Dance of Chaos in order to completely send her to rest, otherwise she might kill his loved ones. The girl was also not at all stupid and therefore tried to do everything to fight back. But the guy was able to predict and released special things from the ground to block her blows. She did not at all expect such a turn of events, that the guy would be able to calculate everything so competently and not allow her to release a single blow. He was already behind her, and the girl understood that this was the end. And unfortunately she was about to die because she was just a zombie who killed thousands of people. He shouted that this would now be a blow of destruction, so that she would know from which hand she was dying and why. Such a powerful blow knocked her off her feet, and the girl realized that this was already the official end, and so she tried to enjoy the last minutes of her life. He sent this girl very far into the bushes so that she would understand who she was fighting with, because he had no time at all to kill her. He was very surprised that he was able to cope with it because he thought that the battle would be much longer. Although he also spent a lot of effort. He hoped that he could defeat her, but he did not understand where she was now because the guy made a very strong blow in order to punish her. But this girl was completely unbearable. Her power continued to accumulate in a small crystal that was located right on her chest. Her strength stopped less and less, but this crystal tried to hold it together with all possibilities. He couldn't understand what it was, and so he needed to activate his superpower to see everything. Therefore, she activated the analysis, and with the help of analysis was able to understand that there really was a crystal there that was called differently. It was a huge core, and its strength was reduced by only 12%, and the queen would only be calmed down after he killed her completely. He activated the prediction, and this girl wanted to immediately hit him in the head so that he would die now. The guy understood that these were not toys at all now. He would have to fight her to the fullest despite the fact that she was the granddaughter of that man. Fortunately, he managed to predict many blows, but he still had to understand that he would have to fight with them. It was very difficult for him to predict all this, but the guy knew that he had to deal with it because otherwise she would simply kill him. He tried with all his might to understand what was happening here because it was some kind of martial art. Although now she was a zombie, he could not believe that she was still able to retain at least a cup of soul and become an ordinary person and use special martial arts. The girl had already betrayed him to kill him because he knew that if she did not fight him, then he would defeat her. She swung her leg and thought that now she could deliver this excellent blow right to the head of this bastard. There was enormous power in this blow, and she was sure that after this he would definitely not be able to remain alive. She tried to put all her efforts into it, and it was clear how she tried very hard. To do this, we needed to understand that the opponents wanted to die just like that. The guy was able to catch her and was very happy about this because he understood that now he had a chance to win. He began to beat her on the ground to reduce the strength of the one I liked. He understood that this core changed everything and this girl could become normal. Unfortunately, 77%, and it was necessary to try even harder to defeat her. Although it was necessary to understand that he also had an incomplete resource. But he didn't realize this at all, and so he went into battle to completely finish off this core from her and break it in half. He hit this point very hard and a strong explosion formed around it, and he thought that he could already break this core, but he was very mistaken. The girl was a strong opponent, and she predicted that he would fight with her so easily and therefore dodged that blow, and he wasted that strength. He began to be very disappointed in what he had done because he understood that now he would run out of energy and it would be very difficult for him. The girl immediately grabbed it, and so that the guy could not get out and he would be almost completely without protection because he wasted his strong blow. The girl continued to attack him, and he tried to fight back despite the fact that he had already lost a lot of strength. After he noticed her fighting style, he realized that the girl was only getting faster and he had to come up with something so that she wouldn't completely kill him. It was hard for him to come up with something, but he managed to hit him on the head in order to somehow buy himself time. That is why she let him go and began to lie on the train, because the blow could completely cripple her. But she continued to fight, and the rivals are ready to take each other's lives in order to finally decide which of them is stronger. They again drove into another one to gather distance in order to end this meaningless battle, and the zombies finally lost. People watched this and felt that a very unpleasant battle was happening now, and the two closest people of the elder were fighting. He couldn't say anything about it, but the girl started asking if everything would be okay with him. Well, she was very worried about this guy. The old man said that he could not allow this to continue and at what rate something could go wrong. Therefore, he needed to decide everything. Thanks to him giving him the skills of his art, this man became much stronger than just an ordinary warrior, and no one could stop him. At one time he became this very champion whom everyone was afraid of and received absolutely any trophy he wanted. Due to the fact that he considered himself the strongest, he could not support others, which was his most important mistake. And therefore no one loved him. Even the newspaper wrote about him that he was the 23rd martial artist who would only bring problems to this world. Unfortunately, he also had a son who was nothing more than a disgrace to him, because he could not inherit his abilities at all and was the one who claimed to be the 24 master. He himself could not stand such words, so he left his father and said that he did not want to be a disgrace for him, and he did this at only 20 years old. It was hard for him to realize that he treated him like that, but he had no other choice because he could not disgrace himself, because for him it would be a disaster. But after that he said that he was just a loser and he didn't care at all about his son, who so calmly left him and didn't say anything about him. He completely tore this piece of paper because he didn't care about his son, who couldn't stand up for himself at all, and that's why he got angry. That is why his son decided to forget about it and thought that it would be better for him to move on his own. One day he came to this man to tell him some bad news, and he also became a rich man. As soon as he looked around, he realized that his son had now become rich and successful, and that he was able to send even a whole day for them to call him. Unfortunately, the girl's parents died, and therefore she had no people left to rely on. The old man came to them to see what happened there. He understood that his son was not at all to blame for this, but on the contrary, he informed him. The girl immediately realized that her grandfather would be an excellent example for her upbringing, because she wanted to become as good a warrior as he was, and she loved him with all her heart. She cried and understood that her grandfather would really save her and take care of her while her parents were gone. She fell right at his feet and wanted grandfather to calm her down, because she now trusted only him. That is why he was very upset, because his son died in this car accident, but fortunately they left their granddaughter, and now he will value his family. After that they went to this academy where he taught art, and my granddaughter was very happy that I would be taught. Unfortunately, he understood that in his old age, he would have to look after the child, and raising him was not the easiest process at all. The girl was a typical and small girl who always loved to have fun and be pampered because she was that age. It was not at all easy for him to look after her because she was very hyperactive and wanted to do something all the time. She had already begun to grow up over time, and she liked what her grandfather was doing, so she began to study martial arts. She said that she wanted to protect everyone so that everyone could be happy, and such words really upset him very much. He patted her on the head and said that this girl is much better than him, and therefore he should, on the contrary, take an example from her. It was then that he was able to realize that he had something more valuable than martial arts. This girl gave him a new life where he experienced himself as a parent. Despite the fact that she had no parents and was raised only by some grandfather, she was able to become a kinder person than those he knew. This was his only irreplaceable treasure, which he raised himself and whom he loved more than himself. The old man approached the professor and wanted to know why he was thinking for so long and couldn't decide what to do. After he thought about all this, he realized that there was one technique that could take away a celestial body in exchange for defeating the zombies, and he thought that he could do it. Dalbon said that if his granddaughter could later come to her senses, then she should have known that she loved her very much. He asked his friend not to delay and told her everything as it was, because he really wanted her to be happy and healthy. His friend didn't understand what all this knew, but he didn't want to part with his best comrade. But he had already begun to gain all the energy in order to exchange his life for hers. He told himself that he could do anything just to save his granddaughter from all this. He was able to fully gain all his energy, and the strength that was in him was really very surprising. After all, it completely overwhelmed him. He was charged with victory and was ready to sacrifice himself, which was a heroic act, because you will no longer be able to stay alive. He jumped high forward in order to deal with his granddaughter, who unfortunately turned into a zombie. And he couldn't do anything about it. She noticed that something wrong was happening here and began to worry very much, because she had already suffered from this guy's attacks. Grandfather flew at her and said that it would cost his life, but she had to live for pleasure, and together they had to defeat these zombies.